Have you ever felt frustrated because the recording moved too fast, the speaker's accent confused you, or you missed the answer even though you knew the vocabulary? You're not alone. The IELTS listening test is not designed to test your English alone. It tests your ability to listen strategically under pressure. And that's exactly what this masterclass will teach you. In the next 10 hours, you'll learn the proven techniques used by high-scoring candidates to predict answers. Follow conversations with confidence, identify traps, understand different accents, and avoid the mistakes that cost students valuable marks every day. Whether your goal is Band 6, Band 7, Band 8, or even higher, this course will give you a complete step-by-step system to maximize your listening score. By the end of this masterclass, you won't just be practicing IELTS listening. You'll understand how the exam works, what examiners expect, and how to approach every question with confidence. So get your notebook ready, eliminate distractions, and commit to the journey ahead. Let's turn IELTS listening from your biggest challenge into your strongest skill. Welcome to the IELTS Listening Masterclass. Listening is often a skill we underestimate. It's not just hearing sounds. It requires deep concentration and processing information in real time. Sometimes what makes listening challenging are accents, speed, or complex vocabulary. To improve, you must move beyond passive listening, which is simply letting sound wash over you, and adopt active listening techniques. These strategies involve predicting what the speaker will say next and identifying the core message, not just collecting individual words. Remember that true comprehension isn't about knowing every word, it's about understanding the underlying meaning. When you practice prediction, you train your brain to stay engaged and anticipate structure, which is key for advanced listening skills. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. When preparing for a big presentation, organization is everything. First, always structure your talking points with an introduction, body, and conclusion. Resist the urge to simply read from your slides. Instead, use them as prompts while you speak naturally. Practice timing yourself over several days so that you know how long each section takes. Furthermore, remember to anticipate questions from your audience. Think about the 3 most difficult questions you could receive regarding your data or methodology, and prepare clear, concise answers for those specific points. This preemptive thinking will boost your confidence significantly and make your entire delivery much smoother. Question 1. What is the primary advice given regarding using slides during the presentation? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is use them as prompts rather than reading from them. This question tests whether you can grasp the main recommendation. Instead of hearing the details, focus on the intent of the speaker, which is to sound natural and conversational. Question 2. Besides structuring the talk, what other preparation strategy does the passage mention? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is anticipating potential questions from the audience. This targets a specific detail. Good listeners don't just hear the first point, they track all actionable advice provided throughout the whole message. Question 3. What is the overall goal of practicing the presentation timing? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to know how long each section takes. This question checks for practical understanding. Timing isn't just about speed, it's about managing the flow and ensuring you don't rush or drag any part of your talk. Here are 5 examples. Organization is everything. A strong opening statement to emphasize importance. Use this when introducing a key idea that requires attention. This phrase helps you signal to your listener that what follows is critical information. It immediately raises the stakes and keeps their focus locked onto your point. Resist the urge to. A polite way to advise someone against doing something, a mitigation phrase. When giving advice or correcting behavior, using resist the urge sounds much softer and more professional than simply saying don't. It creates empathy. Preemptive thinking. Thinking ahead of time, anticipating future needs or problems. This is a high-level concept word that shows sophisticated critical thought. It's perfect for academic discussions where you want to sound extremely prepared. Concise answers. answers that are brief but comprehensive, getting straight to the point. In a professional setting, time is valuable. Calling your answer concise acknowledges the listener's time and assures them you will be direct and impactful. Boost your confidence. To increase or enhance your self-assurance. This is a very common natural collocation. When talking about skills improvement, linking the action, preparation directly to the positive result, confidence boost, makes your argument stronger. Listen again and fill in the missing words. Organization was key to making sure my presentation structure was clear. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is organization. The word organization here refers not just to keeping things tidy, but to structuring thoughts logically. When you use this word, make sure your speech follows a visible pattern, beginning, middle, and end. I must remember to resist the urge to read directly from my slides. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is resist. The verb to resist means to actively fight against a temptation or impulse. In speaking, this implies conscious effort. You are choosing to speak freely instead of reading mechanically. We need to do some preemptive thinking about the difficult questions. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is preemptive. Starting with pre is a great trick for creating advanced vocabulary. It means something happens before an expected event, giving you time to prepare. Having concise answers will help boost my overall confidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is concise. Remember that concise is about efficiency. It doesn't mean short, it means having maximum impact with minimum words, which is a hallmark of expert communication. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening. Don't just wait for the speaker to finish. Process what they are saying as they speak. Use non-verbal cues like nodding and making eye contact to confirm understanding. Active listening is a two-way street. It means engaging physically, not just mentally. When you use verbal affirmations like I see or so, if I understand correctly, you prove you are truly paying attention. Dictation and transcription. Listen to audio and write down every single word you hear, even if you think it sounds wrong. This forces your brain to process phonetics. This highly technical practice trains your ear muscles. You are forcing a deep connection between the sound waves hitting your eardrum and the correct written spelling, which is invaluable. Shadowing techniques. Listen to native speakers and immediately repeat what you hear, mimicking their rhythm, intonation, and speed exactly. Don't worry about meaning at first. Shadowing is one of the fastest ways to improve spoken fluency. By focusing on delivery rather than just vocabulary, you naturally absorb the musicality and flow of English. Summarizing in your head. After a segment of conversation, pause briefly and try to summarize the main points or implications aloud, even if only to yourself. This technique is excellent for improving working memory. It forces your brain to synthesize complex information into simple core statements, proving you understood the bigger picture. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. If you are lost in a new city, don't panic. The best approach is to ask for specific directions and confirm them immediately. Start by asking someone near an official landmark, like the main train station or library. Always mention your starting point and your final destination so they know exactly what path to describe. Pay close attention to directional keywords, straight ahead, 2 blocks past, or take the second left. After listening, repeat the instructions back to the person who helped you. This confirms that you not only heard them, but truly understood the entire journey. Question 1. Where should a lost tourist ideally ask for directions? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is near an official landmark like the main train station or library. This tests attention to detail. The speaker gives multiple options, but they prioritize locations that are recognizable and reputable sources of information. Question 2. What is the most important step after listening to the directions? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is repeating the instructions back to the person who helped. This highlights a crucial communication skill, confirmation. In real life, repeating complex instructions minimizes misunderstandings and builds trust with your helper. IELTS listening tests are designed to challenge your ability to process fast-paced, diverse spoken English. The difficulty often lies not just in the vocabulary, but in managing accents and anticipating shifts in topic because distractors are common. To succeed, you must move beyond simply hearing words. You need active prediction. Before each section, quickly read the questions to predict keywords and possible synonyms they might use in the audio. This pre-listening preparation is your most powerful tool for staying focused. The key takeaway here is anticipation. Don't wait for the answer to be stated perfectly. Listen for clues and confirmation. By predicting, you stop treating the test like a simple listening exercise and start treating it like an information retrieval mission. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Many students underestimate how much preparation is needed for the actual test day. It's not just about knowing grammar, it's about pacing and technique. First, always manage your time strictly. If you get stuck on a question, make a note of the topic and move on immediately because you can return to it later. Secondly, practice listening across different accents. Australian, British, North Americanto. Train your ear for variation. Finally, remember that examiners often paraphrase questions or use synonyms, so listen carefully not just for the exact answer, but for the underlying meaning of what is being said. Question 1. What does the speaker advise regarding getting stuck on a question? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is making a note and moving on immediately. This tests your ability to extract specific procedural advice. The speed at which you process this instruction is crucial, so don't dwell on the difficulty of the topic. Focus purely on the strategy offered. Question 2. Why is practicing across different accents important? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to train your ear for variation. This question requires you to synthesize a reason. You must listen not only for what they said, but why they emphasized it, linking the action practice to its benefit training. Question 3. What should students listen for when processing answers? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is paraphrasing or synonyms. This targets a very high-level skill, understanding implied meaning. Recognizing that the test often doesn't repeat information verbatim is essential for achieving top scores. Here are 5 examples. Underestimate. To wrongly judge something as lesser than it is, to underestimate the importance of something. This word is excellent test vocabulary. When you hear underestimate, think about giving yourself a mental flag that means pay close attention. This concept is vital. It moves beyond basic synonyms. The speed or manner of movement. In testing, it means managing your time efficiently. In an academic context like IELTS, pacing refers to rhythm and flow. It helps you understand that test taking is a marathon, not a sprint, so allocating time correctly is key. Anticipating. Expecting or predicting what might happen or be said next. This links directly back to our strategy. When you are told to anticipate questions, it means you must use context clues the topic. The speaker's tomato, guess the vocabulary that is coming. Paraphrase. To restate someone else's ideas or words using different language. This is arguably the most important phrase to master. If you hear a paraphrase, it means the key vocabulary word might be slightly different from what you expected. Always listen for the concept, not just the specific words. Synonyms. Words that have the same or similar meaning. Understanding synonyms is crucial because they are the bread and butter of IELTS difficulty. If you only study definitions, you won't be ready for when a concept is expressed using 3 different words. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The student should first review the instructions to understand how many sections are included. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is sections. This tests your ability to pick out core nouns. In a test context, knowing exactly what kind of content is coming, whether it's factual or opinion-based, is critical for selecting the right answers. Hence, they must practice listening in various environments, such as cafes or libraries. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is environments. This vocabulary point emphasizes real-world use. IELTS simulates real life, so training your ear outside of a quiet classroom helps build resilience and focus. It is important to take short breaks between sections to refresh your concentration. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is breaks. Simple words like breaks are often missed due to fatigue. This reminds us that managing energy and mental stamina is just as vital as understanding the grammar rules. Remember that every question has a specific keyword you should highlight before listening. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is keyword. This reinforces prediction. Highlighting keywords forces your brain to narrow its focus, dramatically reducing cognitive load when the audio starts playing. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening. Don't just wait for the answer. Process everything being said to understand context and flow. Active listening means engaging with your brain, not just your ears. It requires you to ask yourself, why did they say that? Or what does this mean in a bigger picture? Dictation. Listen for short passages and write down every single word exactly as you hear it. This is fantastic for improving spelling and auditory memory. It forces precision, which helps eliminate those small errors that can cost you points in a formal test setting. Auditing. Listen to native speakers and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking their rhythm and intonation. This technique directly improves your fluency and pronunciation. By matching the speech patterns of experts, your natural speaking voice will adopt more confident and varied rhythms. Summarizing. After listening to a passage, pause and try to summarize the main ideas in your own words. This is the ultimate test of comprehension. If you can explain the core message back to yourself without notes, it means the information has moved from short-term memory into deep understanding. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Test anxiety can significantly impair your ability to recall vocabulary or follow complex arguments. It's a very common issue, but one you absolutely can manage with preparation. One effective strategy is visualization. Spend time imagining yourself taking the test successfully, feeling calm and focused from start to finish. Secondly, before the exam, ensure you get adequate sleep and eat well. Basic physical care supports mental performance immensely. Finally, remember that a single difficult question does not define your entire ability in English. Focus on maintaining consistent effort throughout the whole duration. Question 1. What is one specific strategy recommended to combat test anxiety? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is visualization. This targets a concrete, actionable piece of advice. Pay attention to the structure. They link the problem, anxiety, to the solution, visualization, so listening for that cause and effect connection is key. Question 2. Besides mental preparation, what physical actions are suggested? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is getting adequate sleep and eating well. This tests your ability to categorize solutions. The speaker separates mental strategies from physical care, so listening for that clear distinction helps you capture all the points. Effective academic writing isn't just about having good ideas, it's about organizing those ideas logically for the reader. Every strong essay needs a clear architecture, an introduction that hooks the reader and states your argument, body paragraphs that develop specific points, and a conclusion that summarizes the findings. Structuring your answer sheet means ensuring these parts flow seamlessly into one another. This coherence is vital for achieving higher bands in IELTS writing. Think of your essay like an architectural blueprint. If the structure is weak, even brilliant ideas can fall flat. The biggest mistake students make is simply dumping information onto the page without signposts. By mastering structure, you are giving the examiner a predictable path to follow, making it easy for them to grade your sophistication and depth of thought. Here are 4 examples. While some argue that physical texts offer a nostalgic reading experience, the accessibility and immediate updating capabilities of digital media ultimately provide superior educational value. Strong thesis clearly states the argument while acknowledging the counter-argument, concession. Notice how this sentence doesn't just state an opinion, it establishes a clear debate. By mentioning some argue, you show that you understand complexity, which is key to hitting higher scores on IELTS. Furthermore, the ability for digital platforms to incorporate multimedia elements like interactive graphs or embedded videos greatly enhances student comprehension beyond mere textual reading. Effective topic sentence uses a strong transition, furthermore, and focuses on a single clear idea, multimedia. A great topic sentence acts as a mini thesis for its own paragraph. It tells the reader exactly what that entire section will discuss, keeping your writing tightly focused and academically rigorous. Consequently, policymakers must shift resources from maintaining outdated physical infrastructure towards supporting robust digital learning ecosystems. Strong conclusion signal uses a summarizing linking adverb, consequently, to indicate a final recommendation or implication. A conclusion should feel like the logical destination of your entire essay. Using strong concluding adverbs helps signal this shift, ensuring your reader knows you are wrapping up your points. Therefore, when assessing educational tools, criteria must weigh utility and reach alongside traditional elements like craftsmanship or aesthetics. Synthesis summary brings together multiple disparate ideas into a cohesive final point. This example demonstrates synthesis. You are synthesizing varied arguments into one comprehensive statement. This shows the examiner you can think broadly and pull all your points together effectively. Let's compare 4 pairs. Technology is changing how people learn in schools. The integration of technology fundamentally alters pedagogical methods by shifting the locus of knowledge from the instructor to the self-directed student. Specificity and academic vocabulary using domain-specific terminology. The weak sentence is vague, using general terms like changing. The strong version uses academic vocabulary, pedagogical methods, and locus of knowledge, which immediately elevates the perceived academic level. I think that studying online is better than going to a campus. Compared to traditional classroom settings, remote learning models offer unparalleled flexibility, making education accessible regardless of geographical constraints. Formal tone and objectivity, removing personal opinion, I think, for objective analysis. Academic writing requires objectivity. By removing I think and adopting a more formal structure, you sound less like giving an opinion and more like presenting an evidence-backed argument. The reason is that digital tools are faster to use than books. Digital resources accelerate the dissemination of information. For instance, real-time data updates far surpass the static nature of printed textbooks. Elaboration and evidence, providing a specific how or whys with an example. Instead of just stating that something is better or faster, strong writing explains the mechanism behind that superiority. This level of detail proves deep understanding. People forget things easily because they are too busy in modern life. The rapid pace and constant information overload characteristic of contemporary society contributes significantly to increased cognitive strain and poor information retention. Precision and sophistication, replacing simple verbs nouns with sophisticated academic phrasing. This pair shows the power of precision. Forget things easily is casual speech. Cognitive strain is precise scholarly language, making your essay immediately sound more authoritative. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, too general. Global warming is bad for the planet and we must do something immediately. Strong, specific, and formal. Addressing global warming requires immediate, coordinated international policies, as scientific consensus indicates drastic ecological shifts are underway across multiple biomes. The first mistake is being too general. Instead of stating that something is bad, use specific academic evidence and technical vocabulary like ecological shifts or coordinated policies. Be precise with your language. Weak, informal transition. Also, robots can do the job better than people because they never get tired. Strong formal linking adverb. Furthermore, automation offers consistent performance unmatched by human labor, maintaining operational efficiency regardless of temporal constraints. Avoid casual transition words like alsos or because. Using formal adverbs such as furthermore, moreover, or consequently is crucial for building a smooth, cohesive academic tone. Weak, simple contrast. Education should teach students how to think critically and not just memorize facts. Strong, elevated discourse structure rather than prioritizing rote memorization of discrete facts. Modern education must prioritize the development of critical thinking skills necessary for nuanced problem solving. The third mistake is using simple contrast. To elevate your discourse, use sophisticated contrasting structures like rather than prioritizing X, it must focus on Y. This shows advanced grammatical control. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline method. After reading the prompt, write down your main argument and 3 supporting points in bullet form. This creates a scaffold. Before writing a single sentence of prose, spend 2 minutes outlining. This ensures that every paragraph you plan has a clear governmental role or purpose within the overall structure of the essay. The PEEL model. Point, topic, sentence, evidence, example, explanation, link back to thesis. This is your paragraph blueprint. This structured approach forces you to move beyond mere assertion and into deep analysis. Never just provide an example. Always explain why that example matters to your argument. Transition word mapping. Keep a list of transition words categorized by function, addition, contrast, consequence, or conclusion. These linking devices are the glue holding your ideas together. Don't overuse them, but having variety, e.g., moreover, conversely, hence makes your writing flow incredibly smoothly and naturally. Time blocking practice. Allocate fixed time slots, 5 minutes for planning outlining, 20 minutes for writing, 5 minutes for review. When you simulate the test environment, efficiency is key. By strictly timing your planning and reviewing stages, you prevent running out of time or spending too much effort on poorly structured arguments. Listening comprehension can be challenging because spoken English is fast and often relies on implication rather than explicit statements. When we prepare for a listening task, the goal isn't to memorize facts, but to prime our brains with strategies. The most powerful strategy is prediction, using everything around youth title of the talk, pictures shown beforehand, or background context, to guess what information you should be listening for. Think of yourself as an investigative journalist. You are gathering clues before hearing the main story. By setting these expectations, you limit the possible outcomes and increase your focus significantly. Remember that effective pre-listening preparation is less about getting all the right answers and more about training your brain to actively anticipate information. When you predict topics or potential vocabulary, you activate related neural pathways, making it much easier for those words or concepts to stick when they are spoken aloud. This shift from passive hearing to active prediction is what separates good listeners from excellent ones. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Welcome back. Today's seminar focuses on sustainable urban development models. Before we dive into the data, I want you to consider 3 key areas: resource allocation, community buy-in, and long-term infrastructure resilience. Many initial proposals fail because they overlook the human element, the need for local support. For example, simply installing solar panels isn't enough. Residents must feel ownership over the project. To truly maximize efficiency, planners recommend integrating educational workshops alongside the physical building work. These workshops help community members understand the technology and participate in its maintenance, which drastically cuts down on future operational costs. Furthermore, successful models often utilize mixed-use zoning, ensuring that residential areas are supported by commercial hubs within walking distance. This synergy promotes a healthier, more self-sustaining urban ecosystem. Question 1. What 3 key areas does the speaker advise considering for sustainable development? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is resource allocation, community buy-in, and long-term infrastructure resilience. This question tests your ability to quickly identify a list of main points. In real listening scenarios, speakers often use signposting language like 3 key areas, or firstly, secondly, to signal these crucial details. Listening for this structure helps you organize the information in your mind automatically. Question 2. According to the speaker, why do many initial development proposals fail? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is because they overlook the human element or local support. This moves beyond simply recalling facts. It requires inference. The speaker suggests that merely installing technology isn't enough. You must listen for the reason given, which is the lack of community involvement, not just the missing piece itself. Question 3. What does the speaker suggest to promote a more self-sustaining urban ecosystem? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is utilizing mixed-use zoning. The phrase, "this synergy promotes," signals that the preceding idea mixed-use zoning is the solution. When you hear connecting phrases like therefore or consequently, pause and identify the relationship between the cause and the effect. Here are 5 examples. Resource allocation. The careful planning and distribution of limited assets, time, money, materials. Don't just memorize this term, visualize it. Think about a budget spreadsheet being balanced. That is resource allocation in action. Using this phrase shows you understand complex logistical planning. Community buy-in. The active support and willingness of local residents to participate or accept to change. This is an idiomatic phrase that means much more than just support. It implies ownership. If you write down buy-in, you are remembering the necessary action, not just the concept. Infrastructure resilience. The ability of physical systems like roads or power grids to withstand and rapidly recover from major disruptions. Resilience is a key word in modern discourse. When you hear it, don't think tough, think bounce back. This concept applies to everything from bridges to relationships. Mixed-use zoning. A planning type that allows multiple types of buildings like homes, shops, and offices to exist together in one area. This is a technical term, but remember the core meaning, mixing things. When you hear it, picture a neighborhood where you can walk to work and buy groceries effortlessly. Operational costs. The ongoing expenses required to keep a system or service running after the initial build. Always remember that development has 2 phases, construction and operation. Operational costs refer specifically to the maintenance side, the bills, the staff wages, and the upkeep. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The initial study showed that urban planning required careful blank of limited funds. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is resource allocation. Here we needed a noun phrase to describe the process. Resource allocation is specific because it implies both careful thinking and practical distribution of money and materials. It elevates your vocabulary beyond just using words like monies or planning. The new solar project lacks strong local blank from the residents. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is community buy-in. We needed a non-specific noun phrase here to describe emotional and intellectual support. Using buy-in is much more natural in spoken English than saying they simply did not agree. The goal was improving the city's long-term infrastructure, blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is resilience. In this sentence, we needed a single noun that captures the idea of bouncing back. While durability is related, resilience specifically carries the connotation of recovering from shock or disruption. The council approved building mixed-use zones to support economic blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is sustainability. This blank requires a noun that represents an overarching state or condition. By using sustainability, you are discussing the long-term viability of the economy, not just its current profit. Here are 4 ways to practice. Forecasting and predicting. Use the title or images to guess key vocabulary and potential arguments. Ask yourself, what must they be talking about next? Don't wait for the speaker to give you a hint before predicting. The moment you get context, even if it's just an image of a power plant, your brain should start listing related words like energy, grid, and capacity. Dictation practice. Listen to short, complex sentences and write down every single word exactly as you hear it. This sharpens your ear for phonetics. True dictation is difficult because you must process the sound and convert it into text simultaneously. Don't just check spelling. Listen back multiple times specifically to catch reductions or linking sounds, like gonna instead of going to. Shadowing. Listen to native speakers and try to repeat what they say immediately after them, mimicking their rhythm and intonation. Shadowing is physical practice. It forces you to move your mouth muscles quickly, which builds fluency and helps you internalize natural speech rhythms. This improves pronunciation far more than simply reading aloud. Note, taking 4 gaps. Focus on listening for transitions, e.g., however, in contrast furthermore, to understand the relationship between ideas rather than just writing down facts. The most advanced listeners track connections, not content. When you hear a contrasting word like however, your note-taking system should immediately signal that the next piece of information is arguing against what was said before. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Before reading any graph or chart, take a moment to quickly survey the entire visual. Look at the axes labels, the title, and the legend. These elements provide immediate clues about what data is being presented and what units are used. For instance, if the y-axis shows revenue in millions and the x-axis shows years, you know immediately that this chart tracks financial growth over time. This process of analyzing the visual framework helps you anticipate the speaker's narrative structure. You might expect to hear comparisons between years or trends related to market performance. Knowing this context makes the verbal explanation much easier to follow. Question 1. What is the primary purpose of surveying a graph before listening? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to predict the data being presented and the speaker's narrative structure. This question tests whether you understand the why. The goal isn't just to read the labels, but to use those labels as intellectual scaffolding that helps your brain organize the incoming information. Question 2. According to the speaker, what does knowing the graph's context help you anticipate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is comparisons between years or trends related to market performance. Listen for specific examples. The passage gives concrete predictions comparing years and noticing trends. These are the types of structured expectations you should set up during your pre-listening preparation time. Advanced academic listening is not just about hearing words, it's about processing complex ideas in real time. The challenge lies in distinguishing between crucial main concepts and supporting examples or tangential details. Effective listeners must develop a mental framework to categorize information as the speaker presents it, much like building an outline simultaneously. We need strategies that move beyond simple transcription and focus purely on conceptual understanding. This requires anticipating shifts in topic and recognizing structural signposts within the lecture. Remember that true listening comprehension is an active skill, not a passive one. Think of your brain as having multiple tabs open, one for main ideas, one for supporting evidence, and one for vocabulary. By consciously directing your focus this way, you train yourself to filter out the noise and capture only the high-yield information. You're about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Today's topic is cognitive load theory. Essentially, it proposes that our working memory has a limited capacity. If we overload this system with too much new information at once, for instance, by presenting highly complex diagrams alongside dense text, the learning process breaks down. This excessive demand strains the learner's ability to encode and retrieve data efficiently. Experts suggest breaking material into smaller, manageable chunks, which is known as scaffolding. Furthermore, preemptively providing analogies or visual models can significantly reduce extraneous load. When scaffolds are effective, they allow students to allocate their cognitive resources toward meaningful processing rather than simply trying to keep up with the pace of delivery. This principle is vital for designing truly engaging and accessible educational content. Question 1. What is the central limitation described by cognitive load theory? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the limited capacity of working memory. This question tests your ability to identify the overarching thesis. When you hear a central limitation or core flaw, you must be ready to capture that key concept rather than getting lost in the specific examples used to illustrate it. Question 2. What does the passage suggest should be done to prevent cognitive overload? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is breaking material into smaller, manageable chunks and providing analogies or visual models. This requires synthesizing information from two parts of the lecture: the solution, chunking, and the method, scaffolding analogies. Listen for verbs like suggests or advocates, as these typically introduce actionable advice. Question 3. According to the expert, what is the goal when scaffolding is effective? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is allowing students to allocate cognitive resources toward meaningful processing. This question tests your grasp of academic terminology. Don't just listen for scaffolding, listen for the results or purposes of scaffolding, which is a deeper level of understanding. Here are 5 examples. The working memory has a limited capacity. Refers to the finite amount of information we can process at any given time. Use this phrasing when summarizing constraints in theory. Understanding limited capacities helps you grasp boundaries. In an academic context, recognizing that something is finite or constrained signals a major limitation or bottleneck within a system. Learning process breaks down. Means the method of learning fails or becomes ineffective. Use this to describe systemic failures in pedagogy. When you hear something breaks down, think critically about why it failed. The lecture wasn't saying students were incapable, it was describing a procedural failure due to overload. Scaffolding. Temporary support provided by an instructor or material structure to help the learner build knowledge independently. This is a key pedagogical term. This is a highly specific educational jargon phrase. When you encounter specific terminology like this, it's crucial not just to write down the word, but its definition and function. Extraneous load. The amount of cognitive effort spent on non-essential information, e.g., confusing diagrams. This is wasted mental energy. Think of extraneous load as noise in your brain. Effective learning design aims to minimize this type of unnecessary cognitive drain so the student can focus on the actual content. Encode and retrieve data efficiently. To encode means putting information into memory, retrieving means pulling it back out. Efficiency relates to speed and accuracy in both steps. This phrase describes the entire cycle of knowledge retention. Mastering these action verbs and code, retrieve, process will drastically improve your ability to summarize complex scientific or psychological concepts. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To improve active listening skills, you must first learn to blank distracting background noise. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is filter out. The phrase filter out is designed for abstract concepts. It means actively excluding irrelevant data so you can focus on the actual academic content. When discussing a topic, it helps to predict what the speaker might blank next. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is address. Addresses here means to speak about or deal with. Predicting what will be addressed is a metacognitive strategy that keeps your mind engaged and ready for the incoming information. Making marginal notes helps you physically blank key concepts as they are mentioned. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is capture. The verb capture suggests more than just writing. It implies seizing or recording something vital. This is a powerful word to use when describing the goal of effective note-taking. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active prediction. Before the speaker begins a new section, try to predict 3 possible topics or arguments they might cover. Prediction is one of the most powerful pre-listening tools. It primes your brain, creating cognitive hooks that make the actual information easier to locate and retain when you hear it. Dictation practice. Record a short segment from an academic podcast and transcribe every single word exactly as spoken. This is much harder than simply listening. Dictation forces your brain into extreme detail mode. It significantly improves your recognition of connected speech, like when gonna sounds different from going to. Join. Immediately repeat what the speaker says, mimicking their pace, accent, and intonation as closely as possible. Shadowing is less about comprehension and more about fluency. It improves your listening speed dramatically because you are simultaneously processing and reproducing the sound structure of academic English. Concept mapping. Instead of linear notes, physically map connections between ideas. A leads to B, which contradicts C. This technique shifts your focus from transcription to relationship building. It trains you to listen for connective phrases such as, however, or on the other hand, that signal a shift in argument. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. When taking notes on highly interconnected subjects, pure linearity fails. That's why Cornell and mind mapping methods are invaluable alternatives. The mind map encourages you to place the central theme in the middle and organically branch out with supporting details. This visual approach mimics how our brains naturally associate ideas. Another strong technique is converting your lecture notes into a T-chart or comparison matrix. If the speaker contrasts 2 theories, say Piaget's versus Vygotsky's view on development, setting up columns for each theory makes the differences instantly apparent. These structural methods force you to think about relationships and distinctions rather than just listing facts. Question 1. What is the primary benefit of using a mind map technique? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, it visually mimics how human brains naturally associate ideas by branching out from a central theme. The key here is understanding why the method works, not just what it is. The passage explicitly states that this visual structure mimics how our brains naturally associate ideas. Look for causal relationships in academic texts. Question 2. When should a student use a comparison matrix or T-chart? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is when the lecturer is contrasting 2 similar concepts, theories, or viewpoints. This tests your ability to categorize the situational advice. If the speaker uses contrastive language like whereas or on the other hand, you should immediately cue that a comparison structure is necessary for your notes. A question stem is the beginning part of a question that provides critical clues about the information you need to find. It's not just asking who, it might be structured like, according to the report, or the study suggests that. These phrases act as anchors for your prediction skills. Instead of reading the entire question and feeling overwhelmed, focus only on these opening words. They tell you exactly what kind of evidence to listen for in the upcoming text. Think of a question stem like an investigative roadmap. It doesn't give you the answer, but it dictates which corner of the information landscape you should be looking at. Master recognizing these initial phrases, and you significantly boost your ability to anticipate vocabulary and key concepts. 5 examples. STEM, the main reason for the decline was prediction focus, cause-effect relationship. When you hear a STEM discussing the main reason, your brain should immediately flag that the answer will be a singular cause or core motivation. Don't waste time listening to examples of effects. Focus on the root problem being discussed. STEM, if the policy were implemented. Prediction focus, hypothetical outcomes, conditional language. The structure if, then signals conditional thinking. The answer won't be a simple fact. It will describe what might happen under certain assumed circumstances. Listen for transition words like consequently's or thereby. STEM, while many experts believe that. Prediction, focus, contrast alternative viewpoint. Notice the word while. This signals a contrast. The answer will likely challenge or provide an alternative view to what was just stated. Be ready for conjunctions like however or nevertheless right after this phrase. STEM, the most significant change observed. Prediction focus, importance, key data points. Keywords like most significant or primary factor tell you that the answer is not merely a piece of information. It must be the single, defining, or highest impact detail presented in the text. STEM, considering its unique location. Prediction, focus, spatial geographical context. This STEM directs your attention to geography or setting. Your predicted keyword should involve directional terms, neighboring areas, or physical descriptions. It grounds the answer in a specific place. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Cognitive focus narrowing. It prevents cognitive overload by limiting the scope of listening. When you predict, your brain essentially narrows its focus. Instead of trying to absorb every single piece of data, it becomes highly tuned to recognize specific types of information related to that opening phrase. This selective attention is crucial for high-stakes testing. Anticipatory schema activation. It helps you activate relevant background knowledge before the answer is given. This process moves beyond simple listening. It's about prediction. By activating a schema, mental framework, you are telling your brain, I am expecting an answer related to X. This makes retrieval much faster and more accurate. Pattern recognition mastery. It trains you to recognize linguistic patterns rather than just memorizing facts. Ultimately, predicting keywords is a pattern recognition skill. You are learning to decode the structure of academic English questions. This transferable skill improves your comprehension across all types of listening material, not just test passages. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't just focusing only on the first word of the question. Instead, analyzing the grammatical function of the opening phrase. Many learners make the mistake of only looking at who or what. However, you must look deeper into how the question is phrased. Is it asking for a course? In comparison, the grammatical structure provides more detailed clues than just the initial interrogative word. Don't wait for assuming the answer will be stated directly and explicitly. Be ready to deduce, being prepared to infer or synthesize information from multiple parts of the text. Academic questions rarely provide answers in a single, obvious sentence. Often, you have to connect 2 different pieces of evidence presented minutes apart. Prediction sometimes means predicting the relationship between facts, not just one fact itself. Don't lose track of, panicking, or getting distracted by irrelevant details. Re-anchor yourself on, maintaining mental discipline and returning focus immediately to the STEM's core meaning. If the speaker wanders off topic, it's easy to get lost. The key skill here is discipline. Mentally re-anchor your focus on the core meaning signaled by the question stem. Treat that stem like a constant GPS signal guiding you through the text. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading analysis. Scan for signal phrases. Before listening, quickly scan the question set. Highlight any introductory clauses like "it is noted that" or "evidence suggests." Make this a conscious habit before every practice session. Spending just 30 seconds pre-reading to identify these stems drastically reduces your initial anxiety and primes your brain for success. Active paraphrasing. Test your understanding. After you predict the keyword, try to mentally rephrase the question stem in simpler terms. For example, considering its unique location becomes "where is it located and why?" This simple technique solidifies your grasp on the meaning of high-level academic language. Paraphrasing ensures that you understand the intent behind the complex structure, not just the words themselves. Post-mortem review. Analyze missed questions. If you get an answer wrong, don't just look for the correct information. Identify which specific word or phrase in the stem led to your misprediction. The deepest learning happens when analyzing failure. When reviewing passages, ask yourself, what did I miss? Was it a conjunction? A comparative adjective? This targeted review builds predictive power faster than simply repeating correct answers. Practice with variety. Mix question types. Don't practice only one type of stem, e.g. causes. Practice stems that require contrasting, comparing, and sequencing details. To make this skill robust, you must expose yourself to the full spectrum of linguistic patterns. Varying your practice ensures that when you encounter a complex question in reality, your brain doesn't freeze up because it only knows how to handle one specific type of stem. Listening for global English means moving beyond simply understanding the words. It requires decoding the rhythm, the intonation, and the unique sounds that characterize different regions. This skill is about auditory discrimination, the ability to hear subtle differences in pronunciation and pitch. When listening across accents like British, Australian, American, or Canadian, you need a flexible ear ready to adapt. Instead of expecting one single correct sound, practice recognizing patterns and common phonological shifts. Many students try to memorize accent rules, but that's too rigid. Think of it less like following a rule book and more like learning to notice subtle variations in music. The key is to train your ear musculature so you can hear the differences in vowel sounds or consonant pronunciations instantly, even if you've never heard them before. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Sarah from London began the call by stating that the new project timeline is ambitious. Mark in Sydney agreed, but noted some logistical hurdles regarding resource allocation across time zones. Meanwhile, David calling from Toronto offered a mediating perspective, suggesting they perhaps break the initial rollout into 2 phases. Sarah responded that while phased implementation sounds sensible, we need to guarantee clear communication channels beforehand. He specifically mentioned integrating collaborative software that supports multiple regional dialects and scheduling adjustments. Mark then asked if this meant delaying the launch entirely, which would impact key stakeholder commitments globally. Question 1. What was Sarah's initial concern regarding the project? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the timeline for the new project was ambitious or aggressive. This question tests your ability to grasp the main idea quickly, even when speakers use slightly formal or professional language. Don't get stuck on specific details. Focus on the overall sentiment. Was it positive, negative, or cautious? Question 2. What solution did David suggest for managing the rollout? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is breaking the initial rollout into 2 phases. This requires you to follow a suggestion and counter-suggestion pattern. Listen carefully for transitional phrases like suggesting or proposing, as these signal key points of advice. Question 3. What specific prerequisite did Sarah emphasize besides the timeline? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is guaranteeing clear communication channels beforehand. Sometimes speakers list multiple requirements. The challenge here is separating the main, essential requirement from secondary details like software or scheduling. Pay attention to words like specificallys or must. Here are 5 examples. Ambitious timeline. In a professional context, this often means too aggressive or unrealistic. When you hear something described as ambitious in a business call, it rarely just means positive. It's often used as a polite way of saying the goal is simply too difficult to achieve in the given time frame. Logistical hurdles. Obstacles related to planning or implementation. This phrase is highly common in global meetings. It signals that the problem isn't necessarily a lack of effort, but rather complex coordination issues like time zones or resource distribution. Mediating perspective. Offering a viewpoint designed to harmonize differing opinions. If someone offers a mediating perspective, they are stepping in as a neutral party. They aren't taking sides. They are trying to find common ground between 2 conflicting viewpoints. Phased implementation. Rolling out a plan or product gradually over several stages. This is vital vocabulary for project management. Instead of requiring everything at once, the all-at-once approach phasing reduces risk and allows teams to learn as they go. Stakeholder commitments. Promises or obligations made to anyone involved in the project, investors, clients, etc. A stakeholder is any person who has an interest in your outcome. When hearing this phrase, remember that failure impacts multiple groups, raising the stakes of the conversation greatly. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The team leader needs to A. All regional inputs into one main report. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is integrate. The word integrate means combining things so they work together as a whole. It's much stronger than just collecting information, suggesting that the pieces must fit perfectly. We must size bore our communication channels before beginning the rollout. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is establish. To establish something means to set up or create it formally. This implies a deliberate, necessary action. You can't just assume the channel exists. You have to build it. The initial plan was too eke for our current budget. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is costly. When discussing finances, costly is a very direct adjective. It immediately shifts the focus from technical feasibility to pure financial viability, which is often the real sticking point. We need to find alternative ways to the timeline. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is adjust. While change is simple, adjust suggests making small, careful modifications. It implies that the core goal remains, but the method of reaching it needs slight refinement. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing technique. Repeat what you hear immediately after the speaker. Focus on mimicking rhythm and intonation, not just words. This is arguably one of the fastest ways to improve accent recognition. By forcing your mouth muscles to replicate foreign sounds in real time, you build essential muscle memories for phonetics. Dictation for accent analysis. Listen to a short passage and write down exactly what you hear, including filler words and pauses. Don't just focus on spelling, transcribe the sounds. Writing down every little article or pause forces your brain to process speech at an incredibly granular level, improving accuracy. Active listening with goals. Before listening, set a specific goal. I will only listen for geographical markers, or I will track all modal verbs. This is about hyperfocus. Instead of trying to understand everything, which leads to cognitive overload, you give your brain one single mission. This targeted approach dramatically increases retention. Immersion through media comparison. Listen to the same news story featuring different anchors, UK, US, AU, and note the variations. This method is perfect for accent decoding because the vocabulary and core facts remain constant. By comparing the delivery system across accents, you isolate the phonetic differences much more effectively. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Professor Anya Sharma opened the discussion by stating that regulating carbon emissions requires unprecedented international cooperation. Professor Chen countered that such stringent regulations could severely impede emerging economies' growth models. A student then interjected, asking how global corporations would manage the increased compliance costs across diverse national laws. Anya replied that while initial costs are significant, the long-term economic benefit of a stable climate far outweighs these short-term financial pressures. She emphasized that technological innovation must drive policy changes rather than simply reacting to them. This is crucial for sustainable development. Question 1. What was Professor Chen's main objection to the regulations? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, he argued that strict regulations could negatively impact the growth models of emerging economies. This tests your ability to identify opposition. When you hear a counterclaim, it often uses strong restrictive language like however or countered. These are great signposts for finding the core disagreement. Question 2. According to Professor Sharma, how should policy changes ideally happen? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they should be driven by technological innovation rather than merely reacting to current circumstances. Professor Sharma's final statement provides a key takeaway. Notice her phrasing, must drive, versus simply reacting. This contrast illustrates the difference between proactive planning and reactive measures. Fillers and discourse markers are small words or phrases used naturally in conversation. They aren't always necessary for the meaning to get across, but they play a huge role in how we speak. They act like conversational glue, helping us manage our thoughts in real time. Think of them as signals that tell the listener what kind of information is coming next, or that you are pausing to organize your ideas. Understanding these helps you sound more fluent and natural. It's important to remember that fillers are not signs of poor English. They are a fundamental part of human speech. They show us that we are thinking while we talk, which is completely normal. Instead of seeing them as mistakes, try viewing them as conversational navigation tools. Here are 5 examples. So, I think we should leave early. Transition conclusion marker. Notice how so's here functions as a clear signal that the speaker is drawing a conclusion or making a recommendation. It structures the thought and tells you, pay attention, this is my takeaway. This is much stronger than just starting an entirely new sentence. I mean, like, it was really cold. Filler discourse marker. When someone uses like repeatedly, they are buying themselves time to remember the next adjective. The meaning of the sentence doesn't change if you remove the filler, only the rhythm changes. This is a common habit we need to be aware of. You know, it was unexpected. Attention getter. Inclusion marker. The phrase "you knows" is used here to check the listener for mutual understanding. The speaker feels the need to confirm that the listener is following their train of thought, which builds rapport but can sound repetitive if overused. Actually, I disagree with that point. Correction contrast marker. Using actually or in fact signals a deliberate shift in perspective. It alerts the listener that what follows will contradict or adjust previous information, which is crucial for managing arguments. Well, let me think about it. Pausing thinking marker. This phrase doesn't add content, its only job is to buy time. Instead of letting the silence fill with which can sound awkward, using a verbal marker gives you control over the pause and makes it sound more intentional. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Managing cognitive load. They give the speaker time to organize complex thoughts before speaking. When we are processing a lot of information, our brain needs micropauses. These fillers allow us to briefly cache that thought while keeping the conversational momentum going for both ourselves and the listener. Signaling relationship dynamics. They can signal if you are speaking formally or informally with someone. Generally, more fillers are used in casual, intimate conversations. In highly professional settings where precise communication is valued, minimizing these markers often increases perceived credibility. Structuring the argument. Just the two AN. They help guide the listener through a complex or layered idea. Think of them as signposts on a road trip. Instead of just giving directions, you say first, then next, and finally after that. These markers provide structure so your audience doesn't get lost in your ideas. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I think that the meeting was really productive. Say, I think the meeting was very productive. The error here is the excessive use of which draws unnecessary attention to the pause. The correction simply removes the filler, allowing the natural rhythm of your voice to fill the space instead. Incorrect, like, honestly, I don't really know what happened. Correct, honestly, I don't know what happened. The word likes is redundant and weakens the impact of your statement. By removing it, you make your core message sound more direct and authoritative without sacrificing natural tone. Don't say, so maybe we should try calling them again. Say, maybe we should call them again. This example shows you know and so doing the work of a single natural pause. The key takeaway is that sometimes silence is far more powerful than any filler phrase. Here are 4 ways to practice. Embrace the pause. When you feel the urge to fill with or like, simply stop talking. Take a visible breath instead. Learning to be comfortable with silence is perhaps the single most powerful speech skill we can develop. A momentary pause makes you sound thoughtful, while a filler makes you seem hesitant. Record and transcribe. Record yourself speaking for 5 minutes on any topic. Listen back specifically to count your fillers. Self-correction requires self-monitoring. By transcribing your speech, you will become hyper-aware of the exact moments where you revert to these habits. This systematic approach boosts awareness significantly. Weak. Use pauses for emphasis. Instead of using a filler before an important point, pause before it and let the silence build anticipation. When you are about to deliver your most critical piece of information, count to 2 in your head. That natural pause will give impact and signal importance far better than any transitional word can. Pre-planned transitions. Before giving a presentation or talking on a complex topic, identify 3 strong transition phrases like furthermores or in conclusion. Having a small arsenal of formal, powerful markers ready can help you manage your structure proactively. This ensures that when you need to change topics, your language sounds deliberate and controlled. One of the hardest parts about listening comprehension is dealing with noise, not just background sounds, but misleading words or irrelevant details thrown into a conversation. These distractors are designed to pull your focus away from the main argument. The key strategy here is active filtering. You must learn to distinguish between supporting evidence and core claims. Instead of trying to remember every single detail, train yourself to identify the speaker's primary purpose or thesis statement. When you hear distracting information, your natural instinct might be to try and memorize it all. However, effective listening isn't about recall, it's about synthesis. Focus on who, what, and why. If a detail doesn't help answer those 3 questions, mentally file it under irrelevant noise and move on. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Our preliminary findings suggest that the annual budget increase should focus heavily on technology upgrades. We looked at 3 options, and while option A seems appealing because it includes new software licenses, a very nice addition for the marketing department, we must be careful not to let those specific perks distract us. The core issue remains staffing levels. If we don't hire 2 more project managers, the best tech in the world won't fix our workflow bottlenecks. Some people might argue that retraining existing staff is cheaper, but they fail to factor in the specialized knowledge gap that only new hires can fill. Therefore, despite the tempting list of software features presented by the vendor, we must prioritize personnel expansion over hardware purchases this quarter. Question 1. What does the speaker identify as the core operational problem? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is staffing levels and workflow bottlenecks. This question tests your ability to filter out tangential details. The mention of new software licenses is a classic distractor. You need to listen past that appealing detail to find the fundamental underlying issue. Question 2. According to the speaker, what flaw do proponents of retraining staff overlook? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the specialized knowledge gap. This requires close listening for contrast. The phrase failed to factor in signals a counter-argument, and you must capture exactly why they are wrong, not just that they made a mistake. Question 3. What is the speaker's final recommendation regarding spending priorities? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is prioritize personnel expansion over hardware purchases. Even if the passage mentions multiple options and features, the conclusion is always the most critical piece of information. Always listen for summarizing phrases like therefore or in conclusion. Here are 5 examples. We must be careful not to let those specific perks distract us. Signals a warning. The speaker is telling you that the following details are misleading or irrelevant to the main point. Hearing this phrase acts like an auditory stop sign. It tells your brain, hold on, what I just said was interesting, but it doesn't matter for the final conclusion. Use it to refocus your attention. The core issue remains. This phrase signals a shift back to the central theme or main argument. When you hear the core issue, treat it like an anchor. The speaker is intentionally guiding your focus away from secondary details and back to the most critical piece of information they want you to remember. Therefore, a conclusive transition word signals the main conclusion or final decision. This is one of the most powerful words in spoken English. It tells you that everything that came before has been building up to this single, definitive answer or recommendation. While option A seems appealing, signals a concession or counter-argument, the speaker acknowledges something but immediately diminishes its importance. This conjunction is a huge signal. The speaker might spend time describing why option A is good, but because they start with while, it means their point of view will ultimately critique or override that appeal. Despite the tempting list of software features, similar to a concession, used to dismiss attractive but non-essential supporting details. This phrase allows you to mentally categorize information. You can acknowledge the tempting lists in your notes, but then immediately cross it out because the speaker says they should focus elsewhere. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The primary focus must be on personnel expansion rather than just buying new blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is hardware. Notice that hardware is used to contrast with personnel. This shows that the speaker uses specific terminology to draw a clear line between 2 different types of resources, which is important for precise understanding. The speakers were trying to distract us with details about new blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is licenses. Licenses and features are examples of distractors. If you hear a long list of nouns like this, immediately ask yourself, does this directly solve the core problem? Probably not. The speaker explicitly stated that the team lacked specialized blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is knowledge. Knowledge gap is a key concept. It doesn't mean they know nothing. It means they lack a specific advanced skill set required for the new tasks. We must prioritize this because our current workflow has severe blank bottlenecks. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is workflow. Workflow refers to the actual process of work. Understanding this term helps you understand that the problem isn't just having staff, but making sure those staff members can operate efficiently. Here are 4 ways to practice. Confirmation checking. Repeat key claims aloud or mentally summarize them immediately after the speaker. This forces your brain to process and validate the information. Don't just passively receive the message, actively repeat the point back to yourself, even if it's only internally. This action solidifies the main idea and helps you resist confusing details. Identifying assumptions. Listen for statements that are presented as fact but lack evidence, e.g., it must be or clearly. These are often misleading. Skilled speakers sometimes make assumptions to move the conversation forward, and these can sound authoritative even if they aren't backed by data. Always listen for the phrase that signals an assumption. The one takeaways rule. For any complex passage, force yourself to summarize the entire point in one short sentence before moving on. This is a high-level memory technique. If you can distill an entire 5-minute argument into 15 words, you have successfully filtered out all the distracting noise and found the core thesis. Listen for signal contrast. Pay extra attention to contrasting conjunctions like but, however, on the other hand, which signal a reversal of thought or main point. Contrast words are gift-wrapped shifts in meaning. They tell you that what was just said is about to be corrected, challenged, or significantly limited by what comes next. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. We received 2 reports regarding the potential market for sustainable packaging. Report Alpha suggests that demand will skyrocket over the next decade due to consumer awareness campaigns. However, Report Beta presents a contrasting view, citing current supply chain bottlenecks and suggesting that high production costs might curb rapid growth. It seems that while the ethical appeal is undeniable, the economic realities are much more complex than initially thought. We cannot simply base our entire strategy on positive sentiment alone. We need verifiable data to balance out the enthusiasm from Report Alpha against the caution expressed in Beta. Our next steps must reconcile these 2 seemingly contradictory forecasts. Question 1. What is the central conflict presented by the 2 reports? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the conflict between high consumer demand, Report Alpha, and current economic supply chain limitations, Report Beta. This question requires you to synthesize 2 opposing ideas. The goal here isn't just reciting report A or B, but understanding why they are in conflict, the core tension. Question 2. What does the speaker advise about relying solely on positive sentiment? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they caution against basing strategy only on positive feeling. Verifiable data is needed to balance enthusiasm with caution. Note that the phrase cannot simply base our entire strategy on acts as a warning. This tells you immediately that pure optimism, no matter how appealing, is insufficient for decision-making. Vocabulary preloading is a targeted strategy used to prime your brain for specific academic topics. Instead of simply memorizing lists, we are learning words within thematic clusters related to common IELTS discourse areas. This method helps you recall the right vocabulary naturally under pressure. We are shifting from rote memory towards active automatic retrieval during the exam. The key benefit here is not just knowing the word, but activating it in context. Think of this as building a mental scaffolder structure that supports your argument. By grouping these words around global issues, you create strong neural pathways, making them much easier to access when you need them most. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Remember that mitigates is always used when talking about lessening a negative effect, not just reducing it. A common collocation you should learn is mitigate risks or mitigate damage. Using this phrase elevates your discourse significantly. The word is sustainable. Say it again, sustainable. When using sustainable, think of it as encompassing 3 pillars: environmental, economic, and social. Saying something is merely green isn't enough. You need sustainabilities to cover the full scope of human impact. The word is inequity. Say it again, inequity. It is crucial to distinguish inequity, which means an unfair system or distribution, from simple poverty. Poverty describes the financial state, but inequity points to the bias structure causing that disparity. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. Paradigm is a high-level academic word, so use it when discussing large shifts in thinking, not just small changes. Instead of saying a change, say there has been a paradigm shift. This shows advanced conceptual understanding. The word is pervasive. Say it again, pervasive. This word describes something that is everywhere, permeating the environment or conversation. If you feel a topic is inescapable like misinformation or consumerism, pervasive is your perfect adjective to use. The word is alleviate. Say it again, alleviate. Alleviate is often confused with reduce, but it specifically implies making discomfort or suffering lighter. When discussing social problems or physical pain, alleviate sounds more sophisticated and empathetic. Here are 5 examples. To build a truly sustainable society, we must address economic inequity at the core. Sustainable, adjective, inequity, noun. Notice how these 2 words work together. Sustainables sets the goal, and inequities identifies the specific systemic obstacle. Pairing high-level nouns like this makes your argument feel structured and deeply researched. The journalist highlighted how pervasive disinformation has become in political discourse. Pervasive, adjective. Using discourse alongside pervasive is a powerful combination. It suggests that the issue isn't just happening occasionally, it's woven into the very fabric of public conversation. New conservation techniques aim to mitigate the long-term impact of resource depletion. Mitigate, verb. In an academic setting, always try to use strong verbs like mitigates instead of weaker ones such as make better. It shows precise control over your vocabulary. The global health crisis marked a paradigm shift in medical research and policy. Paradigm, noun. When you use paradigm shift, you are signaling that the change discussed is massive. It changes how we think about the subject entirely, not just slightly adjusting it. Government intervention can help alleviate suffering and promote fairer global trade. Alleviate, verb. Remember that alleviate is excellent for humanitarian or policy discussions. It suggests a measured effort to ease a burden or pain point, giving your tone an air of diplomatic concern. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, mitigate. Compare it with reduce. Specificity of the action. While both mean to lessen something, mitigate implies an active effort against a serious, natural risk or impact. Think of mitigating damage from a storm. It has a sense of proactive management. First, inequity. Compare it with poverty. Systemic cause versus condition. Poverty is the condition, the lack of resources. Inequity, however, points to the structural unfairness that causes the poverty. Always elevating your argument by analyzing the system's failure rather than just listing problems. First, sustainable. Compare it with eco-friendly. Scope of impact, broad versus narrow. Eco-friendly typically refers only to the environment. It is a very narrow focus. Sustainable, by contrast, requires considering the economy and society alongside nature, making it much broader in scope. First, paradigm. Compare it with model. Abstract framework versus concrete example. Models is a specific, physical or theoretical representation of something that exists. A paradigm is the entire set of underlying beliefs or assumptions that allow us to even conceive of that model. Here are 4 ways to practice. Thematic collocation mapping. Group words by topic, e.g. climate change, mitigate, sustainables. Don't just learn the word, learn which nouns and adjectives it loves to sit next to. For instance, if you learn inequity, immediately map it with wealth distribution or access to care. This dramatically increases your fluency. Formal register substitution. Practice replacing simple words, good, bad, with academic synonyms. Always audit your own writing for casual language. Replacing very important with crucial or paramount immediately raises the perceived formality and sophistication of your English. Spaced repetition system. Review challenging words at increasing intervals, 1 day, 3 days, 7 days. This is a proven memory technique. When you revisit the word right before your brain is about to forget it, those memories get cemented into long-term knowledge, making them reliable under high-stakes pressure. Speaking focus, concept linking. Practice connecting two target words in one sentence. To sound truly native and academic, you must link concepts. Don't just use mitigate, try to connect it with a cause, like, we can mitigate the effect of unchecked industrialization. This demonstrates complex thought. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The increasing awareness of global warming demands urgent policy changes. We must move beyond viewing environmental protection as an optional task and embrace it as a core economic pillar. To achieve true sustainability, governments must implement measures that mitigate emissions while simultaneously addressing the deep-seated inequity in resource distribution across the globe. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to make less severe. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mitigate. The text asks you to identify the verb that shows lessening severity. Recognizing this synonym allows you to paraphrase, which is vital for both speaking and writing tasks. Question 2. Use paradigm in a sentence describing a modern technological shift. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the smartphone ushered in a paradigm shift, fundamentally changing how we communicate daily. When you answer this question aloud, remember to pause slightly before saying paradigm. This gives the word weight and allows your listener to register its academic importance. Practice that rhythm. We have covered core strategies like predicting keywords and managing distractors. Now we need to focus on the structure of the questions themselves. Recognizing the type of question is often the first step toward finding the correct answer. Some questions require you to recall a specific detail, while others ask you to synthesize information from multiple parts of the text. This segment helps us categorize those different demands. Think of these categories as mental frameworks. When you see a certain phrasing like, "What does this suggest?" you know immediately that simple fact retrieval won't work. Instead, you must look for underlying relationships or implications between ideas. When an academic text asks about implication, it is not giving you the answer directly. You have to infer it using context clues. This process requires a shift from passive listening, just hearing, word stow, active, critical thinking. Always ask yourself, what connection am I being asked to make before doing anything else? Here are 4 examples. According to the text, what is the primary cause of resource depletion? Specific detail retrieval, fact-based. This type demands you locate a single, explicit statement. Your goal here is precision. Don't bring in outside knowledge or assume causality. Pinpoint the exact phrase that names the primary cause. How does topic A contrast with topic B? Comparison, contrast, relational. Here, the answer isn't found in one spot. It requires comparing 2 separate pieces of information provided throughout the passage. You must identify similarities and differences simultaneously. What does the author implicitly suggest about future trends? Inference, implication, deep thinking. This is perhaps the trickiest type. The answer will never be stated directly. You must read between the lines. Look for patterns, shifts in tone, or repeated ideas to build your own logical conclusion. What is the relationship between the economic policy and social change? Causality relationship, connecting ideas. This question asks you to analyze cause and effect. Did one thing lead to another? You need evidence connecting A as the action and B as the resulting outcome. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Shifting cognitive gears. The brain needs to know if it's searching for a noun or an argument. Recognizing the type is like knowing which tool to use from a toolbox. If you try to answer an implication question using only factual recall, your answer will be incomplete because you skipped the critical step of synthesis. Avoiding over-literalism. Many advanced questions are designed to trick students into answering too literally. If a question asks for the main purpose and the text mentions 3 purposes, don't just list them. You must identify the overarching theme that encompasses all those specific points. Look for generalization. Mapping the answer space. It tells you exactly where to focus your attention while listening or reading. If you know you are looking for a contrast, you can pre-underline areas mentioning opposing viewpoints. This focused preparation saves valuable time and prevents you from getting lost in irrelevant details. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. 2. Absolute overgeneralization. The main argument is that government subsidies always fail. Balanced interpretation. The author suggests that current subsidy models require reform to be effective. A common error is making the argument too absolute. The text might say subsidies struggle, but you cannot assume they always fail or never work. Always use nuanced language like suggests or implies. Assuming causality, because X happened, Y must be true. Identifying correlation versus causation. The text suggests a potential link between X and Y, but does not prove causation. Just because 2 events are mentioned sequentially or near each other does not mean one caused the other. Always look for explicit causal connectors like therefore, consequently, or due to. Exaggerating the scope. The author clearly states that all historical data is unreliable. Maintaining the tone of caution, the author raises concerns about certain types of historical data, recommending caution. Never exaggerate the scope of a claim. If the text warns about specific biases in one area, say, pre-revolution data do not conclude that our historical sources are flawed. Keep your answer narrowly focused on the provided warning. Here are 4 ways to practice. The deconstruction method. When you see a question stem, break it into 3 parts: the subject, the verb action, and the constraint. For example, if the question is, to what extent did X affect Y, the verb tells you to measure magnitude. The constraint guides your focus while limited only to the text provided. Hypothesis mapping. Before listening, write down 3 possible answer types: fact, comparison, inference, and what evidence would confirm them. This is active pre-listening. If you suspect the question might be about contrast, spend a quick moment scanning for keywords that signal opposition, like converselys or yet. The paraphrasing check. Write down your answer in full sentences and then paraphrase it back to yourself. This confirms you understood the core concept, not just a keyword. If your drafted answer is too similar to the text wording, you might have accidentally used a direct quote instead of synthesizing the idea for an inference question. Paraphrasing forces deeper understanding. Reviewing question stems. Keep a personalized list of challenging question starters, e.g., to what extent, most likely, implies but, and their required answer format. Treat these stems like grammar rules you must memorize. Knowing the pattern associated with most likelies instantly cues your brain to look for probability rather than certainty in the text. Consistency is key here. When tackling a note completion task, remember that grammar is often guided by natural collocations. A collocation is simply a group of words that frequently occur together in the English language because they sound right. For example, we say heavy rain, not strong rain. Recognizing these strong word pairings helps you predict not just what kind of word fits grammatically, but also which specific word will complete the thought naturally. The key insight here is that test writers often rely on your knowledge of natural English phrasing. If you know a common collocation, like raise awareness, you are less likely to choose an incorrect synonym and more likely to select the precise academic phrase needed for full marks. Here are 5 examples. The study concluded that the new policy significantly improved public health. Strong verb-noun collocation. Improve plus noun. Notice how improved is followed by a noun phrase, public health. This collocation signals that the preceding verb and the following object must work together in an academic context. You cannot simply substitute a different type of word here. Researchers found strong evidence supporting this hypothesis. Adjective plus noun, collocation, strong plus evidence. This example demonstrates that adjectives and nouns must match in tone. If the passage was about history, you might see historical context rather than just old context, Always consider the academic register required. Many factors contribute to climate instability. Common noun, collocation, contribute piece, to. This is a simple but critical example of prepositional grammar. Contributes almost always requires the preposition to. Missing this tiny word changes the meaning and makes the entire phrase grammatically incorrect. The committee presented its findings at the conference. Governing collocation, present plus noun. Here, present is used as a verb that needs an object type's findings. This shows how certain verbs govern specific types of nouns. Mastering these common verb-noun pairs boosts your confidence in completion tasks. The data suggests a clear correlation between diet and fitness. Collocation, correlation between A and B. When you see words like correlation or relationship, they almost always require the preposition between. This is not just general grammar, it's a specific, required structure for discussing academic relationships. Let's compare 4 pairs. Affect, verb. Imperfect, noun. Action versus result. Affect is the action, effect is the result. This is one of the most common errors in academic writing. Remember that affect means to influence, which is an action word. Effect, on the other hand, is usually a noun representing the outcome or result. Due to prepositional phrase. Because of prepositional phrase. Both mean cause, but due to often refers to a specific preceding clause. While these two phrases are often interchangeable in casual speech, understanding the subtle differences can improve your formality. In writing, always check if you need a full clause or just a noun phrase to establish causality. Lesson V. Diminish 5,000, where both mean reduce, but diminish is often used for abstract quantities like light or power. Sometimes 2 words have very similar meanings. When you encounter this on a test, look at the surrounding vocabulary. If the context involves fading signals or intensity, diminish might be the more precise and natural fit. Impact, N. Impact, N only. The correct word is impact, meaning to collide, but as a noun, it refers to influence. This pair tests spelling and function. While both spellings exist in some contexts, the academic term for influence, or affect, almost always uses an A. Pay close attention to whether the word is functioning as a verb or a noun. Fill in the blanks. The initial data suggested that global warming significantly by this time next decade. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is, will have slowed. This sentence requires the future perfect tense. We use will have plus past participles when describing an action that will be completed at some point in the future. The phrase by this times is the key signal word. The committee recommend the students more resources to their research. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is allocate. This tests collocations related to academic planning. Instead of just saying give, the verb allocate is much stronger and more specific in an institutional context, pairing perfectly with resources. This specificity improves your score. Because of rising sea levels, many coastal populations on NIMBY are homes inland. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is are moving. The signal phrase because of tells us the cause. Since the situation, rising sea levels, is ongoing and happening now, we need the present continuous tense to describe this current trend or process. Few scientists spec equally that complex system without advanced modeling techniques. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. Correct answer is can understand. This tests modal verbs. Using can is more natural here than simply stating ability in the past tense. It implies a current difficulty or limitation of understanding, which fits the academic tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect. The findings were surprising to the scientific community. Correct. The findings were surprising to the scientific community. Remember that findings is a plural noun, even though it ends in "-es. Therefore, it requires the plural verb form. Were, not was. Always check your subject-verb agreement when the subject looks like a single item. Incorrect. The novel affects to change our view on history. Correct. The novel tends to affect our view on history. This error is common because affect sometimes takes a preposition. However, when using it as a verb to describe influence, it usually takes a direct object immediately following it, avoiding the need for an extra preposition like to. Incorrect. Due to the heavy traffic, we arrived late at the venue. Correct. Because of the heavy traffic, we arrived late at the venue. While often seen as interchangeable, due to is technically used to explain a result or consequence related to a specific finding. For general causal explanations in narrative text like this, because of works more naturally and is safer. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The early research into renewable energy sources has shown significant promise. However, the transition to fully sustainable power systems faces numerous hurdles. While solar panels and wind farms are cost-effective options, they require substantial initial investment, which often discourages small-scale enterprise adoption. Furthermore, modern grids must be able to seamlessly integrate fluctuating energy inputs. Question 1. Identify and correct the collocation error in this passage. The transition faces numerous hurdles. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, correction, the transition encounters as is hindered by numerous hurdles. When describing a challenge, using a strong verb like encounters or a passive phrasing like is hindered by is often more natural than the simple verb faces. This shows how synonyms and collocations can upgrade your language from basic to advanced. Question 2. Write a sentence summarizing the challenges of renewable energy using proper collocation. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the primary challenge involves securing sufficient initial investment capital for large-scale infrastructure projects. When crafting your answer, elevate your vocabulary. Instead of saying lots of money, use academic phrases like substantial capitals or significant funding. This demonstrates mastery over the precise language required in formal completion tasks. Multiple choice questions are not just vocabulary quizzes, they are tests of your ability to synthesize information. A good MCQ requires you to read the surrounding text and deduce the intended meaning of a phrase or concept. You must move beyond simply knowing definitions and start applying that knowledge within a specific narrative framework. Always ask yourself, how does this word function here in this particular paragraph? Remember, sophisticated test makers know that you can memorize many facts, but they want to see if you can apply them under pressure. Context is the key that unlocks application. When you read a passage, don't just absorb words, actively trace the relationships between ideas and characters. Here are 5 examples. The sudden economic downturn forced the company to severely downsize its workforce. Vocabulary, downsize, meaning? Do not just rely on a dictionary definition. When you see downsize, look at the surrounding words like economic downturn and forced. These phrases provide the necessary context, telling you that the downsizing was regrettable but unavoidable due to financial pressure. Despite her initial skepticism, she found the theory surprisingly compelling. Inference, tone attitude. This example tests your ability to read between the lines. The structure, despite X, Y immediately signals a contrast or shift in feeling. Your task is to identify that internal conflict, the journey from skepticism to belief. The committee decided to postpone the vote until more data was available. Grammar, appropriate phrasal verbs. Often, MCQs test your grasp of natural English flow and collocation. Instead of simply choosing a grammatically correct verb, you must select the one that sounds most idiomatic in an official or academic setting. The report's findings ultimately suggested a need for policy reform. Main idea, identifying key takeaways. When asked about the main idea, resist the urge to select a statement that is true but too specific. The best answer should be broad enough to encapsulate all the supporting details presented in the passage. The ancient ruins suggested a civilization highly skilled in astronomical observation. Synonym, choice, matching register. Pay close attention to the level of language used. If the passage is academic and formal, your chosen synonym must maintain that same high register. Choosing a casual word will signal a mismatch with the text's tone. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Testing nuance versus breadth. MCQs rarely test single facts. They test subtle distinctions in meaning. The most challenging aspect of MCQs is the nuance. Test writers know you will find options that are technically correct, so they include plausible distractors to force you into making a judgment call about which interpretation fits best. Assessing comprehension depth. They measure how deeply you process information, not just how much you recognize. If the question asks which of the following is implied, it means the answer isn't stated directly. You must connect 2 or more pieces of evidence in your mind to construct the required conclusion. Identifying false assumptions. Some options are grammatically perfect but logically impossible based on the text. Always treat every option as a hypothesis. Your job is to systematically disprove it using specific textual evidence, rather than simply agreeing with what sounds right. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect choice over statement. The author stated that global warming was the primary cause. Better choice. Appropriate qualifier. The text suggests global warming is a major contributing factor. This mistake happens when you confuse strong assertion with qualified statement. Notice the shift from stated to suggests. Test writers use verbs like suggest, implies, and contributes precisely because they are less definitive than absolute claims. Incorrect, too narrow. The primary focus of this passage is on economic policy. Correct, broader connection. The passage primarily discusses the intersection of technology and economics. A common pitfall is selecting an answer that is too narrow, focusing only on one specific paragraph. Always look for the overarching theme or the central tension that runs through the entire passage. Incorrect, keyword bias. This must be about renewable energy because it mentions solar panels. Correct, systemic view. The passage discusses sustainable infrastructure using solar panels as an example. Never let a single keyword trap you. If an option only addresses one minor detail mentioned in the text, it is probably incorrect unless that detail was explicitly labeled as the central theme. Here are 4 ways to practice. Read the question stem first. Before reading the passage, quickly read the question and check the options. This primes your brain to look for specific information. This technique is crucial for focus. By knowing what you are searching for, a name, a date, or an implication, you stop reading passively. You begin reading actively, like a detective looking for evidence. Use the process of elimination. If you are unsure, eliminate the 2 options that are the most definitively wrong. This increases your odds dramatically. Do not try to find the single correct answer immediately. Instead, challenge each option one by one. By proving A and B wrong, C becomes a much safer bet, even if it feels slightly incomplete. Map supporting evidence. When you select an answer, mentally or physically, circle the exact sentence or phrase in the text that supports your choice. This creates accountability. If you cannot point to where the test writer put the evidence for your chosen answer, it does not belong there. This habit builds strong confidence because you know your selection is anchored in the source material. Manage your time wisely. If a passage gives you trouble after 60 seconds, flag it and move on. Return to it later. Do not spend disproportionate time on a single difficult question. Whole is completion. Leaving an unanswered question because of one challenging MCQ is far worse than leaving it blank. Matching information across multiple sources goes beyond just listening to single facts. It requires you to act like a detective, gathering clues from different places within the audio. Your goal is not just to record what you hear, but to see how those pieces relate to one another. You might be asked to link a specific person to their unique achievement or connect a geographical feature to the local culture that surrounds it. This skill tests your ability to synthesize data and recognize patterns. It's about building a complete picture from fragmented details. Think of this process as building a mental map. You can't just write down isolated points. You must understand the relationships between those points. When tackling these questions, always listen with the intent to connect A to B rather than just listening for A and then listening for B. Here are 5 examples. The ancient site of Petra is famous for its elaborate rock-cut tombs and dwellings. Place feature linkage. Notice how the audio didn't just list Petra, it provided a descriptive detailed rock-cut tombs that immediately solidifies the link. This tells you that tombs is the critical piece of information to remember. Dr. Anya Sharma pioneered sustainable water purification methods in arid regions. Person achievement linkage. The key here is the verb pioneered. It narrows down her field of work dramatically. Don't just write down water, specify what she purified and where she did it. Coastal towns often rely on deep-sea fishing, but inland farming is becoming increasingly popular. Contrast comparison linkage. This example requires you to hold 2 opposing ideas in your mind simultaneously. When the sources contrast details, make sure your answer reflects that tension or difference. The Amazon River system is crucial for regulating global climate patterns. Impact importance linkage. When sources talk about importance, listen for linking words like crucial, vital, or significantly. These signal the main takeaway point you need to match. Local folklore suggests that mountain mist appears only during the full moon. Condition time linkage. The linking condition is during the full moon. If you miss this temporal restriction, your entire connection will be wrong. Always pay close attention to adverbs of time and condition. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Redundancy check. Sources often repeat key information using different words. The repetition serves as a confirmation. If the audio mentions high elevations and later says mountainous altitude, both point to the same answer. Use this redundancy as proof that your match is correct. Contextual filtering. Details are wrapped in descriptive language, helping you eliminate distractors. Good audio sources provide context. If one source describes a person's job as marine biologist and another mentions coral reefs, the context filters out any other potential jobs they might have. Synthesizing complexity. The task requires combining multiple pieces of information into one accurate statement. This is the ultimate goal, pulling apart complex, multi-part ideas. You are not just choosing a single word, you are constructing a complete thought based on all available evidence. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't just rely on sequence order, assuming the first source is the most important. Always listen for supporting evidence, treating all sources equally until the speaker guides you otherwise. A common trap is believing that because a piece of information was mentioned early, it must be correct. You must wait for the full context to confirm any detail. Don't stop at nouns and adjectives, focusing too much on single keywords. Listen for prepositions, verbs, and conjunctions, listening for the relationship or action word connecting the concepts. The how or the why of a connection is often contained in small functional words. These linking phrases are more important than the big names or places. Ignore the narrative flair, getting distracted by emotional descriptions. Focus solely on verifiable facts and connections, maintaining an objective, factual focus on the data points being matched. A speaker might use vivid language to make a story engaging. Resist the urge to get lost in the storytelling. Stick strictly to retrieving the objective data. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading mapping. Before listening, look at the sources and the questions. Build a quick mental skeleton of potential connections. This isn't just reading, it's activating your schema. By seeing the categories like person, place, or activity, you prime your brain to listen specifically for those types of inputs. The listener's checklist. Keep a running mental checklist: who, what, where, why. This ensures you capture all required variables. When the question demands 3 pieces of information, your attention must be segmented. Mentally ticking off each necessary piece as it appears will prevent you from missing one critical variable. Pairing practice. Practice tasks where sources are explicitly separated, forcing you to manually link the data. Find exercises that present two lists side by side, one list of names and one list of accomplishments. This mimicry helps build the necessary cross-referencing muscle memory. Summarizing after listening. Immediately after the audio finishes, spend 30 seconds verbally summarizing only the core links you heard. Do not look at your answer sheet right away. Force yourself to vocalize the connections aloud before checking anything. This solidifies retrieval and boosts immediate recall. Diagram and plan labeling tasks require you to use both your vocabulary and your spatial reasoning skills. You are presented with a visual. It could be a map, an architectural blueprint, or a scientific diagram that has several parts left blank. Your job is to read the accompanying text passages and accurately connect the correct label to the corresponding part of the image. Remember that these tasks test how well you can synthesize information from two different sources, the written description and the visual representation. You must imagine the space described by the words and match it precisely to what you see on the plan. This skill is much more than simple vocabulary matching. It's about visualization. When you approach these, don't just read for keywords. Look for relational adjectives like adjacent, opposite, or to the north. By actively building a mental model of the diagram as you read, your comprehension becomes far stronger. Here are 4 examples. The main entrance is located immediately north of the central courtyard. Directional labels. Notice how the text gives a precise directional relationship. If you see north, mentally draw that direction and place your label relative to the other fixed points on the diagram, like the courtyard. Students access the library via the underground pedestrian tunnel. Route connection labels. When dealing with routes or connections, look for prepositions like via, through, and connecting. These words guide you to draw an invisible path between two labeled points on the plan. The residential wing is situated directly adjacent to the main administrative block. Proximity placement labels. The word adjacent means bordering or next door. This clue tells you that the two structures must share a physical boundary line on the diagram, which helps narrow down your options quickly. A small river flows past the northern edge of the entire park area. Feature identification. Here, river is a physical feature. Always pay attention to modifiers like small, main, or northern. These adjectives provide necessary detail to distinguish one labeled feature from another. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Testing synthesis skills. These tasks require you to combine visual evidence with textual information. This is the core test of your ability to synthesize knowledge. You can't just know vocabulary, nor can you just read a map. You must make the two sources work together to form one complete picture. Improving contextual reasoning. It forces you to think about how things relate in the real world. By practicing spatial reasoning, you are improving your ability to handle complex instructions in any domain. This critical thinking skill transfers beyond exam settings and helps with everything from following directions to planning a trip. Active reading practice. You move beyond passive reading into active interpretation. Instead of simply absorbing information, you are constantly questioning, where is this? How does it connect to what I just read? This level of engagement keeps your focus high and significantly boosts retention. Let's explore the topic of diagram and plan labeling, visualizing spatial relationships. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding diagram and plan labeling, visualizing spatial relationships deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-read the instructions. Before looking at the map or diagram, read all labeled questions and understand what kind of information is required. Knowing exactly what you are looking for narrows your focus immediately. If the question asks about historical purpose, you know to ignore modern amenities when searching the text. Scan for spatial connectors. Circle or highlight words like opposite, between, beyond, and along as they appear in the reading passage. These prepositions are your biggest allies because they instantly give you a relationship marker. Treat these connecting words as signposts, guiding you to the correct area on the diagram. Eliminate and confirm. If two options seem right, use one piece of text to eliminate one option, then confirm your remaining choice with a second clue. Never settle for the first answer that seems plausible. Always cross-reference your potential label using at least two distinct pieces of evidence, one textual and one visual. Practice real maps. To build fluency, practice labeling tasks using real-world materials like city maps, university blueprints, or historical diagrams. By applying this skill to non-academic material, you make the process feel more natural. This helps solidify the strategy so that when test pressure is high, your brain defaults to a reliable method. A process description outlines a sequence of actions or steps required to complete a task. Understanding this logic means recognizing that the output of one step becomes the necessary input for the next. These descriptions are common in academic writing, technical manuals, and even simple storytelling. They always move logically from a starting point to a defined conclusion. When we talk about process logic, we aren't just listing steps, we are understanding dependency. Think of it like building with Legos. Each piece must connect correctly to the previous one for the structure to stand. Identifying these causal links is key to mastering this type of English comprehension. Here are 5 examples. First, the traveler checks in at the counter. Initial action. Notice how this first step sets the entire process in motion. It is the necessary starting point before any other action can take place. Next, they receive their boarding pass and luggage tag. The sequential result. This phase shows a clear result from the first step. The check-in gives them these essential items. This reinforces the cause and effect relationship. After that, they proceed through security screening. Transitional step. The phrase after that signals a movement to a new physical location or stage of the process. It's a key indicator that the sequence is continuing. Finally, they board the aircraft and wait for takeoff. Conclusion, endpoint. The word finally signals closure, indicating that all preceding steps have been completed. This marks the logical end of the process narrative. To complete the task, you must follow every step in order. Summary statement. Summary statement. Ultimately, regardless of what the topic is, a recipe or a bureaucratic procedure, the core message remains: sequence matters. If you skip step 3, the whole process breaks down. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Comprehension, mastery. Process text tests your ability to track complex information. In academic settings, the goal is often not just comprehension, but accurate information transfer. If you miss one step, your entire understanding of the system fails. Causality and logic. Understanding why something happens at a certain point. High-level English writing frequently focuses on causality, the reason for an action. Recognizing these cause and effect relationships elevates your comprehension far beyond simple understanding of words. First, strategy success. Predicting the flow in reading and listening tasks. Knowing process logic allows you to anticipate what information should come next. This proactive approach is highly effective for test strategies, allowing you to read with purpose. Let's explore the topic of flowchart and process completion, understanding sequence logic. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding flowchart and process completion, understanding sequence logic deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Visualize the flow. Mentally map the steps as you read or listen. Don't just read the words, draw a mental flowchart. Pretend you are mapping out the system yourself. This physical visualization greatly aids retention and understanding. Identify the end goal. Always know what the process is trying to achieve. Before diving into the steps, ask yourself, what is the final product here? Keeping that ultimate goal in mind helps you filter out irrelevant details and focus only on necessary actions. Use a timeline approach, numbering or bullet pointing as you summarize. When reviewing texts, physically numbering the steps forces you to confirm causality. If you find yourself listing items without numbers, you are missing the sequential logic required for deep understanding. Practice different domains. Use recipes, historical accounts, and technical guides. Do not limit your practice only to academic texts. Applying this skill to everyday material like cooking or giving directions makes the concept stickier and more applicable in real life. Short answer questions require you to extract specific information and present it clearly, often within a strict word count. The goal is not just to provide an answer, but to provide the most grammatically precise and lexically appropriate answer possible. This format tests your ability to be concise while maintaining academic tone. Remember that every spelling error or minor grammatical slip can cost you crucial points in scoring. When tackling these types of questions, you must adopt a highly targeted reading strategy. Do not write full sentences unless the prompt explicitly asks for them. Aim for phrases or single key words. By focusing on efficiency and accuracy, you demonstrate true mastery over both your content knowledge and your English grammar. Here are 4 examples. Due to increased traffic congestion in central business districts. This phrase maintains a formal tone and is highly specific. Notice how this response uses sophisticated phrasing instead of simply stating traffic is bad. By using the full prepositional phrase, you show grammatical range while still being extremely brief. It elevates the answer beyond simple vocabulary retrieval. Remote work models decrease overhead costs for companies. It answers the question directly and uses strong academic verbs like decrease. The effectiveness here lies in its directness. The student has identified the core relationship cause and effect and stated it using professional vocabulary. Avoid weak verbs, choose those that convey tangible meaning. A shift towards sustainable energy sources is inevitable. Excellent use of abstract nouns, shift, energy, and modal verbs. Using words like inevitables or paradigm demonstrates a broad academic lexicon. These advanced terms allow you to comment on complex global issues without needing extensive descriptive writing, keeping the answer tight. The economic disparity between urban and rural areas. This functions perfectly as a noun phrase, defining the problem area. When describing a concept or problem, framing it as a precise noun phrase is often best. This technique allows you to show conceptual understanding while maintaining absolute conciseness. It's powerful academic writing in miniature. Let's compare 4 pairs. Too many people live in big cities. Urbanization is leading to population density increases. Use nominalization and academic vocabulary. The shift from peoples to population densities immediately elevates the formality of your writing. Nominalizing verbs and nouns shows that you are thinking like an expert in the field, not just a casual commenter. It is really important for kids to learn coding. Coding skills are crucial for developing future workforce readiness among youth. Replace common phrases with formal academic language. Notice how really important becomes crucial and kids becomes youth. This isn't just about sounding smart. It's about matching the register of the test to the professional, scholarly tone expected in IELTS. The pollution is bad for animal life. Pollutants severely jeopardize local biodiversity and wildlife habitats. Use strong verbs and precise scientific terminology. Instead of saying something is bad, use active, powerful verbs like jeopardize or undermine. This not only makes the writing stronger, but also shows that you have specialized knowledge about the topic. More government spending on green energy is needed. Increased governmental investment in renewable energy infrastructure is necessary. Focus on abstract nouns and formal structures. The change from spending to investments and needed to is necessaries makes the statement sound more authoritative. Always try to frame your ideas using sophisticated, abstract concepts rather than simple actions. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The lack of funding are hurting the local community. Strong, the lack of funding is hurting the local community. This mistake involves subject-verb agreement. Remember that when the true subject is a singular noun like lack, it controls the verb, even if other plural words follow it. Always identify the core noun acting as the subject. Weak global warming effect can be seen on many kinds of ecosystems. Strong, the effects of global warming are visible across various ecosystems. Here we fix the pluralization and prepositions. Effect needs to be plural and kinda should always be replaced by a single formal phrase like various types or various kinds. Precision matters. Weak, if they will improve transportation, people use less car. Strong, if transportation improves, people use fewer cars. This addresses conditional grammar and quantifiers. In a first conditional structure, we use the simple present tense in the if clause, not will. Additionally, remember that cars is countable, so we must use fewer instead of less. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-drafting key phrases. Before writing any answer, list 3 or 4 high-level phrases and collocations related to the topic. Think of these key phrases as academic building blocks. If you know strong ways to talk about economic growth or environmental impact, your brain can quickly retrieve them under pressure, ensuring sophisticated vocabulary is used. The reverse outline method. After reading the prompt and source text, write down only the main idea of each paragraph in bullet points. This forces critical extraction. This method helps you filter out unnecessary detail and focus purely on the core message required by the question. It trains your brain to see the spine of the argument rather than getting lost in supporting examples. Targeted vocabulary mapping. Keep a small list of synonyms that fit academic writing, e.g., instead of big, use extensive or vast. Don't just memorize definitions, memorize alternatives. When you find yourself using a simple, common word, immediately prompt your brain to recall its more sophisticated synonym. This improves both vocabulary range and register. Self-correction checklist. 1. Agreements. 2. Countable, uncountable. 3. Tense consistency. Before submitting your answer, spend 30 seconds quickly reviewing these 3 items. Focusing on agreement and countability catches the most common, point-losing grammatical errors under time pressure. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A recent study suggests that mandatory bike lanes significantly reduce urban carbon emissions and improve community health. However, opponents argue that these lanes consume valuable space needed for parking and private vehicles. Question 1. What is the primary benefit cited by proponents? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is reduced carbon emissions through improved cycling infrastructure. Focus on naming the mechanism of the benefit, not just listing it. The key requirement here was identifying both what's, emissions, and how's, cycling infrastructure, making your answer comprehensive yet brief. Question 2. What is the main objection raised by opponents? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the encroachment on space required for vehicle parking. When you see a contrast or an opposing view, use strong linking phrases in your mind. The answer must be a noun phrase that captures the core conflict, the trade-off between bikes and car-sousing formal terminology. Summary completion tasks require you to take a lengthy passage and capture its main points using limited words. The goal is not simply to repeat facts, but to articulate the central arguments in your own concise language. Think of it like distilling a large pot of tea down to its most potent essence. You must identify the core thesis statement that the entire text supports or argues for. Remember that we are looking for the overarching message, not just isolated pieces of information. When you approach these questions, resist the urge to simply copy phrases from the reading passage. The test setters intentionally use complex academic language, but they want to see your ability to paraphrase and synthesize. Focus on identifying topic shifts. These shifts often mark the transition between different core arguments. Here are 4 examples. The initial research focused heavily on coastal erosion patterns and historic datasets. Notice how the detail here is very specific. When summarizing, you need to zoom out. Instead of mentioning coastal erosion and historic datasets, your summary should simply state that the research focused on environmental changes over time. Therefore, a multifaceted approach integrating satellite imaging with ground surveys is necessary for accurate prediction. Your argument. This sentence contains the main argument. It's not just about satellites or surveys, it's that both must be combined. Key summarization words here are, therefore, which signals a conclusion. While some early critics questioned its scalability and funding sources, the technology proved revolutionary. Counter-argument shift. The phrase, while some early critics questioned, is a signal of contrast. When summarizing, you must capture this tension. There was initial doubt, but ultimately, it succeeded. Consequently, policymakers are now recommending that all nations adopt carbon-neutral transport strategies immediately. Illusion, action. This is the ultimate takeaway. By identifying consequently, you know this sentence represents the final recommendation or call to action from the entire passage. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Filtering noise from signal. The passage will be loaded with supporting examples and statistics designed to distract you. In any academic text, the signal is always the main claim, while the noise consists of anecdotes or specific data points. Your job is to ignore the noise, the how and when, and focus only on the what. This requires active reading, maintaining flow and logic. A good summary must connect ideas smoothly, reflecting the logical progression of the original author. Do not treat each point as an isolated fact. The test expects you to show how point A logically leads to point B, using transitional phrases in your mind or even in your answer if permitted. The paraphrasing imperative. Using unique vocabulary and grammatical structures proves genuine comprehension. If you use the exact language from the passage, it might be considered plagiarism or simply a failed attempt at synthesis. True skill lies in rewording complex ideas while keeping the original meaning perfectly intact. Sometimes the core argument isn't stated explicitly, you have to synthesize it from multiple paragraphs. Look for patterns of agreement or repeated thematic concepts across different sections. Pay close attention to verb tense shifts. These often indicate a change in focus, such as moving from past research findings to current recommendations. Finally, practice backward summarizing, where you read only the question prompt and try to predict what kind of information the passage must contain. This deep dive moves beyond just finding synonyms, it's about structural comprehension. When an author shifts from discussing history to predicting the future, that pivot is a major argumentative signal that must be captured in your summary. Recognizing these rhetorical structures is what elevates your performance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Time management strategy. Allocate your reading time proportionally. If there are 6 summary questions, do not spend 70% of your time on the first 3. Pace yourself. Treat the passage and the question set as a unit. When you finish the text, immediately move to drafting answers before rereading. This prevents you from losing focus or recalling details incorrectly. The 2-pass approach. First pass, skim for topic and general flow. Second pass, read slowly, specifically looking only for ideas that fit the summary gaps. This strategic 2-pass method is much more efficient than trying to read every word with intense focus. The initial skim primes your brain for the necessary information types. Drafting and reviewing. Write your summary points using bullet points first, then connect them into fluid sentences only if asked. Drafting points separately allows you to focus purely on content accuracy before worrying about complex grammar or flow. This separation of tasks minimizes cognitive load. Checking for internal consistency. Read your completed summary aloud, imagining the reader sees it. Does it make perfect sense? Is the logic sound? This final check is crucial because a grammatically correct answer can still be logically flawed if you misinterpreted the passage's intended sequence. Readability and coherence are part of identifying the core argument. When you're listening for specific details, you need to be ready for the unexpected. Test creators rarely ask questions using the exact words spoken in the recording. Instead, they use paraphrasing wording or restating the information. Your job is not just to hear the words, but to understand the core meaning behind them. Pay close attention to synonyms and shifts in sentence structure throughout the audio. The hardest part about paraphrasing isn't vocabulary, it's recognizing that a simple rephrasing means the information hasn't changed, only the presentation has. Think of your listening skills like being a semantic detective, always hunting for the underlying meaning rather than just matching keywords. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Maria and Ben are discussing their upcoming history presentation. Maria started by saying that the research material is quite extensive, so they might need more time than originally allocated for the initial draft. Ben agreed, pointing out that gathering all the supporting data from multiple archives will definitely add complexity. He suggested that perhaps they should focus on 3 key themes rather than trying to cover everything in depth. Maria liked this idea. She thought limiting their scope would actually make the presentation stronger and more manageable. They concluded that by narrowing their approach, they could ensure a higher quality output, which is much better for their final grade. Question 1. According to Maria, what was the initial challenge with their research? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the volume of the material required more time than expected. This question tests your ability to recognize synonyms. The audio mentioned extensive and more time, but the answer requires you to paraphrase that concept back into a clear, concise summary. Question 2. What key strategy did Ben propose for managing the project scope? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they should narrow their focus to 3 main topics. Here, we are testing structural understanding. The speaker suggested focusing on 3 themes, which is a complete rephrasing of limiting their scope, so you must grasp the core instruction. Question 3. What did Maria conclude about limiting their research topics? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, she believed it would improve the overall quality and make it easier to finish. This final question requires synthesizing 2 ideas, stronger, better quality, and more manageables, easier to finish. Paraphrasing often asks you to combine multiple supporting details into one answer. Here are 5 examples. The research material is quite extensive, meaning the amount of data was very large, used when the question asks about volumes or scopes. Notice how quite extensive in the audio might translate to a written question like, what challenged their initial timeline? You need to connect synonyms for size and difficulty. Will definitely add complexity, meaning it will make the task harder or more involved. Synonym replacement. When you hear a phrase like add complexity, don't just translate it literally, understand that it implies increased difficulty, which is a commonly used paraphrased concept in test questions. Focus on 3 key themes, meaning limit the subject matter to 3 main points. Structural change. The shift from focusing to limiting is a structural paraphrase. It shows that you must understand the intent of the advice, not just the verbs used. Higher quality output, meaning a better final product or result. Conceptual link. Sometimes the test question won't use outputs, they might ask about the final grade. This is a conceptual paraphrasal linking an academic outcome to its direct, measurable result. Narrowing their approach, meaning reducing the breadth or scope of work. Idiomatic synonym. Phrases like narrowing their approach are often used in academic settings to mean something simpler, like focusing intensely. These idiomatic expressions require context clues for accurate interpretation. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The team leader advised them to first blank their existing resources before asking for external funding. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is assess. This vocabulary item, assess, means to evaluate or estimate the value. In a test context, this might be paraphrased as reviews or evaluate, always keep potential synonyms in mind when studying. They discovered that their initial plan was too blank and needed adjustment. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ambitious. To say something is ambitious means it aims for a lot, but in this context, the speaker implies it's unrealistic or excessive. Listeners must grasp both the literal and implied meaning. She quickly had to blank her notes because she spoke too fast. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is take. Here, take down is a phrasal verb. If you miss the whole phrase, don't panic. The core meaning to record information is what matters for understanding the flow of conversation. We need to blank out deadlines if we want to submit a perfect report. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is adjust. Understanding verb synonyms is vital. Adjust means making small changes, but paraphrasers might use words like modify, which convey the same core meaning of slight revision. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active pre-listening prediction. Before the audio starts, rapidly read the questions and predict what kind of vocabulary or structure you might hear. Don't just skim. Actively predicting helps prime your brain for certain types of language. If the question mentions economic impact, immediately prepare yourself for words like fiscal, revenue, or market. This focused anticipation is key. Targeted shadowing. Listen to short clips and repeat what you hear immediately, focusing specifically on how speakers link ideas using linking phrases. Shadowing improves your ability to process rapid speech and helps you internalize natural connecting language. Pay extra attention to discourse markers like, however, on the other hand, or that being said. Self-correction dictation. Listen to a passage, pause, write down what you think you heard, then play it again and correct your transcript. Focus on linking words. This technique forces deep engagement with the sound itself, not just the meaning. When you catch an error, ask yourself, was it pronunciation or was it a mislinking phrase that changed the entire context? Question mapping. As you listen, don't try to memorize answers. Instead, map out the relationship between the question keywords and where they are mentioned in the recording. Treat the listening process like a scavenger hunt. If the question asks about cost, quickly scan your mental notes for any related financial terms like expense or budget allocation to locate the answer source. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Sarah and Tom are organizing an academic conference. Sarah mentioned that the venue's main lecture hall has a limited capacity for attendees, which is going to be a major constraint. Tom suggested they should implement staggered presentation slots throughout the day instead of having everything back to back. He added that managing visitor flow will require careful coordination with security staff. Sarah agreed, noting that this change in schedule would actually enhance the overall attendee experience by preventing overcrowding and allowing time for networking breaks. They decided to draft a detailed timeline immediately. Question 1. What major logistical issue did the team identify regarding the location? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the main hall has restricted seating capacity. This question requires recognizing limited capacities as a paraphrase for restricted seating. The difficulty here is linking the limitation of space to the overall logistics. Problem. Question 2. What solution did Tom propose to improve the conference flow? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they should schedule presentation times at different intervals. The audio used staggered presentation slots, but the answer requires you to rephrase that concept as a more common, understandable sequence at different intervals. This is pure paraphrasing practice. Dealing with lists and enumeration is a common stumbling block in IELTS listening. The speakers often move quickly between points, making it hard to track the sequence. Your goal isn't just to catch key words, it's to understand the structure of their argument. When you hear firstly, in addition, or finally, these are signposts telling you that a list is starting or ending. Don't panic if you miss one item, because sometimes the list items are related conceptually rather than strictly sequentially. Instead, visualize the information as a mind map in your head. Anticipate what kind of point might come next. Is it a cause? Origin? Or simply another example? If the speaker moves from points to details, pause mentally and identify the main category first. This grouping strategy helps you maintain focus even when the sheer volume of information is high. The most important thing to remember here is that predicting isn't about guessing, it's about using context clues. If they just listed 3 types of pollution, your brain should anticipate a potential 4th or 5th point that completes the pattern. Treat these academic recordings like detective work. You are mapping out the speaker's thought process. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Today we're discussing key considerations for modern urban development. First and foremost, efficient public transport is crucial. This includes expanded subway lines and dedicated bus lanes to reduce congestion. Secondly, integrating green spaces must be mandatory. We need more parks, rooftop gardens, and accessible natural areas within city limits. Furthermore, sustainable housing solutions are essential. This means mandating energy-efficient building codes and promoting community-based architecture over single-family homes that consume too much land. Finally, smart technology deployment cannot be ignored. Implementing intelligent waste management systems and optimizing traffic flow using real-time data ensures that the city remains livable and adaptable for future generations. Question 1. What was listed as the first consideration for modern urban development? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is efficient public transport. This question tests your ability to identify the initial point, regardless of how complex the topic is. Focus on the transitional phrases like first and foremost, because they signal exactly what piece of information you need to capture. Question 2. According to the passage, what must sustainable housing solutions prioritize? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is energy-efficient building codes. Here, we are testing if you can pinpoint a specific requirement within a broader category. When the speaker uses means, they are defining or expanding on the preceding concept, so listen closely for those definitions. Question 3. Which element was highlighted as essential for keeping a city adaptable? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is smart technology deployment. The final points often wrap up the argument. If you get lost in the middle, remember to pay attention to transition words like finallys or ensures, as they signal the conclusion of the list. Here are 5 examples. First and foremost, signals the primary or most important point. This phrase is a high priority marker. When you hear this, your immediate task should be to write down the core subjects of that first piece of information, even if the details are dense. Secondly, indicates a sequential point in the list. The structure, firstly. Secondly, provides a clear roadmap. Use this predictability to your advantage. You know exactly what type of information is coming next. Furthermore, add supplementary or related evidence. Unlike secondly, furthermore suggests that the point isn't necessarily sequential but complementary. It means the speaker is building on an idea rather than just listing items. This includes provide specific examples or scope for the general point made. Listen immediately after this phrase. The speaker will usually list concrete examples like specific types of transport or gardens, which are often the key answers in your listening test. Signals the conclusion of the main points. This is your warning sign. It means the list is almost over. Pay close attention because the concluding point is often summarized or emphasized in a way that makes it highly memorable for the test setters. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To start a study group, you should first agree on a core topic of blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is focus. In academic writing and speaking, core often means central or main. Recognizing that a list structure starts with defining the scope helps you predict the type of noun needed for the blank. Next, divide your reading material into manageable blank to avoid feeling overwhelmed. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is sections. The word manageable implies dividing something large into smaller pieces. When you hear advice like this, think of physical actions like breaking up a book or a chapter. Remember to set specific goals for each blank so everyone knows what success looks like. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is session. The word session refers to a period of time dedicated to an activity. It's a common vocabulary point in IELTS that relates to recurring, structured events. Finally, always allocate time for summarizing and blank the key takeaways. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is review. The phrase key takeaways means the most important lessons. If you hear advice about consolidating knowledge, words like summarize, reflect, or reviews are strong candidates. Here are 4 ways to practice. Preempting vocabulary groups. Before listening, predict the related vocabulary. If the topic is climate change, prepare words like emissions, mitigation, and biodiversity. This preloading technique is much stronger than just memorizing definitions. It forces your brain to categorize related terms together. When you hear a word you know, your focus automatically sharpens. Mapping the list structure. As the list progresses, mentally map the relationship between items, e.g. item 1 is a cause, item 2 is an effect. Don't just treat the points as simple bullet points. Understanding how they connect us, one point modifying another? Are they alternative solutions? Will help you distinguish main ideas from supporting details. Using chunking and pacing. Break the audio into smaller, digestible chunks of information rather than trying to listen for the entire passage at once. This is about pacing. When you feel your attention slipping, mentally take a deep breath and tell yourself, I only need to focus on this next sentence. It prevents cognitive overload. Immediate note transformation. Do not write full sentences. Use symbols, arrows, abbreviations, and initialisms to capture the relationship between ideas instantly. The goal of note-taking and listening is speed, not completeness. If you spend time forming perfect English sentences on paper, you will fall behind the speaker's pace. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. To successfully conduct a literature review for your thesis, there are several mandatory stages. First, you must define your scope by establishing clear parameters. What exactly will the paper cover? Next, systematically gather source material. Don't just use Google. Utilize academic databases like JSTOR and EBSCOhost to ensure credibility. After collecting sources, the third step is synthesizing the information. This means grouping similar arguments together rather than summarizing each article individually. Crucially, when you write your draft, remember that every claim must be supported by a citation. Finally, dedicate adequate time for rigorous editing and proofreading. A poorly referenced paper loses all academic weight, regardless of how brilliant the ideas are. Question 1. What is the purpose of establishing clear parameters in a literature review? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to define the scope of the research. This question targets the crucial difference between simply collecting sources and properly defining what those sources should address. The phrase, define your scopes, immediately tells you the main action required. Question 2. Why is synthesizing information more effective than summarizing articles individually? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is because it groups similar arguments together. This tests your understanding of technical academic language. Synthesizing isn't just mixing sources, it's creating a new cohesive argument by grouping related ideas that the source documents might have kept separate. Deep comprehension means going beyond the literal text. We are moving past simple skimming and detailed summarization to truly inferring meaning. This advanced skill requires us to read between the lines, understanding what the author suggests without stating it directly. Instead of asking, "What did they say?" we must ask, "What does this imply?" This shift from literal reading to interpretive reading is perhaps the hardest step in academic comprehension. When you encounter an ambiguous statement, don't panic, pause, and consider what information must be true for that sentence to make sense within the overall context. Think of it as reconstructing the author's full thought process. Here are 4 examples. While early studies focused on correlation, recent meta-analyses demonstrate a clear causal link between diet and cognitive decline. Key transition words, while, demonstrate, signal a shift from limited understanding to established fact. The implication is that earlier research was flawed or incomplete. Notice how the phrase meta-analyses demonstrate immediately elevates the tone. This isn't just reporting data, it's making a definitive claim based on synthesizing multiple sources. When you see strong verbs like demonstrate, assume the author has concrete, supporting evidence. The committee recommendations, while robust in theory, failed to account for local economic variability. The phrase failed to account for implies a significant weakness or omission in the original plan, even if it sounds neutral. This is a perfect example of negative implication. The author isn't saying the recommendations are bad, but they failed to account for something crucial. Always look for verbs related to failure, limitation, or exclusion. These often signal criticism. Consequently, policymakers must now consider integrating behavioral science principles into public health messaging. The use of consequently anchors the conclusion directly to a problem previously mentioned in the text. The implication is that current policies are inadequate. Transitions like consequently, therefore, or as a result, are guideposts for academic writing. They tell you without fail that the idea stated immediately after is the direct logical consequence of the preceding argument. Use these to map an author's chain of reasoning. This deep dive into sociolinguistics suggests a fundamental need for revised educational curricula. The structure suggests a fundamental need is highly suggestive. We are meant to infer that curriculum revision is mandatory, not just helpful. Remember that academic writing often uses cautious language words like suggests, indicates, or appears to. However, when the author links this suggestion to a fundamental need, it raises the urgency and importance of the implied action. Let's compare 4 pairs. Scientific abstract, goal. Opinion editorial, goal. Purpose of writing. The primary difference here is purpose. Abstracts aim for neutrality and comprehensive summary, summarizing what was found. Editorials, however, are designed to persuade the reader toward a specific viewpoint, making them inherently subjective. Scientific abstract, tone. Opinion editorial, tone. Language register. Abstracts use objective language, relying on data and measurable outcomes. Editorials frequently employ emotionally charged vocabulary and strong rhetoric to evoke agreement or disagreement from the reader. Scientific abstract, focus. Opinion editorial, focus. Scope of discussion. An abstract must maintain a tight focus on its specific research question. An editorial, conversely, often takes a much broader scope, drawing on multiple related issues to build up an overall persuasive case. Scientific abstract, evidence. Opinion editorial, evidence. Source of authority. Authority in abstracts comes from quantifiable data and methodology. In editorials, authority is often built through expert quoting or appeal to shared societal values rather than raw numbers. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The initial resistance to sustainable farming practices was largely due to a perceived conflict with immediate war. RE, ATA, the difficulty lies in balancing short-term profit with long-term ecological health. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is viability. Finding viabilities requires more than just reading the sentence. You have to grasp the underlying concept. The text was discussing economic necessity, so viability, meaning ability to succeed financially, is the precise academic term that captures that nuanced idea. Policymakers must address systemic issues, particularly concerning water management and resources. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is governance. Governance refers to the systems of rules and processes that manage a complex issue. If the text discussed how many different groups were involved in protecting resources, governance is likely the required word as it addresses the structure itself. Furthermore, the adoption of circular economy models requires significant shifts in consumer time, moving away from disposable goods. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is mindset. When a text moves from discussing physical products to human behavior or attitudes toward consumption, look for words like mindsets or paradigm shift. These terms signal that the required answer is conceptual rather than purely technical. Effective educational reforms must therefore integrate practical application alongside theoretical knowledge, fostering a more wand-like environment for students. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is holistic. Holistic means considering the whole picture, mind, body, and spirit in this context. If the passage emphasizes that skills need to be integrated across multiple academic areas, holistics is the precise way to summarize that comprehensive approach. Here are 4 ways to practice. Question everything. Treat the text like a courtroom trial. For every claim made by the author, mentally ask yourself, what evidence supports this? And, is there an alternative explanation I am missing? This technique is about developing intellectual suspicion. Don't accept claims at face value. Instead, treat them as hypotheses that need supporting proof. This habit of skepticism dramatically improves your critical reading skills. Mapping conceptual links. When you identify a key argument, don't just underline the sentence. Instead, draw an arrow connecting it to another idea in the text and label the connection, e.g., G. Causes is refuted by supports. This is active visualization. By physically mapping these conceptual links on a draft copy, you are forcing your brain to see the structure of the argument rather than just its sequence. It transforms passive reading into strategic analysis. Predicting paragraph shifts. Before starting a new paragraph, quickly reread the last sentence of the previous section. This helps you predict what topic or counter-argument is coming next. Prediction isn't about guessing, it's about preparing your mental framework for incoming information. If the previous paragraph was about economic benefits and the shift happens with a critical tone, you can anticipate that the new section will introduce limitations or costs. Identifying rhetorical moves. Pay attention to sudden changes in tone, use of anecdotes, or dramatic examples. These are often where the author introduces their real-world argument or emotional anchor. Rhetoric is the art of persuasion. Recognizing when an author switches from dry data to a vivid story tells you that the storyteller intends for you to feel something. This feeling is usually connected directly to the core thesis. Listening for specific details, like names or dates, is one of the most challenging skills in English listening. Our brains often try to understand the general meaning, which can make us lose focus on critical data points. The key strategy here is to switch from listening for meanings to listening for information. You need to treat every piece of data or number, a name, or a year as if it were an underlined word in a text. When you approach the audio, don't try to catch everything. Instead, predict what kind of detail you are listening for based on the prompt. If the question asks, how many? Your brain should immediately filter out descriptive adjectives and only lock onto numerical sounds. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Good morning. Today we are unveiling the findings from the newly excavated Roman villa site near Ostia Antica. This collection is quite remarkable and dates back to roughly 1788 AD, providing an unprecedented look at daily life for that era. Our lead archaeologist, Dr. Eleanor Vance, spent 7 grueling months on site, meticulously cataloguing thousands of artifacts. She discovered several unique pieces of pottery, including a rare set labeled Series C, used primarily in the third quarter of the year. Furthermore, the initial funding grant was awarded on October 12th, making this discovery extremely valuable for historical records. We estimate that over 24 items were catalogued before the end of last month. Please note the opening exhibition period runs from November 5th until December 3rd. Question 1. What is the approximate date range of the villa's artifacts? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is roughly 1788 AD. This question specifically tests your ability to isolate a precise historical date. Listen for time markers like dates back to, as they signal the exact period you need to remember. Question 2. How long did Dr. Vance spend on the excavation site? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is 7 grueling months. Here, we are listening for a duration, which is often phrased with units of time like months or years. Don't let descriptive words distract you from the core number and unit. Question 3. What is the closing date for the opening exhibition? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is December 3rd. Pay attention to prepositions of time, such as from, until, or between. These phrases frame the critical dates you need to capture accurately. Here are 5 examples. Dates back to roughly 1788 AD. Indicates the approximate time period or year of origin. When you hear phrases like dating back to, it immediately signals that a specific date is coming. Remember to write down both the number and the century or AD/BC reference. Dr. Eleanor Vance. The full name of a person responsible for the discovery. Names can be challenging because English speakers often link them together quickly. Try to mentally segment the first name and the last name as distinct pieces of information. 7 grueling months. A quantifiable duration or time period. Don't just hear months. Note the specific number and the adjective used. Sometimes the adjectives help confirm that the detail is a measure of time. October 12th. Specific day and month combination. Hearing dates requires listening for both cardinal numbers, the date, and ordinal numbers like 12th. Practice listing the full format, month plus day. Third quarter of the year. A specific segment or fraction of a larger period. Be aware that quarter can mean several things: a season, a business report, or a part of time. Context clues are crucial to determine which specific meaning is intended. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The team was able to pinpoint the artifact's origin to the correct century, finally establishing its blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is provenance. Provenance refers to the history of ownership or origin. If you hear a word related to source or history, it might be this specific vocabulary item. Due to the delicate nature of the items, they must be catalogued in consecutive batches over the next blank weeks. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is 4. When numbers are used with units like weeks or years, always write the number out if it is clearly stated as a word, which helps solidify your recall. Our initial research suggests that the site will be closed for 3 days starting on blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is May 10th. Note how speakers might combine dates, 3 days followed by a specific date. Listen for the sequence of numbers and months. Archaeologists are currently revising their timeline to accommodate the new findings from blank. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is the southern quadrant. Specific locations or areas can be described using directional terms like quadrant, sector, or cardinal points. These specific geographic markers are often key details. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active highlighting and predict writing. Before listening, look at the questions or prompts. This forces your brain to predict what kind of detail, a name, a number you are about to hear. Prediction is your most powerful tool. If you know the speaker is discussing budgets, prepare yourself for currency symbols and percentages. This preloads your auditory focus. Dictation, full sentence practice. Don't just write down keywords. Write down every single word, including articles like a, the, and conjunctions like and. By dictating entire sentences, you train your ear to process the flow of connected speech rather than isolating individual words. This improves your fluency in capturing details. Shadowing, minimal pair focus. Repeat what you hear immediately after the speaker, mimicking speed and intonation. Pay special attention to minimal pairs, e.g. 2 versus 2. Shadowing improves your auditory discrimination skills dramatically. It forces you to compare exactly what you think you heard versus what was actually uttered. The 2 passes system. Listen once for the general idea and listen a second time specifically looking only for the details, names, dates based on your notes. Do not try to master comprehension and detail extraction in one go. By separating these tasks into 2 distinct passes, you reduce cognitive load and improve accuracy. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Welcome to the Global Ecology Summit. Please take note about detailed schedule for the first day. The keynote address, featuring renowned botanist Dr. Javier Morales, is scheduled promptly at 9 o'clock in the Grand Hall. His talk will cover tropical biodiversity and should last no more than 50 minutes. Following this, from 11 a.m. to midday, there will be a panel discussion on sustainable agricultural practices. We must remember that all presenters are required to submit their final abstracts by Friday, March 22nd. Lunch breaks are scheduled for 1 o'clock, giving participants 60 minutes before the afternoon session begins at 2:30 p.m. Attendees should check the updated map posted in booth 405 for dietary restrictions and room changes. Question 1. At what specific time is Dr. Morales' keynote address scheduled? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is 9 o'clock or 9,000 a.m. This passage requires listeners to filter out descriptive context, renowned botanist, and focus purely on the temporal marker. Promptly at 9 o'clock. Always look for time adverbs like scheduled or at. Question 2. What is the deadline date for submitting final abstracts? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is Friday, March 22nd. When multiple dates are mentioned, like the start of a discussion versus a submission, deadline listen carefully for time prepositions like by's or. 4. These signal the absolute deadline. Identifying the main idea versus supporting evidence is a crucial advanced listening skill. The challenge lies in distinguishing between what the speaker is trying to prove the central argument and the specific facts they use to back it up. Think of the main idea as the umbrella statement and the supporting details as the rain falling underneath it. We need strategies to help us hear those signposts. The key takeaway here isn't just rote memorization, it's about structural analysis. When you listen actively, try mapping out the speaker's argument in your mind. If they introduce a general statement and then follow it with 3 specific statistics or examples, that general statement is almost certainly the core message. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Many modern city planners are realizing that integrating green spaces isn't just an aesthetic choice, it's a necessity for public health. The primary role of these parks is to mitigate the urban heat islands effect, which significantly raises local temperatures. For example, studies have shown that neighborhoods with adequate tree canopy coverage can maintain temperatures up to 3 degrees cooler than concrete-heavy areas. Furthermore, green spaces provide essential recreational areas, encouraging physical activity among residents of all ages. Consider the documented reduction in stress levels observed when people spend time near nature. This is vital for mental wellness. Finally, these natural filters help manage stormwater runoff and improve local air quality by absorbing pollutants. Therefore, investing heavily in urban forestry must become a core municipal priority. Question 1. What is the central argument presented about green spaces? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is that integrating green spaces is essential for public health and environmental stability. This question requires you to filter out all the specific examples: the temperature difference, stress reduction, pollution control. The correct answer must be a broad statement that encapsulates the entire passage's purpose. Question 2. What specific evidence did the speaker use regarding temperature mitigation? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is green canopy coverage can maintain temperatures up to 3 degrees cooler than concrete heavy areas. This is a retrieval question. You are focusing only on one piece of data. This proves you were listening for a detailed example, not trying to grasp the overall concept. Question 3. According to the speaker, what must become a core municipal priority? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is investing heavily in urban forestry. Listen for summarizing language like therefore or in conclusion. These are strong signal phrases that point directly to the main action item or takeaway from the entire monologue. Here are 5 examples. Isn't just an aesthetic choice, it's a necessity. Signals a shift from opinion, aesthetic, to core importance, necessity. Signals the main argument. When you hear not only X but also Y or similar contrasting language, pay close attention. The speaker is explicitly elevating one point over another, which helps guide your focus toward the more important claim. The primary role of these parks is to mitigate. Directly introduces the main function or most critical argument. Phrases like the primary role, chief purpose, or fundamentally act as signposts. They tell you exactly where the speaker wants your attention focused for the main idea. For example, studies have shown that this immediately signals supporting evidence or a specific case study. When you hear, for instance, such as, or to illustrate, mentally signal to yourself, okay, this is detail. I need to write down the main idea instead. This prevents over-focusing on facts. Furthermore, these natural filters help. A transition marker that adds a related but separate supporting point. Transition words are your best friends in listening comprehension. They map the speaker's thought process for you. They are essentially signposts guiding you through supporting points one by one. Therefore, investing heavily must become a core municipal priority. A concluding transition that summarizes the entire argument into a call to action or final idea. Always listen for conclusion markers like in summary, to conclude, or therefore. These segments are almost always where the speaker restates or re-emphasizes their central, overarching message. Listen again and fill in the missing words. The local committee decided to blank the park's budget allocation for next year. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is review. Understanding vocabulary like allocates or revise is vital because these words often relate directly to policy, argument, and support. Knowing they are related to planning helps you grasp the context of the main idea. They believe that better signage will blank people about local regulations. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is inform. Verbs like inform or educate are common when speakers are presenting arguments for change. They relate to the transfers of knowledge, which is usually the main point being made. Initial reports suggest that foot traffic has blank since the new path was added. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is increased. be careful not to get stuck on numbers or statistics. While foot traffic is a specific detail, the main idea might be about community engagement, which is the broader point. The city plan aims to blank green areas throughout all neighborhoods. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is expand. Words like expand or promote often define the overall goal or main trajectory of a project. If you hear these, remember they usually point toward the primary objective. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active mapping and note-taking. Use symbols or abbreviations. When the speaker gives a general statement, main idea, use an arrow pointing out from a detailed fact, evidence. Don't write paragraphs. Instead of trying to transcribe everything, focus on identifying functional units, main claims, evidence points, counter-arguments, and conclusions. This visual mapping saves time and boosts comprehension, anticipating the speaker's purpose. Before hearing a segment, ask yourself, what is the speaker trying to convince me of right now? Predict whether they are giving facts or making a definitive statement. This technique turns passive listening into active prediction. If you anticipate a statistic, but instead hear moralizing language, your focus can immediately pivot and adjust accordingly. Chunking the monologue. Mentally break the passage into 3 parts: introduction, the thesis, body, supporting evidence details, and conclusion, restatement of main idea. Most structured speeches follow this pattern. Knowing where you are in the argument helps you anticipate what kind of information should come next, allowing you to filter details more effectively. Self-correction listening. After listening, never assume you got it right just because you understood some words. Reread your notes and identify the relationship between the points. The final step is analysis. Don't settle for surface-level understanding. Always ask, which point could be removed entirely without changing the core message? That remaining idea is your main takeaway. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The global shift toward renewable energy sources is accelerating rapidly. This transformation represents a monumental opportunity to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and stabilize the climate. Solar power, for instance, has seen dramatic cost reductions over the last decade, making it competitive with traditional energy sources in many regions. Furthermore, wind farms are increasingly being built offshore, harnessing consistent ocean winds that provide immense amounts of stable energy. However, critics often point out the intermittency issue, the fact that the sun doesn't always shine and the wind doesn't always blow. To overcome this barrier, significant investment must be made in advanced battery storage technologies. Ultimately, while individual sources have their flaws, combining multiple renewables creates a robust, sustainable energy future. Question 1. What is the primary overall argument of the passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is that combining multiple renewable sources is crucial for building a stable and sustainable energy future. Notice how the speaker moves from discussing solar detail to wind detail, acknowledges flaws, counter evidence, and ends with ultimately. That final synthesis sentence usually contains the main takeaway. Question 2. What specific problem do critics raise regarding renewable energy? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the intermittency issue that solar and wind power are not always available. This question tests your ability to isolate a specific piece of counter-argumentative evidence. It is important because the speaker uses this detail only to strengthen their main argument for combining sources. Reading between the lines is an advanced comprehension skill. It means going beyond simply absorbing every stated fact and instead determining the unstated message or implication. When you infer, you are using context clues, prior knowledge, and logical reasoning to understand what the author means, even if they never explicitly say it. This requires synthesizing information from multiple parts of the text. The goal is not just recall, it's deduction. You must act like a detective, collecting textual evidence to solve the implied mystery. This skill moves past simple comprehension and into critical thinking. Remember that inference is always supported by textual evidence. You are never guessing randomly. Instead, take note of emotional language or strong adjectives. These often signal the author's tone or attitude, which is key to drawing accurate inferences. Here are 4 examples. The report noted that funding was severely curtailed after the initial launch phase. Implied cause: the program faced internal management issues or lack of measurable success. Notice how the author uses severely curtailed. This phrasing is stronger and more negative than simply saying, the funding decreased. The implication here suggests that the reduction wasn't just a minor budget adjustment, it hints at structural problems within the project itself. Sarah avoided making direct eye contact when discussing her grades. Implied emotion: she feels ashamed or guilty about her performance. We don't know why Sarah was avoiding eye contact, but in social context, this behavior strongly suggests discomfort. We are using our knowledge of human behavior to infer an emotional state that the text never directly stated. The committee meeting concluded abruptly after lunch with no formal resolution. Implied outcome: the group was unable to reach a decision or faced significant disagreement. When a process ends abruptly without a formal resolution, it suggests conflict or deadlock. You don't need the committee chair to explicitly say, "We failed." The lack of conclusion strongly implies failure to agree. The museum guide spoke in hushed tones about the artifact's origins. Implied value: the object is sacred, valuable, or fragile. It warrants secrecy. Why would someone speak in hushed tones? Because they don't want others to hear it suggests importance or vulnerability. Inferring this emotional tone helps you understand the object's significance beyond just its physical description. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading for detail: scanning. Inferential reading: skimming. Goal: finding a specific piece of data versus understanding the background meaning. If you are scanning, your focus is laser sharp. You look only for names or dates. But if you are inferring, you must zoom out and consider how all those details interact to create a bigger picture. Formal academic essay. Personal anecdote. Language: objective evidence versus subjective feeling. Academic texts use measured, neutral language to maintain objectivity. Narratives, however, rely heavily on sensory details and emotional descriptors to draw the reader into a specific feeling. Stated problem: the cause. D. Implied solution: the recommendation. Action: look for cause and effect language that suggests next steps. If a text clearly outlines a problem, the author often subtly guides you toward the necessary solution. Pay attention to transition words like consequently or therefore as they signal recommended action. Direct statement: X happened. Indirect suggestion: it was clear that X must have happened. Confidence level: high certainty versus educated conjecture. When an author uses phrases like "it is likely" or "one might assume," they are signaling that the conclusion is based on inference, not hard facts. Recognizing this difference helps you determine the weight of their claim. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The initial findings suggested that atmospheric pollution was primarily related to industrial foes, aha, not vehicle exhaust. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is output. Here, you must deduce that pollution is being categorized by its source. The blank requires a noun that describes the result of industry, their physical output, rather than just mentioning factories. It connects the concept to a measurable consequence. Because of this correlation, researchers decided to shift their focus from general pollution levels to specific industrial R. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is emissions. This requires you to infer that pollution is too broad. The context narrows the focus down logically. If they are changing their target area, they must move toward a more precise scientific term like emissions, which fits the new research direction. The data suggests that regulatory changes would need to address both industrial output and personal consumacy. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is waste. The text is drawing a conclusion about necessary policy shifts. The blank needs a word broad enough to cover both industry, output, and individual actions, making waste the most encompassing and logical choice. Therefore, future studies should prioritize establishing clear links between specific pollutants and measurable human WS. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is health. The whole passage has been building a case about pollution. The final blank clinches the main argument by pointing to the ultimate consequence of the pollution: human health. This is the core concept the author wants you to walk away with. Here are 4 ways to practice. The what-if technique. Ask yourself, what must be true in the real world for this statement to be accurate? Don't just accept what you read. By asking, what if, you force your brain into a critical evaluation mode, testing the logic of the author's argument against common sense or known scientific principles. Identify the rhetorical shift. Look for sudden changes in tone, e.g., from academic to urgent or focus. Writers often signal a shift in meaning through strong transitions, like however or conversely. These words act as signposts, telling you that the author is about to contradict, complicate, or fundamentally change their previous point. Focus on scope and limitation. Look for phrases like may suggest or limited to understand boundaries. Understanding what a study cannot do is often more important than understanding what it can do. These limitation statements narrow the scope of the argument, preventing you from overgeneralizing the findings. Synthesize across paragraphs. Don't let a key idea live in just one section, connect it to others. Inferential thinking is never linear. You must hold a central concept, say, climate change impact in your mind, and actively check every paragraph against that core theme to see how the argument builds. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The initial deployment of solar infrastructure in rural communities was remarkably successful. However, the subsequent integration phase faced unexpected resistance. Local utility providers, while supportive in principle, were hesitant to overhaul aging grid systems, citing prohibitive costs and regulatory complexities. This reluctance significantly slowed adoption rates despite clear evidence of clean energy benefits. Furthermore, many homeowners found that while the initial setup was manageable, the long-term maintenance required specialized skills they did not possess. Question 1. What is the primary obstacle preventing wider solar infrastructure adoption? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the coordination between regulatory bodies and local utility providers. The text mentions costs, regulation, and maintenance. However, the root cause highlighted repeatedly is the difficulty of changing established systems disintegration phase controlled by utilities. This suggests policy and institutional inertia are the main hurdles. Question 2. In this context, what does prohibitive most likely mean? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is too expensive to consider. When discussing costs in an infrastructure project, prohibitive goes beyond merely expensive. It implies that the cost is so high, it makes the undertaking practically impossible or unreasonable for the utility providers to accept. Following complex directions means processing more than one task in a specific order. These instructions often combine different types of information, actions, times, and prerequisites. The key is not just hearing the words, but mentally mapping out the entire sequence. Think of it as building a mental timeline or flowchart with your brain. Mastering this skill allows you to confidently navigate real-world scenarios, from following recipes to assembling furniture. When we talk about complex, we mean that multiple ideas are chained together using transition words. Don't wait for the end of the instruction set to try and understand everything. Instead, process it chunk by chunk. Focus on identifying the action verb first, as that tells you exactly what must happen. Here are 5 examples. First, preheat the oven to 350 degrees, then mix the dry ingredients and finally pour the batter into a prepared pan. culinary instructions. Notice how this example uses 3 distinct actions separated by temporal markers like then and finally. These conjunctions are your signposts. They tell you exactly when one step ends and the next begins. Always pause mentally at these transition words. To get there, take the metro downtown, transfer to the number 7 bus, and walk 3 blocks from the final stop. Navigation directions. In directional language, the sequence often involves modes of transport or physical movements. You must identify the false action for each step. It's not just take the metro, but take the metro downtown. Pay attention to specific details like directions and numbers. Before submitting your essay, you must check the citations, proofread for grammar errors, and then have a peer review it. Academic process. In academic settings, instructions often involve mandatory checkpoints or prerequisites. The phrasing before is extremely important here because it establishes an unbreakable order of operations. If you skip the citation check, the essay is incomplete. If the machine powers down automatically, unplug it first, wait 60 seconds, and then press the reset button. Technical safety procedure. These types of instructions often carry safety implications, so they are usually very precise. The word if signals a conditional sequence. You only execute steps 2 through 4 if the initial condition powering down is met. Conditions change the entire process. After registering online, print your confirmation receipt, bring it to the desk on the 2nd floor, and wait for a staff member to call your name. Logistical sequence. Here, we see a sequence tied to physical locations. Bring it to tells you what item is needed at each stage of movement. Visualizing the location of the desk on the 2nd floor helps solidify the order in your memory. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Predicting the flow of information. Knowing the topic helps you anticipate what kind of steps will follow. If the speaker is giving cooking directions, you should expect measurements and ingredients. If they are discussing travel, expect timeframes and transport methods. Using context acts as a mental filter, helping you know which details to prioritize. Identifying the core goal. Determining the final outcome or desired result is crucial for success. Understanding the ultimate objective like getting clean clothes or submitting a perfect report allows you to check your understanding at every step. You are always working backward from that main endpoint. Managing cognitive load. Breaking down large amounts of information prevents mental overload. Our brains can only hold so much temporary information. This is called working memory. By segmenting instructions, you reduce the burden and prevent missing a crucial step just because the list was too long. Let's explore the topic of following complex directions and sequences, multi-step instructions. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding following complex directions and sequences, multi-step instructions, deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Anticipate the structure. Before listening, predict how many steps there might be and what type of information they will involve. If you know you are about to hear a process, mentally prepare for a numbered list. This preemptive structuring helps your brain categorize incoming information immediately as step 1, step 2, etc. Use the listener's notebook. Write down keywords and action verbs rather than full sentences. During listening, don't try to write everything down. Instead, jot down bullet points, mix bread eggs, or check ticket. This focuses you on the critical actions and details necessary for completing the task. Paraphrase immediately. After hearing a step, briefly recite it to yourself in your own words. This technique forces active recall. If you can successfully paraphrase the instruction immediately after hearing it, you know you have grasped it. If you struggle, you know exactly where you need to focus your attention. Listen for exceptions. Pay close attention to phrases like except in case of or if necessary. Often, the most critical information isn't the main sequence, but the caveats or exceptions. Speakers may say, follow steps A, B, and C, except when the weather is poor, then do D instead. These modifications can change everything. Multi-speaker interaction tracking means more than just identifying who is talking. It requires you to map the flow of conversation in real time. You are essentially managing multiple parallel streams of information simultaneously. Think of it like following a complex, branching dialogue tree. Your goal is not just comprehension, but attribution, knowing precisely who said what and when they changed topics or interrupted someone else. The key concept here is attribution. We aren't just listening for content, we are tracking ownership of ideas. When you hear a shift in tone, topic, or even volume, make sure you mentally flag that change immediately. This prevents confusion and helps build a clear timeline of events. Here are 5 examples. Speaker A, the meeting starts at 9. Speaker B, wait, did they move it to 10? Interruption and correction. This example shows 2 distinct actions happening rapidly. Notice how Speaker B doesn't just agree, they actively challenge the initial information. You must distinguish between the stated fact and the immediate correction. Speaker A, we should prioritize marketing next quarter. Speaker C, but finance suggests we focus on infrastructure first. Conflicting priorities. Here, 2 speakers are presenting opposing ideas using different departmental perspectives. Pay attention to the connecting phrases, like but or however, as these signal a direct conflict of opinion. Speaker B, I booked us tickets for Friday afternoon. Speaker A, oh really? For which city? Information follow-up. This demonstrates a natural back and forth where one piece of information triggers an immediate need for clarification. It's crucial to track the main topic, tickets, and the specific missing detail, city. Speaker A, if we adjust the timeline, Speaker B, then we can allocate more resources. Collaborative completion. Sometimes speakers build on each other's ideas rapidly. This requires you to listen for verbal cues that show agreement or continuation rather than treating them as 2 separate points. Speaker C, remember the initial plan? Speaker A, yes, but we need flexibility now. Contrast and revision. This is a common pattern where one speaker reminds everyone of an old standard, while another introduces necessary change. Always keep the original premise in mind before accepting any changes. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Understanding power dynamics. Who has the final say? Identifying who controls the narrative is vital. In professional or academic settings, understanding power dynamics can be as important as grasping the facts. Pay attention to whose statements are accepted without question versus those that generate debate. Avoiding misattribution. It prevents you from wrongly claiming an idea belonged to someone else. This is a common mistake in note-taking. When summarizing, always use attributing phrases like, according to Speaker X minds, or Speaker Y suggested that. This maintains academic integrity. Grasping the full context. Conversation rarely has one single point. It's a web of ideas. If you only listen for key facts, you miss the supporting context. The conversational filler, the hesitations or transitional comments, often reveal underlying tension or agreement. Let's explore the topic of tracking multi-speaker interactions. Who said what when? This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding, tracking multi-speaker interactions, who said what when, deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-listening preparation. Before the audio starts, predict who might speak and what topics are likely to challenge each other. If you know 2 people with opposing views are speaking, actively listen for those pivot points. This focused anticipation primed your brain to detect contrast. The speaker tags method. Use initials or colors in your notes immediately when a speaker changes, even if the topic hasn't. This is a simple organizational trick. By physically tagging the speaker every time they begin talking, you create an instant map of who held which idea. Focus on relationship verbs. Listen for verbs that connect speakers, suggested, debated, agreed with, or rejected. These relationship verbs are the glue of conversation. They tell you not just what was said, but how one speaker reacted to another's idea. Reviewing the transcript. After listening, review a full transcript specifically looking only for attribution errors. Don't just read for meaning, read critically. Ask yourself, did this sentence belong to speaker A or speaker B? This trains your ear and mind simultaneously. Analyzing academic lectures requires more than just good listening, it demands synthesis. The challenge lies in processing high volumes of complex information ideas that are abstract and interconnected while simultaneously organizing them for later recall. Instead of trying to write down every word, our key strategy must be chunking the lecture into core themes and arguments. This means listening not for facts, but for relationships, cause and effect links, comparisons, and contrasts between different theories or studies. We are essentially listening like a researcher, identifying the skeleton structure of an entire argument. Remember that synthesis is about creation, not recording. When you hear a sequence of points, pause mentally and ask yourself, how does point 3 relate to the main hypothesis presented in point 1? This active questioning shifts your focus from passive reception to critical engagement. With the material, you are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Academic lectures often build complex arguments layer by layer. For example, when discussing early economic theory, a professor might first introduce the concept of scarcity. He might then transition to how population growth exacerbates this issue, creating a direct causal link. Crucially, students must recognize signposts like however or on the other hand, because these words signal shifts in perspective, or counter-arguments that are as important as the main points themselves. Effective note-taking, therefore, involves mapping these connections rather than listing them sequentially. You should dedicate a specific section of your notes to recording the limitations or criticisms associated with every major theory presented. This allows you to achieve true synthesis, understanding not just what is taught, but also the boundaries of that knowledge. Question 1. What do signposts signal during a lecture? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they signal shifts in perspective or counter-arguments. This question tests your ability to pull out crucial functional language. Listening for discourse markers like however is key because these words manage the flow of ideas and often contain essential contrasting information. Question 2. According to the passage, what should students note about every major theory? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they should dedicate a specific section to recording its limitations or criticisms. This requires you to listen for specific advice given by the speaker. Pay attention to nouns and verbs that denote action like dedicates and recording to capture the core instruction. Question 3. What is the primary goal of mapping connections in notes? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to manage and visualize complex relationships between ideas rather than just listing facts. This question targets your understanding of the overall purpose or main idea. When you hear a phrase like therefore or ultimately, it often signals the conclusion that summarizes this core concept. Here are 5 examples. Exacerbates this issue. Meaning makes a problem worse, when to use it, linking causes and effects. This phrase is perfect for showing causality. If the lecture discusses how climate change worsens water shortages, remember exacerbates to maintain an academic tone. Direct causal link. Meaning a clear and undeniable connection where one thing causes another, use it when establishing proof. Don't just write causes. Using direct causal links elevates your analysis. It implies that the relationship is proven, which adds weight to your own academic writing. Signposts. Meaning linguistic cues or markers that guide the listener through arguments. Use this when summarizing lecture structure. Calling them signposts is a great way to help your classmates remember. It personalizes the academic concept and makes it more actionable for note takers. A lot of arguments, meaning opposing views or criticisms of an accepted theory. Use this when showing balance in a debate. In academic writing, demonstrating you know the counterarguments shows mastery. Always try to identify these oppositional viewpoints while listening. Boundary of that knowledge. You, meaning the limits or scope of a theory, use this when critiquing theories. Instead of simply writing problems with the theory, phrases like boundary of that knowledge are more precise. They suggest intellectual limitations rather than just factual errors. Listen again and fill in the missing words. Effective note-takers should prioritize identifying the central concept rather than simply writing down every single detail or example. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is central. Focusing on the central idea means you are acting as a filter. You are subconsciously deciding what is most important, which is the highest level of analytical listening skill. When summarizing complex arguments, it helps to create mind maps that visually link ideas and supporting evidence. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is mind. Mind mapping forces you to see connections spatially. If your notes look like a web rather than a bulleted list, you are successfully synthesizing the material. Always allocate specific sections for definitions and key terminology so you can review them quickly later. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is allocate. The word allocate here means to set aside or reserve. Using verbs like this helps give structure to your note-taking process, making it systematic. By pausing after each major section, you can organize the information and solidify your understanding before moving on. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is pausing. This tip gives us a physical action-toe pause. This literal break in listening is crucial because it forces metacognition, thinking about your own thinking process. Here are 4 ways to practice. Predicting content. Before the speaker moves to a new topic, predict what they are likely to discuss next based on context clues. Prediction is an advanced listening skill that boosts focus. If you anticipate a discussion of social impacts after hearing about economic growth, your brain is primed for specific vocabulary. Self-questioning. Constantly ask yourself, why is this important? Or how does this relate to the previous point? This keeps you engaged. Don't just wait for answers, actively interrogate the information as it is spoken. This transforms passive listening into an internal dialogue with the lecturer. Summarizing aloud. Periodically, summarize what you think the speaker just said to yourself or a partner. This reinforces memory. Speaking the summary aloud uses multiple parts of your brain listening, processing, and articulating. It's one of the most effective ways to move knowledge from short-term to long-term memory. The 2-pass system. First listen to the structure and main ideas. On a second pass, focus only on specific supporting details or vocabulary. This structured approach prevents you from getting lost in the weeds. It allows you to capture the big pictures first and then circle back later for necessary evidence. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. A common pitfall in note-taking is creating a monolithic block of text that lacks clear organization. To combat this, utilize different structural formats depending on the lecture's flow. If the speaker compares 2 models, say, Model A versus Model B, a comparative grid or T-chart to keep your points side by side. When listing causes and effects, use an indented bullet system. The root cause was X, which consequently led to blanks. Always reserve a final section called syntheses, where you write 2 or 3 sentences connecting the lecture material back to the overarching thesis of the course. This habit ensures your notes are not just records, but genuinely analytical tools. Question 1. What specific structure should be used when comparing 2 models? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a comparative grid or T-chart. This requires listening for the direct organizational advice. The passage gives explicit structural recommendations, so pinpointing these names is crucial for accurate understanding. Question 2. Where should students write their connecting thoughts to ensure genuine synthesis? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is in a final section called Synthesis, linking material back to the course's overarching thesis. The key here is not just summarizing, but connecting it to something larger than the main thesis. This elevates your notes from mere recall to deep academic analysis. When we communicate, we are sending more than just words. We transmit tone, which is the emotional coloring of our voicides, how something is said. Then there's attitude, which describes our overall stance or disposition toward a subject or person. Finally, emotion refers to the genuine feelings that motivate our language. Understanding these three elements helps us decode whether the speaker means exactly what they are saying. It's important to remember that tone is often non-verbal. It relies on pitch, volume, and speed rather than specific vocabulary changes. Attitude is more stabilized. Your general feeling about a topic, while emotion can be fleeting. Mastering this means listening with both your ears and your intuition. Here are 5 examples. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Tone, sarcastic, said flatly. When someone says this in a sarcastic tone, the words are literally complimentary, but the meaning is critical. The listener must detect an ironic detachment to understand the negative attitude being conveyed. Did you really forget? Tone, accusatory, high pitch. Notice how a simple question can shift from curiosity to blame entirely just by changing the intonation. The rising pitch here signals shock and implies that forgetting was a serious mistake. Oh, it's fine. Attitude, defensive, short, clipped response. Sometimes people use minimal words to signal extreme feelings. A short, abrupt "it's fine" often indicates the opposite, that the person is actually upset or defensive about something. Of course. Tone, disbelieving, exasperated, slow, drawn-out syllables. If someone says, "of course," slowly and with a sigh, they are not agreeing. They are expressing utter disbelief or annoyance at the premise of the conversation. You should try this. Attitude, patronizing, overly sweet and high-pitched. This phrase can be helpful or insulting depending on the speaker's emotional context. When it sounds patronizing, the underlying message is that you are incapable of solving the problem yourself. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Preventing misunderstandings. Tone acts as a filter for the literal meaning of words. Many conflicts don't start because of disagreement over facts, but because of misinterpretations of emotional cues. Recognizing tone helps you accurately gauge intent, thus diffusing potential arguments before they escalate. Building deeper rapport. Accurately reading emotions shows empathy and improves trust. When a friend or colleague feels truly understood when you acknowledge their frustration or excitement, it builds connection. This skill is foundational to emotional intelligence in relationships. Professional success. In the workplace, tone can dictate how seriously your ideas are taken. Whether it's pitching a new idea or handling criticism, maintaining an appropriate and confident tone ensures that your message is received as professional and trustworthy. Tone is part of your executive presence. Let's explore the topic of recognizing tone, attitude, and emotion in discussions. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding, recognizing tone, attitude, and emotion in discussions deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The paraphrase back rule. After someone speaks, summarize not just what they said, but how you think they felt. Instead of saying, I understand. Try responding with empathy. It sounds like you feel really frustrated by the lack of support. This confirms your understanding of their emotion, not just their words. Record yourself speaking. Practice delivering neutral statements, e.g., the meeting is at 2 with 4 different intentions: bored, excited, angry, and helpful. This exercise forces you to consciously manipulate your tone and intonation patterns. It's the fastest way to train your ear and voice muscles for emotional versatility. Focus on why's questions. When listening, ask yourself, what is their actual goal here, rather than just, what are they saying? Shifting your focus from the literal message to the underlying intent helps you cut through the noise. You move past what was said and start focusing on why it needed to be said. Watch dramatic scenes. Consume media, films, podcasts, and actively pause when a character's tone shifts unexpectedly. Treat every scene like a lesson. When the characters speak, don't just listen for plot points. Listen specifically for emotional cues: the sigh, the sudden quiet, or the overly enthusiastic pitch. Understanding cause and effect means understanding the logical link between two events or ideas. The cause is the reason something happens, while the effect is what happens as a result. In English conversation, we use specific transitional words to signal this relationship. These connectors help listeners follow our line of thought and grasp the structure of our argument. Knowing these signals moves your speech from simply stating facts to constructing logical arguments. Think of cause and effect relationships like building with railroad tracks. They guide the listener from one point to the next in a clear sequence. Mastering these connectors, such as due to or as a result, gives you immediate control over your speech's coherence. This is what elevates speaking from basic description to sophisticated argumentation. Here are 5 examples. The rain stopped. Consequently, the children played outside. Cause and effect, result. Notice how consequently acts as a strong bridge between 2 independent clauses. It signals that the second event is a direct outcome of the first. Using this formal connector makes your speech sound highly academic and structured. Since she studied diligently, she passed the difficult exam. Was reason? In this example, since introduces the reason for success. Remember that when you start a sentence with a subordinating conjunction like since, your word order must be precise to maintain clarity. The company faced financial hardship, therefore, they cut staff. Cause and effect, conclusion. Therefore is perfect for drawing a definitive conclusion based on stated facts. It suggests that the previous information was solid evidence leading to this outcome. Because of the traffic jam, we arrived late. Cause, prepositional phrase. When you use a phrase like because of, it must be followed by a noun or a gerund. This structure is different from starting with because and require careful attention to grammar. The economy slowed down, which led to job losses. Cause and effect, relative pronoun. Using a relative pronoun like which allows you to smoothly connect an entire preceding idea or clause as the cause for the result. This creates a very fluid and advanced transition. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building logical flow. Effective causal language prevents listeners from getting lost in your narrative. When you use these connectors correctly, you are building cohesion, the glue that holds an argument together. A listener should never have to guess whether the second sentence is related or random. Increasing speaking sophistication. Using varied transition words makes your vocabulary richer and more precise. Relying only on and or simple commas can make your speech sound repetitive. By swapping these for consequently, thus, or owing to, you signal a higher level of linguistic proficiency. Improving persuasion. In debates or presentations, clear causality makes your argument feel undeniable. If you can demonstrate that A must lead to B based on the evidence you provide, you are not just stating an opinion, you are presenting a logical conclusion. This is key for effective persuasion. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, I was tired, so I left early. Say, because I was tired, I left early. When using so, it often works best to restructure the sentence to put the cause first and clarify the relationship. Moving because to the front strengthens the grammatical connection. Some learners say, "It rained heavily, therefore we stayed inside." The better way to say this is, "It rained heavily, therefore we stayed inside." Remember the punctuation rule for conjunctive adverbs like therefore. You need a semicolon before it and always follow it with a comma. This structure is crucial for formal written and spoken English. Incorrect. Because of studying hard, she got an A. Correct. Because she studied hard, she got an A. The phrase because of must be followed by a noun or noun phrase. If your cause is an action or verb, you must use the full conjunction because, not the prepositional phrase. Here are 4 ways to practice. The if-then drill. Practice turning simple statements into conditional structures like, if X happens, then Y results. This drill forces you to think of cause and effect in real time. Start by listing 3 random events like a traffic jam, an umbrella, and late dinner and force yourself to link them logically. Mapping your argument. Before speaking or writing, physically draw arrows, cause, effect, effect. Visual mapping is incredibly powerful for building coherence. It helps you pre-select the perfect connector before you even open your mouth, ensuring a smooth flow of ideas. Get expanding connectors. Don't just memorize because. Practice using synonyms like owing to, due to, and as a result of. The goal here is not quantity, but variety. Expanding your toolkit means you always have the right word at your disposal, preventing monotonous transitions. Active listening for links. When listening to English speakers, pause and mentally identify the causal links they are making. By actively training yourself to hear these linguistic markers in others, you internalize the structure naturally. This makes you a better listener and a more fluent speaker simultaneously. When we listen for vocabulary, the biggest trap is trying to define every single word you hear. Instead, you need to train your ear to capture meaning from the surrounding words and phrases. This process, called contextualizing, allows you to deduce unknown meanings even if you have never encountered the term before. A key strategy is predictive listening. As soon as a speaker uses a complex word, pause mentally and predict what kind of word it might be as it, an action, a concept, or an object. By anticipating its role in the sentence structure, your brain can fill in the missing definition gaps. Remember that true mastery isn't just knowing definitions, it's understanding how these words interact. When you hear unfamiliar vocabulary, don't panic and try to recall a memorized list. Instead, ask yourself, what does this word do in this sentence? Focus on its grammatical function. Is it modifying something? Is it the subject performing an action? This structural analysis is far more powerful than rote memorization. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Our research suggests that passive vocabulary acquisition simply isn't enough. You could read a word hundreds of times and still struggle to use it naturally in conversation. The trick is immersion through active application. For example, instead of making flashcards with ephemeral, try writing 3 unique sentences describing things like the ephemeral nature of cherry blossoms or a fleeting social media trend. Furthermore, incorporating that new vocabulary into speaking groups really solidifies the concept. We find that spaced repetition methods work best when they are tied to meaningful conversation, not just isolated study sessions. It's about building neural pathways through active use. The more you force yourself to deploy these words in real-time discourse, the faster your understanding will become, moving them from passive knowledge into usable skill. Question 1. According to the speaker, what is inadequate for vocabulary acquisition? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is passive vocabulary acquisition, reading a word many times without using it. This question tests your ability to identify a critique or limitation. You shouldn't just listen for vocabulary. Instead, you must pick up the specific qualifier, the phrase that describes why simply reading isn't enough. This requires careful listening for nuance. Question 2. What 3 methods does the speaker suggest to solidify new vocabulary? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is Writing unique sentences, incorporating it into speaking groups, and using spaced repetition. Here we are testing your ability to track a list of instructions. Don't write down every detail. Focus on the core actions, writing, speaking, and repeating at intervals. Grouping these ideas helps structure the answer. Question 3. What is the key element that moves vocabulary from passive knowledge to usable skill? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is forcing yourself to deploy the words in real-time discourse, active use. Notice how the speaker uses emphasis. They contrast passive knowledge with something actively used. If you hear phrasing like the key elements or what truly solidifies, pay close attention because that's the main takeaway point. Here are 5 examples. Passive vocabulary acquisition. The knowledge of words without the ability to use them in speech or writing. This phrase sets up a contrast. Understanding passive here means merely receiving information, while the speaker implies they need something more active. Context helps you grasp that this is about exponential versus actual skill. Active application. The practical use of knowledge, applying what you know in real time. If a speaker contrasts passive with active, they are highlighting the difference between theory and practice. Think of it as moving from knowing about something to actually doing it. Solidifies the concept, to make an idea or understanding stronger and more permanent. When you hear a verb like solidify, think of physical things like concrete. The speaker is using that image to suggest making abstract knowledge feel solid, firm, and lasting. Real-time discourse. Spoken language happening immediately as it occurs, live conversation. This combines 2 ideas. Real-time means immediate or instant. Combining it with discourse, which simply means talk or discussion, tells you that the context is about spontaneous, live conversation. Spaced repetition methods. A learning technique where reviewing material at increasing intervals over time. This phrase relates to study habits. It's an academic term that refers to the concept of not cramming, spreading out your study sessions so the information transfers into long-term memory more effectively. Listen again and fill in the missing words. To boost your vocabulary, you should try to blank new terms into your daily conversation. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is integrate. The word integrate means connecting something new to a whole system. In this context, it suggests making the new vocabulary feel natural and essential rather than forcing it awkwardly. Instead of just listing them, always try to blank an example for each word. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is construct. The verb to construct implies building something systematically. Here, you are physically or mentally building a supporting sentence structure around the new vocabulary. Learning must move from simple recognition to actual blank using the words. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is application. Notice the shift in focus here. We moved from knowing's recognition to using's application. This highlights the difference between receptive and productive language skills. When you are speaking, try to blank your thoughts aloud immediately. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is articulate. Articulate means expressing yourself clearly and effectively. It's not just about speaking, but ensuring the message is structured logically so that others can follow your reasoning. Here are 4 ways to practice. Predictive listening. Before the speaker says a complex word, try to predict its general meaning or function based on the surrounding context. This technique is all about slowing your internal processing speed. When you are listening, don't just wait for the answer. Actively guess the type of answer you need. This mental preparation sharpens your focus immensely. The 3-sentence rule. When learning a new word, immediately write down 3 sentences using it. 1 personal, 1 academic, and 1 fictional. This rule forces versatility. By writing the same vocabulary word into vastly different contexts, personal, formal, creative, you prove to your brain that you understand its semantic range and flexibility. Self-correction. Listening. After listening to a passage, don't just check if you understood the main idea. Identify 3 words you missed or misinterpreted. This shifts your focus from global comprehension to micro-skill detection. By forcing yourself to locate specific vocabulary gaps, you train yourself to listen for distinct linguistic markers. Teaching it out. The most effective way to learn a word is to teach it to someone else immediately after learning it. Teaching requires perfect recall and crystal clear explanation. When you prepare to explain vocabulary, you must organize your thoughts around the new term, which cements it in your memory much more strongly than simple repetition. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. When approaching academic texts, remember that vocabulary rarely appears in isolation. Authors often use compound phrases to convey nuanced meanings. For example, instead of just saying growth, they might use exponential growth or sustainable development. These modifiers are key. They add precise shades of meaning that simple synonyms cannot capture. Pay close attention to collocations. These are words that naturally go together, like crucial evidence rather than important proof. By recognizing these predictable pairings, you significantly enhance both your reading speed and your ability to understand sophisticated academic discourse. Question 1. What is the primary function of modifiers when listening to academic texts? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they add precise shades of meaning that simple synonyms cannot capture. This passage emphasizes nuance. The key takeaway is that in advanced speech, vocabulary isn't just defined, it's modified. Listen for phrases that explain the function of an adjective or adverb. They are adding detail. Question 2. What does the speaker identify as a crucial element for understanding academic discourse? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is collocations, which are words that naturally go together like crucial evidence. A collocation is one of those natural pairings. Think of heavy rain rather than just big rain. If the speaker gives you an example like this, pause and note the pairing. It's a relationship between 2 words that must be remembered together. Phase 4 is about integration. This means combining all the individual skills we've practiced: listening comprehension, reading speed, writing structure, and speaking flow into one seamless effort. It's not enough to be good at specific details. You must perform consistently under timed pressure across the entire test format. We are moving from skill acquisition to performance optimization, building a reliable rhythm that minimizes mental fatigue. Think of it as tuning an instrument until every part works perfectly together. The goal here is automaticity. You want these skills to feel less like separate tasks and more like natural conversation or thought processes. When you reach this stage, your focus shifts from what do I need to study to how do I manage my energy and time when everything is happening at once. This holistic view is what separates a good score from an excellent one. Here are 5 examples. Time allocation mapping. Treat the exam like a project schedule. Before starting, mentally allocate time percentages to each section based on its difficulty. Example. If reading is known for being tricky, dedicate 45 minutes instead of just guessing at the standard 60-minute limit. This isn't about rushing, it's about pacing yourself intelligently. Knowing when to spend extra time versus when to make a quick educated guess can save you crucial points and prevent burnout in later sections. The anchor strategy for writing. Always structure your essay around 3 strong, distinct pillars. Use these anchors to guide both your ideas and your transition sentences. Ensure every main body paragraph relates back to one of the initial core points to maintain coherence. When you have clear structural pillars, even if your vocabulary falters or an argument is weak, the overall essay will feel organized and sophisticated. The anchors provide a sense of control for both the writer and the examiner. Anticipatory questioning in speaking. Before answering any prompt, spend 3 seconds asking yourself, What is the underlying theme here? This helps you pivot from simple description to deep analysis. Don't just answer, comment on the implications of your own answer. This subtle shift transforms your speaking from mere response into genuine discussion. Instead of saying, "I like reading," try, "Reading has fundamentally changed how I view quiet time because this adds academic depth." Host, listening, prediction. After hearing a segment or question set, pause briefly and predict what the next piece of information will be. Use this prediction to focus your attention instantly. This keeps you actively engaged rather than passively receiving information. Predictive listening is far more engaging than simply waiting for keywords. It forces your brain into an active, investigative state which dramatically improves retention and focus. The review audit. Dedicate the last 5 minutes of every practice session to reviewing why you were wrong, not just the answer. Identify the specific skill gap. Did you misunderstand a synonym? Did you misallocate time? Was it lack of vocabulary? Simply grading yourself isn't enough. You must be an analyst of your own performance. Pinpointing if the failure was conceptual, linguistic, or logistical is what drives true improvement. Let's compare 4 pairs. Fixing only known weaknesses, e.g., I am bad at dates. Analyzing the system that causes mistakes, e.g., I rush when asked to compare 2 concepts. Focus on process, not just content. The weak candidate looks for simple tricks or quick fixes. The strong candidate understands that IELTS is a test of managing complex cognitive processes like maintaining focus during long sections, getting frustrated and losing concentration after one difficult question, treating every section as independent challenges, resetting the mental clock for each new task. Emotional resilience is key. A high-scoring test taker understands that performance is cyclical. One error should never trigger a cascade of subsequent mistakes. You must maintain emotional distance from the difficulty. Memorizing complex vocabulary lists without context. Integrating new academic language into sample responses, forcing yourself to use it naturally and correctly. Active usage over passive knowledge. Knowing a word is one thing, deploying it flawlessly in the heat of an exam is another entirely. Mastery requires transforming vocabulary from recognition into genuine recall. Waiting until test day to feel prepared and motivated. Building consistent, manageable study habits that make preparation a routine part of life. Consistency builds confidence. True mastery isn't achieved through last-minute cramming. It comes from the reliable, incremental effort of showing up every day and pushing yourself just slightly beyond your comfort zone. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Increased cognitive stamina. You train your brain to maintain high-level focus for extended periods without significant dips in performance. Cognitive stamina is the ability to perform complex tasks when you are tired or mentally drained. By simulating full, timed tests repeatedly, you build mental endurance that prevents brain fog during crucial moments. Identifying hidden gaps. It forces you to confront weaknesses that surface only when multiple skills intersect under pressure. Sometimes a gap isn't in grammar, but rather in how quickly you can transition from reading an academic text into speaking about it. Holistic practice reveals these crucial transfer gaps. Building a positive feedback loop. Success in one section boosts confidence and focus for the subsequent sections. When you know your preparation has covered every angle, your mental state shifts. You approach the exam feeling competent rather than apprehensive, which is arguably just as important as knowing the answers. Here are 4 ways to practice. 4 mock simulations, timed. Take several full-length mock tests under strict exam conditions, mimicking the silence and timing. The purpose here is not to achieve a high score, but to practice the process of taking the test. Simulating the environment reduces anxiety because you have already experienced the duration and intensity. Cross-discipline skill blending. Practice reading an academic article and immediately summarizing it orally, then writing a mini essay response. This exercise forces your brain to switch gears rapidly between passive reception, reading, and active production, speaking, writing. This rapid switching is key to integrated mastery. The self-correction logs method. Keep a notebook where you log not just mistakes, but the rule or strategy you forgot when you made them. This moves beyond simply knowing what is wrong and focuses on remembering the mechanism of correct performance. Reviewing this log before bed helps consolidate complex rules into long-term memory. Interleaving practice. Do not study one skill for 3 hours straight. Mix reading, writing outlines, and listening drills in a single session. Interleaving keeps your brain engaged by constantly requiring it to switch contexts rapidly. This mimics the unpredictable nature of the actual test day, making you more adaptable. Cohesion and coherence are essential elements that elevate your writing from merely correct to truly sophisticated. Simply put, cohesion refers to the grammatical links between sentences, using tools like pronouns or transition words. Meanwhile, coherence is about the logical flow. It means your ideas connect naturally, making the argument easy for the reader to follow. For IELTS Task 2, examiners are looking for a clear structure where every paragraph supports the overall thesis statement. Mastering this skill ensures your sophisticated vocabulary and grammar aren't lost in an unorganized mess. Nailing coherence means understanding that writing is not just about listing facts, it's about building a sustained argument. Think of your essay like a well-orchestrated conversation, where each sentence naturally leads to the next point. This structural thinking is what separates Band 6 writers from those aiming for Band 8 or higher. Here are 4 examples. Furthermore, given the exponential growth of digital resources, it is clear that traditional educational models are becoming increasingly obsolete. Consequently, institutions must rapidly adapt their curriculum to incorporate modern technological skills. Uses furthermore's, addition, and consequently's result to build a logical chain. Notice how the sentence moves from discussing growth to stating an inevitable result. The conjunctions furthermore and consequently don't just link words, they establish a clear relationship of cause and effect between 2 major ideas. While some argue that increased regulation stifles market growth, the evidence suggests that controlled oversight actually fosters consumer trust and stable economic development. Uses while to introduce a concession or contrast showing nuance. Beginning a sentence with while automatically signals a sophisticated counterargument. This structure proves you can see multiple sides of an issue, which is crucial for achieving high marks in academic writing. This trend merits immediate attention. Indeed, ignoring the rising cost of living will only exacerbate social inequalities across various demographics. Uses a semicolon and indeed to emphasize an urgent point or confirmation. A strong semicolon combined with an intensifier like indeed adds academic weight. It signals that the following clause is not just related, but critically important to the previous statement. Despite these initial challenges faced by remote workers, they have proven themselves adaptable and capable of maintaining high levels of productivity. Uses despite to acknowledge a negative point before pivoting to the positive outcome. The structure, despite XY, is powerful because it shows critical thinking. You aren't just writing one side, you are acknowledging difficulties while simultaneously proving your main point remains stronger. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government should invest in public transport. It is bad for the environment. Investing heavily in public transportation is crucial, primarily due to its significant positive impact on environmental quality. Combining simple sentences into one complex sentence improves flow and academic tone. The weak example creates a choppiness by using 2 short, disconnected statements. The strong version uses dependent clauses and sophisticated vocabulary, making the relationship between transport and environment feel inevitable. Reading books is good. It helps us learn new things. Beyond mere entertainment, reading diverse literature significantly contributes to expanding one's knowledge base and general understanding of the world. Using a strong introductory phrase like beyond mere elevates the register and adds gravitas. Instead of simply stating that books are good, this improved version explains how they are good. This depth of explanation is what examiners reward highly. Many students use phones while studying. This distracts them from learning. The pervasive presence of smartphones poses a considerable threat to academic focus, often diverting students' attention away from their primary coursework. Replacing simple verbs and nouns with more precise, high-level vocabulary improves the overall tone. We replaced use phones with pervasive presence of smartphones, which is far more academic. Choosing vivid, specific language instantly boosts your score. Also, we must support local businesses because they create jobs. Moreover, bolstering local businesses remains vital, as these enterprises are the primary engines for localized job creation and community stability. Using a sophisticated connector, moreover, followed by more formal phrasing, makes the argument feel authoritative. Never just start a sentence with also. Always use a formal transition like furthermore, moreover, or in addition to guide the reader smoothly between supporting points. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Faulty separation. The city grows fast. People move here for jobs. Subordinating conjunction. As the city continues to expand rapidly, countless individuals are migrating to this area in pursuit of employment opportunities. The original version is 2 choppy sentences. By replacing the period with as, you create a cause and effect relationship, making the text flow much more logically. Weak coordination. Studying hard is important, and it helps students get good grades. Parallel structure. Correlative conjunctions. Not only does studying hard improve knowledge retention, but also ensures that students achieve higher academic marks. When linking 2 related ideas, always strive for parallel structure. This means keeping the grammatical forms identical on both sides of your conjunction, giving the writing a polished feel. Overuse of simple phrasing passive voice. Due to bad weather, cancellation occurred and we missed our flight. Precise vocabulary and complex structure. Owing to adverse weather conditions, the flight was cancelled, resulting in significant travel disruption for all passengers. We swapped simple phrases like bad weather for adverse weather conditions. This small change boosts your lexicon and makes the entire passage sound more academic. Here are 4 ways to practice. Outline with signposting. Before writing, draft a mini outline that includes your topic sentences and the exact transitional word you will use to move between them. Treating transitions like scheduled stops on a map is very effective. By pre-planning their fall, however, or in contrast at key points, you ensure every paragraph transition feels deliberate and strong. Use linking phrases strategically. Do not start every sentence with a connector. Vary your placement. Sometimes it starts the clause, sometimes it is embedded mid-sentence. Overusing transition words makes the writing sound robotic and overly mechanical. The key to flow is natural variation. Mix conjunctions at the beginning of sentences with ones used within complex clauses. The topic sentence test. At the start of every body paragraph, ask yourself, what single point am I making? This forces immediate focus and keeps your argument tight. A strong topic sentence acts as a mini thesis statement for that specific paragraph. If you can't clearly state it in one sentence, the whole paragraph needs restructuring to maintain coherence. The echo technique. Repeat key concepts or vocabulary from your introduction within your conclusion using different phrasing. This technique creates a satisfying sense of completion for the reader. By echoing main ideas, you subtly remind the grader that you successfully maintained focus on the core argument throughout the entire essay. Academic vocabulary moves beyond simple descriptive words. These are the precise terms used by scholars to analyze complex ideas. Learning them requires understanding their specific context and collocations, the natural words they tend to appear with. Instead of memorizing long lists, we will focus on mastering word families and common academic structures. This approach helps you build a strong conceptual network around each new term. Remember that simply knowing the definition isn't enough for high scores. You must demonstrate proficiency through natural application. Think about collocations. If a word frequently pairs with structural, make sure you practice those pairings so they sound effortless when you speak or write. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is exacerbate. Say it again, exacerbate. This verb is perfect for discussing problems, whether they are social, environmental, or personal. When you use it, ensure you are following it with a noun that represents the issue being worsened. For instance, say exacerbate poverty, not just exacerbate. This precision boosts your score. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Mitigate is often confused with alleviate, but mitigation suggests reducing the severity through active measures. It's particularly useful when writing policy recommendations or solutions. Always look for what action was taken to achieve this reduction. The word is detrimental. And say it again, detrimental. This adjective helps you sound highly formal and analytical. Instead of simply saying bad for, using detrimental immediately elevates your register. Remember that it must modify a noun, describing the nature of something, the effect itself. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. This is perhaps one of the most academic words on this list, used often in theoretical discussions. It doesn't mean just models, it refers to an entire framework of thought. When you use paradigm shift, you are discussing a fundamental change in understanding. The word is intrinsic. Say it again, intrinsic. Intrinsic is a superb replacement for words like natural or inner. It implies that the quality exists within something by its very nature. Use it when discussing motivations, value, or qualities of an object. The word is disparity. Say it again, disparity. This noun is excellent for social commentary and academic writing, especially concerning economics or sociology. It emphasizes the gap or imbalance between two things, wealth, opportunity, quality of life. Focus on contrasting two elements when you use this word. Here are 5 examples. The committee recommended measures to mitigate the risks posed by climate change. Mitigate, verb. Notice how measures are used here. They are the actionable steps taken. Whenever you use a verb like mitigate, immediately follow it up with what is being reduced or lessened. The rapid urbanization has created a clear disparity in access to clean water. Disparity, noun. When talking about disparities, always try to specify what is unequally distributed, be it wealth, resources, or opportunity. This makes your argument much stronger and more precise. Lack of ethical oversight can exacerbate corruption within large institutions. Exacerbate, verb. Be careful not to use exacerbates for minor issues. It implies a significant worsening. It should be reserved for major systemic problems or conflicts. The new research suggests an intrinsic motivation is key to long-term success. Intrinsic AJ. This phrase, key to long-term success, gives the word intrinsics a purpose. Think of it as describing the root cause or fundamental source of something valuable. The scientific community accepted a new paradigm regarding human biological limits. Paradigm, noun. A new paradigm isn't just a new idea, it changes the whole way people think about the topic. It suggests that old assumptions were fundamentally incorrect. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, detrimental. Harmful, simpler. Register difference. While harmful is perfectly fine in conversation, detrimental carries a much higher academic register. Using it automatically makes your writing sound more scholarly and sophisticated. First, disparity. Difference, simpler. Good magnitude. A difference can be small, like a minor variation in temperature. But disparities always implies a large, significant gap or imbalance that warrants discussion or concern. First, mitigate. Reduce, simpler. Action process. Reduction can be passive, the problem just gets smaller. But mitigation implies an active, planned process or series of actions designed to lessen the impact. First, exacerbate. Gravate, similar. Focus intensity. Both are similar, but exacerbates often relates to conditions or problems that worsen over time. Aggravate can sometimes refer to emotional states, like aggravating someone. Here are 4 ways to practice. Collocation mapping. Grouping words that naturally belong together. Don't learn mitigates alone. Learn it with its common partners, mitigate risk, mitigate damage, or mitigate effects. This locks the word into a natural usage pattern, making recall instant. Thematic contextualization. Practicing words within specific academic fields. If you are studying environmental science, Force yourself to write 3 sentences using detrimental and exacerbate. Tying vocabulary to a topic area creates stronger memory pathways. Antonym pairing drill. Understanding the opposite meaning for deeper grasp. When you learn disparity, immediately think of its inverse, equity, or parity. Knowing both sides strengthens your ability to argue points in both directions. Self-correction writing. Rewriting simple sentences with advanced vocabulary. Take a basic sentence like, "The problem made things worse." Now, challenge yourself. How can you rewrite that using exacerbate or detrimental? This is the fastest way to internalize academic phrasing. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rising global temperatures have created a significant disparity in resource distribution. Coastal communities are particularly vulnerable because the lack of protective infrastructure will exacerbate erosion problems. Researchers suggest that policy changes must first address the inherent weaknesses in current environmental laws, thereby helping to mitigate future climate shocks. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means a great difference or uneven gap. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is disparity. The blank space between the words confirms that we are discussing an imbalance, not just a small variation. Remembering to look for nouns related to social gaps is key here. Question 2. Use exacerbates in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is poor time management can exacerbate stress levels among students. Notice how I used poor time management as the cause and stress levels as the thing being worsened. Always identify the subject causing the problem when you use this verb. Skimming is a reading technique used to get the general overview or main idea of a text quickly. You are not looking for details, you are absorbing the core message. Think of it like watching a movie trailer. You get the feel, but you don't see every scene. Scanning, on the other hand, is a targeted search. It means using your eyes to look only for specific pieces of information, like a name, a date, or a keyword. Both techniques dramatically increase your reading efficiency, allowing you to process large amounts of text in record time. It's crucial to understand that these are not interchangeable skills. They require very different mental approaches. When skimming, you must read with an expectant mind, looking for topic sentences and transitional phrases. For scanning, your brain needs to switch into a search mode, treating the text like a database where you know exactly what query you are running. Here are 4 examples. The recent shift toward remote work has fundamentally changed urban housing markets. Skimming for the main topic thesis statement. When you read this sentence first, your goal is just to establish context. You are asking yourself, what is this whole article about? By grabbing that core subject, the shift to remote work, you understand the scope instantly without needing to know any specific details. According to the OECD report, unemployment rates rose by 1.4% in Q3. Scanning for a precise number and source data point. Here, your eyes jump straight past all the descriptive text until they hit OECD's or 1.4%. You are treating this passage like a report card, only searching for hard data points that answer a very specific question. Furthermore, small businesses reported an average revenue increase of 15%. Skimming by looking at transition words, furthermore, and key nouns, businesses. You are using signal words like furthermores to tell you that the author is adding a major point. This helps you skim through paragraphs and identify the supporting arguments without reading every single word. The deadline for submission was explicitly set as October 31st, scanning specifically for a date-time constraint. If you are looking only for the due date, you will ignore everything before and after this phrase. You are moving your focus rapidly across lines until your eyes lock onto that specific format a month and a day, making the process highly efficient. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming an academic abstract. Deep reading a primary source journal article. Goal, overview versus detail. When you skim an abstract, you are only seeking the methodology and conclusion, the what and why. Deep reading a primary source requires you to grapple with complex language and biases, forcing close attention to every supporting clause. Reading news headlines. Reviewing legal terms and conditions, T&Cs. Goal, general interest versus specific obligation. Headlines give you the emotional impact of an event, allowing for quick judgment on relevance. T&Cs demand precision. You must scan for specific verbs like agree, waive, or indemnify, because a single word change can drastically alter your rights. Finding contact information in a directory. Understanding the emotional tone of a character dialogue. Goal, location versus subtext. The first task is purely visual. You are looking for numbers and letters. The second requires you to read between the lines, paying attention to word choice that might contradict the stated meaning. It's a shift from physical search to emotional interpretation. Reading instructions on IKEA furniture assembly. Reviewing complex historical treaty negotiations. Goal, procedural steps versus underlying intent. Instructions require you to follow a strict sequential path, step 1 before step 2. Treaties are much more nuanced. They involve multiple conflicting viewpoints, requiring you to hold several competing arguments in your mind simultaneously. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Because skimming is about general understanding, learners should read for the overall of the text. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is gist. The word gist means the core meaning or essence. If you see this blank, it signals that the passage is asking you to synthesize an idea rather than recalling a single piece of factual information. When scanning for a specific name, your focus should be on visual cues like capitalization and HE. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is punctuation. Think about how names are presented in print. They usually follow certain formatting rules, which act as strong signals to your brain that the targeted information is nearby. To improve speed, it is recommended that you first predict what the text will say by reading the why. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is headings. Predicting content before reading is a powerful metacognitive strategy. By looking at titles and subheadings first, you prime your brain for the type of information it expects to encounter next. A final effective technique is chunking, which means grouping related data into single cognitive units. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is ideas. Chunking helps consolidate memory. Instead of processing a long stream of isolated facts, you are organizing them into thematic blocks, making the information much easier to recall and retain. Here are 4 ways to practice. Pre-reading questions, the why. Before reading anything, ask yourself, what do I need to know? This defines your goal. Knowing why you are reading is the single most important step. If the question is, what was the result? Then you only scan for numbers and outcomes. If the question is, why did it happen? Then you must skim for cause and effect language. Pacing control, the speed dial. Vary your speed. Slow down significantly when encountering a complex or critical concept. Don't maintain a constant reading pace. If the author uses jargon or presents counter-evidence, you must consciously slow down and perform mini-skimming scanning passes over that specific paragraph to solidify understanding. Visualizing keywords, the highlighter method. Mentally highlight key terms as you read them. Don't physically mark the text. This technique forces your brain to actively process the importance of each word rather than passively accepting the flow of text. It turns reading into an active selection process, which boosts retention. Post-reading summary, the recite test. Immediately after finishing, summarize what you read out loud to a partner or yourself. This is the best way to test your mastery. If you can recite the main points without looking back at the text, it confirms that your skimming and scanning efforts were successful and that the knowledge was truly absorbed. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The rapid integration of artificial intelligence into daily operations promises unprecedented productivity gains across multiple sectors. While critics worry about job displacement and ethical lapses, proponents argue that AI will automate mundane tasks, allowing human workers to focus on creativity and complex problem solving. Furthermore, the development of machine learning models is accelerating drug discovery and streamlining logistical networks. However, successful implementation requires robust regulatory frameworks and widespread retraining programs to ensure an equitable transition for all demographics. Question 1. What is the main idea, gist of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is AI offers massive productivity gains by automating mundane tasks, but its success depends on addressing ethical concerns and implementing robust retraining programs. To answer this, you must have skimmed. You ignored the specifics like machine learning or logistical networks, focusing instead on the core tension, potential benefits versus necessary safeguards. The main idea is always about the balance presented. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means greatly increasing. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is accelerating. This is a targeted scan for synonymy. You are not reading for meaning, you are scanning for context clues surrounding the knowledge concept I mentioned. Like drug discovery, to locate the precise verb describing rapid growth. In IELTS Academic Writing Task 1, your goal is not to give an opinion. Instead, you must accurately summarize and report the key features of a visual source like charts, graphs, or maps. The task requires you to select the main trends and most significant differences in the data presented. You should structure your response by providing an overview first, followed by detailed support from the visuals. Remember that simply listing numbers is insufficient. You must analyze what those numbers mean relative to each other. The key mistake students make here is over-describing every single data point. A high score comes from selective reporting. You are a detective, not a transcriber. Focus on identifying the highest points, the biggest changes, and any notable exceptions to the main rule. Here are 4 examples. Overall, while sales of product A increased steadily throughout the decade, they were significantly outperformed by the dramatic rise in product C. Effective overview statement addresses the overall trend immediately. Notice this sentence functions as an immediate summary. It doesn't mention specific numbers, but it establishes the main narrative of the entire graph, what the reader should take away right away. The gap between male and female proportions was most pronounced in 2015, reaching a disparity of nearly 20%. Uses comparative language, disparity, instead of just listing 2 numbers. Strong writing avoids simply saying male was X and female was Y. By using terms like disparities or gap, you demonstrate sophisticated vocabulary while still being accurate to the data. Despite a slight dip between 2018 and 2009, renewable energy sources quickly regained their footing, ending the period at an unprecedented peak. Shows ability to handle complexity, fluctuations, while maintaining flow. This shows fluency. Instead of saying, it fell then it rose, using a complex structure like, despite X, it recovered makes your writing academic and much more sophisticated. The map clearly illustrates that urban areas experienced rapid development, particularly along the coastlines, which were previously less developed. Uses descriptive geographical vocabulary, urban, coastlines. When describing maps or processes, specialized vocabulary is essential. Using terms like developed, contiguous, or directional phrases helps paint a clear picture for your reader. Let's compare 4 pairs. In 2010, sales were 5 million. In 2020, they were 12 million. This is a big increase. Sales experienced a substantial growth from 5 million in 2010 to 12 million in 2020. Uses sophisticated phrasing and eliminates informal language. The difference here lies primarily in tone. The strong version is formal, academic English suitable for an IELTS essay, while the weak version sounds conversational. Chart A was higher than Chart B in every year shown. They stayed apart. Throughout the entire period, data represented by Chart A consistently remained above that of Chart B. Uses formal synonyms represented by consistently and avoids simple connectors like and or then. Academic writing requires variety. Instead of repeating was higher than, using phrases like remained above or outperformed keeps the sentence structure engaging. When A went up, B went down, they moved opposite ways. A showed a clear inverse correlation to B, rising while B declined steadily. Introduces specific academic terminology, inverse correlation, for precision. This is where knowledge of academic linking words matters. Using inverse correlation or exponentials shows the examiner that you understand complex relationships in data. The numbers are different because of three things: money, government rules, and population. These variations appear to be influenced by a combination of factors, including economic spending, regulatory changes, and demographic shifts. Replaces vague nouns with precise academic terminology. Vagueness costs marks. Changing government rules to regulatory changes immediately elevates the perceived sophistication and accuracy of your writing. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak, too simple. The graph shows that people liked coffee more than tea in all years. Strong, academic tone. Throughout the period shown, coffee maintained a higher level of popularity compared to tea. Remember that liked is subjective language. Task 1 must remain objective. You are reporting data, not people's feelings. Use quantifiable terms like popularity, consumption, or prevalence. Weak, informal. The number started low and then peaked really high. Strong, formal vocabulary. Data commenced at a modest level before reaching its apex in the final year. This is about diction. Replacing informal words like peaked or really highs with precise academic verbs and nouns makes your writing sound authoritative and polished. Weak, vague adjectives. Most of the data was flat between 2015 and 2018. Strong, precision and description. Between 2015 and 2018, the data maintained a relatively stable trend with minimal fluctuation. Adverbs are your friend when describing trends. Instead of saying flat, which is vague, use phrases like stable trends or plateaued, showing a deeper understanding of data patterns. Here are 4 ways to practice. The Peel method for paragraphing. Point, example, explanation, link. Structure your body paragraphs this way. When you write an example sentence, don't just stop there. Always follow up with the explanation. This is where you analyze why that trend happened or what it implies about the data. The opening overview. State the main takeaway immediately in your second sentence without giving details. Think of this overview as a signpost. It tells the examiner, don't worry about all these numbers. Here is the single most important thing you need to know. Keep it high level and general. Grouping data points. Compare items within the same category or track one variable over time. Don't jump randomly. Organization is crucial for flow. Instead of jumping from product A to product C, group them logically, discuss all product trends together, then move on to a separate comparison point. Using paired structures. Always compare items A versus B or periods 2010 versus 2020. Avoid single subject sentences. The human brain processes comparisons better than isolated facts. By always structuring your sentence to contrast 2 pieces of data, you make your writing clearer and more analytical. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The graph below shows the percentage of global energy consumption by 3 sources: coal, natural gas, and renewables between 1990 and 2050. You should summarize the main trends and make comparisons. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is predicting future data while summarizing past trends, focusing on shifts in proportion. The inclusion of a prediction element significantly raises the difficulty. You must balance factual reporting 1990-2020 with expert inference for the projected period. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is identifying the massive shift away from fossil fuels and toward renewables, forming the core overview. A high-scoring answer won't just say renewables increased. It will state that there is a clear trend towards decarbonization, using sophisticated language to frame the entire narrative. Cohesive devices are simply your linguistic glue. They are the words and phrases that link one idea to the next, making your writing flow naturally. Think of them as traffic signs for your reader. They guide them smoothly from point A to point B. These include transition words like furthermore, connecting conjunctions like although, and lexical repetition. Using these devices correctly improves both cohesion, the mechanical linking, and coherence, the logical understanding of your entire essay. Understand that cohesion is not the same as coherence. Cohesion refers to the linguistic links, like using a pronoun or a transition word. Coherence refers to the underlying logic and organization of your ideas. For IELTS, demonstrating strong cohesion suggests you have mastered complex academic writing structures. Here are 4 examples. Online learning has increased global access to education. Furthermore, it allows students to learn at their own pace, accommodating diverse schedules and needs. The use of furthermore clearly adds a supporting point. Notice how furthermore signals that the second sentence is building upon the idea presented in the first. It tells the reader, okay, I'm giving you another excellent reason. This structure is highly effective for body paragraphs. Many people rely on smartphones daily. Consequently, digital literacy skills are becoming essential for modern employment. Using consequently shows a clear cause and effect relationship. This pair demonstrates a strong logical chain. The first clause is the cause, the reliance on phones and consequently acts as the pivot, introducing the direct result or effect of that cause. While renewable energy sources are crucial for fighting climate change, they face hurdles regarding storage capacity and grid integration. The phrase while introduces a counter-argument effectively. This is a classic example of concessive linking. By starting with while, you signal to the reader that you are about to present a qualified view and acknowledgement of both the positive and negative aspects. For instance, studies in Scandinavia show improved mental health outcomes when work-life balance is prioritized. Starting with for instance or for examples provides specific evidence. When making a general claim, always follow up with an illustrative phrase like this. It moves your argument from abstract theory to concrete proof, which significantly boosts the academic tone of your writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading is good. It helps knowledge. Reading is beneficial because it expands one's knowledge base significantly. Using a clear transition or stronger vocabulary improves flow. The weak version is choppy. The reader has to pause between sentences. The strong version uses better vocabulary and integrates the ideas into a single flowing statement. Climate change is bad. Governments must act now. Given the severity of climate change, immediate governmental action is absolutely necessary. Using subordinating conjunctions or introductory phrases builds authority. Instead of 2 short, blunt sentences, we combine them using given. This single structure subordinates one idea to another, making your argument sound more sophisticated and persuasive. Students need technology. Technology helps research a lot. Technology is indispensable for modern students. Moreover, it provides unprecedented tools for academic research. Using moreover adds another supporting point elegantly. The word moreover doesn't just mean and, it specifically signals an additional, equally important piece of evidence, giving your list of benefits a formal rhythm. Education is key. Skills must be taught properly to succeed. If education systems fail to teach practical skills, individuals will struggle to succeed in the contemporary job market. Using if creates a clear conditional relationship between 2 ideas. Conditional structures are highly valuable. They allow you to establish a cause and effect scenario. If this condition is not met, then this result will happen, which develops argumentative depth. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The economy is struggling. However, growth will return soon. Strong. Although the economy is currently struggling, expert projections suggest that growth will return soon. Don't start a sentence with, however, if you can restructure it using an introductory clause. By incorporating, although, you create a single, powerful, concessive structure rather than two separated thoughts. Weak. Many people drive cars. Cars are efficient for cities. Strong. Cars remain popular in urban environments because they offer high levels of individual mobility. Rather than linking two simple facts, try merging them into a single, complex sentence using cause and effect language like because. This immediately elevates the complexity score in your writing. Weak. Global warming is bad. Also, it harms biodiversity. Strong. Furthermore, global warming severely threatens global biodiversity by altering natural habitats. Be careful with conjunctions like also. They are generally too casual for formal academic writing. Using a stronger transition word, such as furthermore or additionally, maintains the required academic tone. Here are 4 ways to practice. The topic sentence map. Before writing, list 3 main supporting points for your paragraph. Write down a transition word before each point. This is the most critical pre-writing step. By mapping out your transitions first, you are forcing yourself to plan your flow logically, making it much harder to drift off topic mid-paragraph. The transition bank. Keep a list of functional alternatives for common linkers, e.g., instead of also, use in addition or moreovers. Never rely on the same 2 transition words repeatedly. Having a bank ensures that your vocabulary remains varied and sophisticated, which examiners notice immediately. Backward outlining. The reverse check. After drafting, read only your first sentence of each paragraph. If they flow logically when read together, your overall structure is sound. This technique helps you check for global coherence. You are essentially checking if every single idea supports the main argument without causing any sudden jumps in logic. Combining short sentences. Identify 2 simple related sentences and practice combining them using a semicolon or a subordinating conjunction. Remember that complexity does not equal academic quality. Combining ideas correctly shows mastery over grammar and sentence structure, moving you past basic writing into advanced argumentation. When examiners assess your speaking fluency, they are not just listening for vocabulary. They are analyzing the smoothness and rhythm of your speech. Fluency is defined by how consistently you speak without noticeable interruptions or lengthy pauses. This involves managing fillers, hose, ums, or long silences that can actually draw attention away from your ideas. The goal is to sound thoughtful and articulate rather than searching for words. Remember that a pause itself isn't always bad, it's the unstructured pause that hinders fluency. A planned, short pause allows you time to collect your thoughts while signaling to the listener that you are organizing a complex idea. Learning strategic pausing is key to making your speech sound natural and controlled. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, to start with, I would argue that. Say it again. To start with, I would argue that. This phrase is excellent for signaling to your listener exactly how you intend to organize your thoughts. Using it right at the beginning of an answer gives you a moment to breathe and structure your response, even if you feel unprepared. It builds immediate rhetorical momentum. The word is, if I understand correctly, we are discussing Dutch. Say it again. If I understand correctly, we are discussing. This is a powerful technique for buying time while keeping the conversation focused on the correct topic. It confirms that you are actively listening and thinking critically about the prompt, which makes your pause sound intentional rather than hesitant. The word is, speaking generally, I think. Say it again. Speaking generally, I think. Instead of making a direct, potentially confrontational claim, this phrase helps you soften your argument. It makes your opinion sound more considered and less absolute, which is very helpful in academic discussions. The word is, let me think for a moment, it relates to. Say it again. Let me think for a moment. It relates to. When you genuinely need 2 seconds to recall a word or an idea, use this phrase. It is far better than repeating or pausing in silence because it fills the gap with useful sounding speech. It gives your brain time to catch up. The word is, what I mean by that is. Say it again. What I mean by that is, Use this when you feel like your previous sentence was too complicated or unclear. It allows you to pause, reevaluate your initial idea, and then present a simpler, clearer version. This demonstrates strong self-correction skills. Let's compare 4 pairs. Like, I don't know, it's kind of tricky. It is quite complex to assess. Elevating vocabulary and tone. Notice the shift from interjections like or dunno to more formal modal verbs. In an academic setting, replacing these informal fillers with precise adjectives immediately elevates your perceived level of fluency. It makes people feel bad. This can negatively impact individuals' well-being. Using sophisticated nouns and verbs. By replacing simple, emotional phrases with academic terminology like well-beings, instead of feeling bad, you sound more knowledgeable. This shows you have a wider conceptual vocabulary. So basically, we need to do better. Therefore, I propose that improvements are necessary. Formality in conclusions. When summarizing or concluding, avoid simple conversational connectors like so's or basically, using formal transition words like therefore or. Consequently, gives your speech a strong, polished ending. It's super important because this is of utmost significance due to the fact that replacing informal intensifiers. Instead of relying on casual intensifiers like supers or really, use formal adverbs such as highly or utmost. These substitutions maintain high energy while significantly increasing your academic register. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Hesitation and vague language. I guess the government should do something. Structured clarity. While governmental intervention is necessary, specific reforms are required in Area X. The key here is transforming vague filler words into concrete statements. Instead of I guess, which undermines your credibility, use a formal phrase like I propose to sound authoritative. Simple tense awkward phrasing. I went yesterday and I saw this thing that was really big. Concise vocabulary. Yesterday, upon visiting the location, I observed an unusually large structure. Avoid using overly simple verbs and noun phrases. Using stronger verbs like observed instead of saw and more formal structures makes your storytelling flow much more smoothly. Topic drift and casual phrasing. It's about money, like people want more stuff. Conceptual focus. At its core, the issue revolves around economic disparity and increasing consumer demand. When you realize you are drifting into simple complaints about stuff, stop yourself immediately. Refocus by identifying the core academic concept, like economic disparity, to regain control and polish your response. Here are 4 ways to practice. Shadowing practice. Listen to native speakers and immediately repeat everything they say. Focus on their rhythm and speed. This technique is incredible because it trains your mouth muscles for rapid, natural speech patterns. You are essentially building a muscle memory for fluent speaking that circumvents the need to think too hard about grammar. Timed response drill. Give yourself 30 seconds on a random topic and force yourself to speak continuously without stopping. Timer is your guide. This simulates high-pressure exam conditions, forcing you to rely on your fluency tools rather than just memorized phrases. The goal here is sheer volume of uninterrupted speech. The why expansion. Pick any simple statement and practice expanding it by asking whys 5 times in a row. This exercise trains you to deepen your analysis instantly. Instead of stopping when you reach the end of an idea, you must keep building on it, which is the definition of sustained fluency. Recording and analyzing. Record yourself speaking for 5 minutes and listen back, specifically counting every filler word or pause longer than 3 seconds. Self-analysis is crucial. Don't just listen for what you said, listen for how you paused. Identifying your personal weak spots will allow you to target those specific moments in future practice sessions. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a piece of technology that has significantly changed daily life, e.g. smartphones, GPS streaming. Speak for 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear structure: introduction, impact, positive, microtells, counter-argument, counter, microtells, conclusion. Use strong signposting throughout. The key here is integrating sophisticated discourse markers naturally. When you transition from discussing the impacts to addressing a challenge, use phrases like, "While this technology offers great benefits, we must also consider this maintains flow." Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is hedging and qualification. Do not state things as absolute facts. Use phrases like, "it appears to," or "one could argue that." Mastering hedging language is a hallmark of advanced fluency because it shows nuance, making your speech sound thoughtful rather than dogmatic. It allows you to speak confidently even when you are not 100% certain of the answer. When an examiner listens for complex tenses, they aren't just counting grammar points. They are assessing your ability to accurately map time onto your narrative. This means knowing whether you need the simple past actions completed at a clear moment in the past, the present perfect, which connects that past event right up to the current conversation. Crucially, they want to hear progressive forms to show ongoing processes, like, "I have been researching," or "the economy has been struggling." The key strategy is maintaining internal consistency. If you start a story in the past, generally keep it there unless you explicitly shift focus back to the present moment. Remember that speaking naturally means sounding flexible. Don't just list perfect and progressive tense history, weaving them into one single answer about your life or studies. True mastery comes from knowing when, not to use a complex tense, which shows confidence in your language ability. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, "I have been considering how." Say it again. "I have been considering how." This structure is excellent because it uses the perfect continuous tense to show a gradual, ongoing mental process. Use this when you want to sound thoughtful and measured before giving your opinion. It signals deep engagement with the topic. The word is, "If I had known that, I would have." Say it again. "If I had known that, I would have." P. This is the classic structure for discussing regret or alternative past outcomes. It immediately elevates your speech level because you are talking about unreality. Practice using this when speculating on historical events or personal mistakes. The word is, "It seems that things have changed since." Say it again. "It seems that things have changed since." This phrase naturally requires the present perfect tense to bridge a gap between 2 time points, then and now. Whenever you are making a comparison about global trends, technology, or social norms, this structure will sound highly academic. The word is, "By the time I graduated, I had already." Say it again. "By the time I graduated, I had already." When telling a multi-step story about your past, using the past perfect helps clarify which action happened first. This sequencing ability is much more complex than simple narrative tenses and shows high grammatical control. The word is, "What are the potential ramifications if?" Say it again. What are the potential ramifications if? Instead of simply saying, "what happens," use ramifications paired with a conditional structure. This forces you to speculate about future consequences based on current actions, proving your ability to handle hypothetical language. Let's compare 4 pairs. I don't know what's going to happen next. It is difficult to predict the future trajectory of this field. Academic phrasing for uncertainty. Notice how moving from dunno to difficult to predicts immediately makes your tone more formal. In academic speaking, vague informal words are replaced by precise modal verbs and sophisticated vocabulary. I think people have been using phones like crazy. The ubiquity of mobile devices has profoundly altered human interaction. Formalizing cause-effect. This comparison shows how we replace simple verbs and informal intensifiers, like crazy, with academic nouns like ubiquities or sophisticated adverbs like profoundly. This lifts your overall rhetorical register. When I was little, things were different. Growing up, my experience showed that circumstances differed significantly from today. Elevating narrative time. We are moving away from simple description to a more reflective analysis. Using phrases like circumstances differed frames your memory as evidence for an argument which is far more advanced than just telling a story. I guess it's going to be hard. It suggests that the transition will pose considerable challenges. Using speculative modals, the shift from gonna to suggests that is critical. Instead of giving a weak personal feeling, you are analyzing the situation objectively, using more formal modal verbs and sophisticated vocabulary. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Mixing tenses. I lived in Paris and I worked there for 5 years. Perfect usage. I lived in Paris and I worked there for 5 years. Focus on completed time. The mistake here is implying the job might still be relevant. When you state a finite period in the past, like 5 years, stick strictly to the simple past tense. This prevents confusion about whether the action has stopped or continues. Incorrect aspect. Since I moved here, I am meeting new people. Perfect continuous. Since I moved here, I have been meeting new people. Focus on duration up to now. The key marker is the word since. When you use since or for, you are describing an action that started in the past and continues up to this very moment. The perfect continuous tense handles that duration perfectly. Losing sequence clarity. When I was a student, technology changed life. Past perfect. By the time I was a student, technology had already begun changing lives. Focus on sequence. The mistake here is that you are talking about 2 events in the past, your studying and the change of technology. The past perfect helps us establish which event occurred before, the main point in your story. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timeline retell. Describe a significant historical or personal event using 3 time markers, before, during, and after the main event. This forces you to shift between past perfect, simple past, and conditional forms. This exercise is brilliant because it provides built-in grammatical anchors the before and after. It's a structured way to practice sequence tenses without having to plan out complex grammar rules first. Cause and consequence chain. Start by stating a current trend, e.g. remote work. Then speculate on its roots, past perfect, and its future consequences, conditional perfect modals. This prompts you to use the full range of tenses in one answer, analyzing the past, describing the present state, and forecasting the future. It's a highly comprehensive way to prepare for IELTS Speaking Part 3. Targeted shadowing. Listen to academic podcasts or TED Talks. Specifically listen for how native speakers transition between time frames, e.g., in the early 20th century, people believed, but today we know. Shadowing is essential because it trains your mouth and ear muscle memory. Don't just focus on the vocabulary, pay attention to when they pause or shift their tense. That rhythm is what makes you sound natural. The hypothetical role play. Imagine a scenario where something went wrong, e.g. a failed project. You must explain the failure, detailing what should have happened differently in the past. This is pure conditional grammar practice. By forcing yourself to discuss failures and alternative paths, you are compelled to use those high-level structures like if we had invested, or we should have considered, or we should have considered. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You are discussing the evolution of global communication. Describe how life was before instant connectivity, what has changed in the last decade, and predict one major change that might happen by 2030. Utah. Topic: Communication technology. I'll cover past limitations, present rapid changes, future predictions. See time. Speak for 1 minute. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the seamless transition between tenses while maintaining a clear narrative arc. Don't just talk about technology, use the language of time to frame it. When you start, establish the past using simple or past perfect. Then, use present perfect for the changes that are still affecting us right now. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the careful and accurate switching between past perfect, present perfect, continuous, and third conditional. This prompt is designed to test your ability to speculate about time. Successfully navigating these three tenses shows that you are not just memorizing grammar rules, but truly understanding the nuances of when things happened relative to each other. In Part 3, examiners are not simply checking your grammar, they are assessing your ability to think critically and structure complex arguments. They want evidence that you can discuss abstract concepts with nuance and sophistication. This means moving beyond simple agreements or disagreements. You must explore the why and the how, addressing underlying causes, potential consequences, and different perspectives. Think of rhetoric as persuasive speaking. It's about organizing your thoughts to influence the listener or show deep insight into a topic. Excellent answers often involve making concessions, acknowledging opposing viewpoints before rebutting them with evidence. The most advanced students treat Part 3 like a mini academic debate. Instead of giving short, definitive statements, you should structure your answer by presenting a thesis, supporting it with 2 different points, and then concluding with a nuanced summary or caveat. This structured approach is what signals to the examiner that you are capable of high-level critical thinking. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, from a sociological perspective. Say it again, from a sociological perspective. Use this when you need to change the field of study guiding your answer. For example, moving from economics to culture. It signals intellectual flexibility and helps you analyze a problem using multiple academic frameworks. The word is, assuming we look at the long term. Say it again, assuming we look at the long term. This phrase is powerful because it instantly elevates your answer from discussing current events to discussing trends and predictions. It shows you are capable of thinking about causality over extended periods, which examiners love. The word is, it's worth considering whether the. Say it again, it's worth considering whether. Never speak in absolutes. Using this structure allows you to introduce a point of necessary ambiguity, which makes your argument sound much more measured and balanced. It shows sophistication by acknowledging complexity. The word is drawing parallels with. Say it again, drawing parallels with. Does. If the topic is abstract, this marker allows you to ground your argument using a concrete example from history or another field. It makes your rhetoric tangible and demonstrates wide-ranging knowledge. The word is, on balance, I would argue that. Say it again, on balance, I would argue that. This is a perfect concluding phrase for any Part 3 answer. It implies you have weighed multiple conflicting ideas and are now offering your synthesized final judgment. Use it to wrap up complex thoughts effectively. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's really hard to tell. It is difficult to ascertain the true implications of precision and formality. By replacing casual phrasal verbs with formal, specific nouns and adjectives, you immediately increase your academic register. Ascertain sounds far more considered than tell, giving weight to your observation. Lots of people think. There is a prevailing sentiment that avoiding conversational vagueness. Instead of saying a lot of people, which is imprecise, academic language refers to the S sentiments or the S general consensus. This shows you are analyzing public opinion rather than simply reporting what your friends said. The problem needs fixing. This systemic issue requires mitigation and reform. Lexical upgrade. Vocabulary. Using mitigation or systemic issues demonstrates a high level of vocabulary control. You are moving from simple nouns like problem to sophisticated, abstract terminology suitable for advanced discussion. I guess it might be good because one could argue this approach would prove beneficial due to its capacity to hypothesizing with academic caution. This transition moves you from simple guessing, I guess, to a formalized hypothetical argument. Phrases like "one could argues" maintain the necessary level of academic distance while still presenting an idea. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Oversimplification. The government should do X. It's really bad. Balanced thesis statement. While governmental intervention is certainly necessary, one must consider the potential economic drawbacks associated with such measures. The biggest mistake in part 3 is speaking too definitively or making overly emotional statements. High scorers always introduce complexity by acknowledging counterarguments before presenting their own balanced viewpoint. Vague topic drift. It's difficult. What was the word? Technology really changes everything. Immediate elaboration. To elaborate on that point, technology fundamentally alters social interactions across various demographics. When you feel yourself drifting or pausing too long, don't just repeat the general topic. Instead, use a marker like "to elaborate on that point" to anchor your answer and immediately provide a very specific example or subtopic. Single focus complaint. The internet is bad. I think it makes us lazy. Analytical depth. The why. From a sociological perspective, the over-reliance on digital platforms arguably contributes to a decline in face-to-face social engagement. A single complaint shows surface-level understanding. To score highly, you must explain the mechanism of the problem, the why. Instead of just saying something is bad, analyze the underlying systemic cause. Here are 4 ways to practice. Argument. Mapping simulation. Take an abstract topic and force yourself to argue 3 different sides: the economic view, the social impact view, and the ethical consideration. This exercise trains your ability to switch perspectives seamlessly. By pre-planning how you will shift lenses, you ensure that even when unprepared, you have a robust rhetorical structure ready to deploy. Quote, "The concession drill." Practice every response by starting with "while it is true that," and then immediately pivoting to your main point. This drill forces you into the habit of acknowledging opposing views. It is a critical skill for demonstrating intellectual maturity and avoiding sounding dogmatic or overly simplistic. Advanced Paraphrasing Challenge. Read out 10 complex academic sentences, then immediately paraphrase them 3 different ways using varied vocabulary. This improves your lexical flexibility. You are practicing the skill of conveying a precise meaning without relying on memorized phrases, making your speech sound more spontaneous and natural. Topic linkage chain. Respond to a question, but then voluntarily link your answer to a completely different related topic. For example, discussing education, but linking it to mental health. This is the ultimate way to boost coherence and demonstrate high-level thinking. It shows the examiner that you are not restricted by the prompt's boundaries. You can see connections between disparate concepts. Now, it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Topic: the increasing reliance on digital technology in education. Discuss the benefits of remote learning versus physical classrooms. What are the long-term societal implications for traditional skills? How can educational institutions balance innovation with core values? Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a structured argument that acknowledges both sides before offering a balanced, forward-looking perspective. Do not give a simple yeses or no answer. The key is to create tension between 2 ideas, like the convenience of tech versus the depth of classroom interaction, and then synthesize them into a nuanced 3rd point. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is hedging, concession markers, while X is true, art is true, and advanced comparative structures. Focus specifically on using phrases like "it could be argued" or "one might contend." This signals that you are engaging with the topic at a highly academic level, showing caution in your claims while maintaining deep thought. In academic debate, simply stating that you disagree is rarely enough. You must structure your opposition to maintain credibility and show depth of thought. This involves acknowledging the opposing view first, then pivoting to present your counterargument using formal language. A strong response doesn't just negate an idea, it reframes it or identifies its specific limitations. Remember that the goal is intellectual engagement, not winning a shouting match. The key takeaway here is structure. When you practice academic debate, think of your disagreement as having three parts: acknowledgement, pivot, and counterpoint. By following this pattern, even when you disagree strongly with someone, your delivery remains polite, formal, and highly analytical. Here are 5 examples. While that point holds some weight, I would argue that mild disagreement qualification. This is an excellent phrase for when you don't want to shut down the speaker entirely. It validates their effort while gently guiding the focus back to your area of expertise or concern. With all due respect, I must challenge the premise that strong disagreement, diplomatic. This phrase is highly formal and signals a significant disagreement without sounding aggressive. Using with all due respect immediately lowers tension while elevating your authority. The argument seems to overlook the potential impact of identifying gaps, omissions. Instead of saying you forgot something, you point out a logical gap. This technique forces the opponent to defend their model against an entirely new variable or factor. I concede that X is true. However, this does not account for concession and pivot. A concession is a powerful tool. By admitting one small point of agreement first, you build rapport with the audience before pivoting to dismantle the core of their argument. To take an alternative view, we should consider suggesting alternatives. This phrase moves the discussion forward constructively. It signals that you are not just criticizing, you are actively contributing a viable research solution or viewpoint. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Maintaining intellectual diplomacy. Academic debate requires you to challenge ideas, not people. The language must reflect this separation. In professional settings, the goal is always to critique the argument itself, the data, the logic, or the framework, never the person presenting it. Using academic language keeps the focus purely on critical thought, demonstrating nuance and complexity. Advanced speakers use complex structures to show they understand multiple perspectives simultaneously. High-level English isn't just about knowing big words, it's about showing you can hold conflicting ideas in your head at once. This ability to balance complexity is what truly impresses an examiner or professor, shifting from opinion to argumentation. Good debate moves beyond personal feeling and relies on evidence, cause, and effect. We must learn the difference between stating, "I feel something," and arguing that the data suggests something. Always try to back up your opposing viewpoint with cited examples or hypothetical scenarios. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, "That's totally wrong, you clearly haven't read the studies." Say, "While I appreciate your perspective, a closer look at the recent literature suggests otherwise." The first mistake is becoming too personal or accusatory. Notice how the correct version shifts, all focus to the literature and perspective, making the discussion purely objective. Incorrect. It's just a theory, so it doesn't matter. Correct. Even if theoretical, examining this model allows us to anticipate potential real-world applications. Another common error is dismissing an idea simply because it isn't settled fact. In academia, exploring the what-if scenario using theoretical models is often more valuable than confirming what is already known. Don't say, "But why do we care about that?" Say, however, considering the long-term economic implications, this factor warrants further discussion. Never use rhetorical questions to dismiss a point. Instead, rephrase your skepticism by framing it as a larger implication or consequence that needs detailed analysis. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active listening and note-taking. Don't wait until the speaker finishes. Take notes on key transition words or phrases they use, as these signal points of weakness. When you are listening actively in a debate, don't just listen for content, listen for structure. Identifying their strongest linking phrases will give you an idea of where their logic is most fragile. The 3-second rule. After processing a point, count to 3 silently before responding. This pause allows you to select the perfect, measured academic phrase. Pausing helps you move from an emotional reaction to a thoughtful, structured response. Use that silent time to recall one of the formal phrases we practiced today, ensuring your language is elevated. Preloading vocabulary. Before any debate or discussion, write down 5 specific academic phrases you plan to use, even if you don't feel like it. This strategy moves the target language from your memory into a physical muscle. By pre-committing to using these sophisticated phrases, you increase the chances of fluency and accuracy under pressure. Role-playing scenarios. Practice debating with partners on controversial but low-stakes topics like urban planning or educational policy. To solidify this skill, you need practice in a simulated environment. Role-playing allows you to fail safely, giving you the opportunity to correct your tone and phrasing without real-world consequences. Time management in IELTS is not just about finishing, it's about pacing. You must allocate time proportionally to the weight of each section. For example, dedicate less time to reading comprehension passages and more time to writing your essay structure. Crucially, remember that a well-managed test shows consistency across all skills. If you rush one section, it often negatively impacts your focus in the next. The key is developing an internal rhythm-pacing strategy that keeps your effort consistent from start to finish. Think of time like a finite resource. You can't spend too much on one thing and nothing on another. A high-scoring test taker treats each task as its own miniature challenge that requires focused, proportionate energy output. Here are 5 examples. Reading, skimming first. Do not read every word initially. Spend the first 5 minutes identifying main ideas and keywords. This technique allows you to build a mental map of the article before getting bogged down in details. By prioritizing overall understanding, you save precious time when answering specific true-false questions. Writing task 2, outline before drafting. Spend 3 minutes structuring your argument before writing the first sentence. Many students jump straight into writing, which leads to rambling or off-topic points. A quick outline ensures strong cohesion and keeps your argument academically focused. Speaking, the buffer sentence. When asked a question you need a moment to think about, use a filler phrase like, "That's an interesting point that makes me consider." This strategy buys you crucial seconds without sounding unprepared. It shows the examiner you are actively processing complex ideas, which is much better than silence. Listening, anticipation, and prediction. As soon as the recording starts, predict what kind of information or vocabulary will follow. Prediction helps your brain stay alert and focused on specific details. Instead of just passively hearing words, you are actively listening for answers to a question already forming in your mind. Overall, time checkpoints. Set mini alarms or mental markers throughout the test to confirm you are on track. Regularly checking your perceived pace keeps anxiety at bay. It forces a quick mental review of what was covered and what still needs attention, keeping you accountable. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading. Reading linearly and stopping when they hit a difficult word. Reading strategically by focusing only on the keywords in the question first. The key mindset shift. A weak candidate reads everything, leading to burnout and analysis paralysis. The strong candidate treats the question as a filter, allowing them to scan efficiently for relevant information. Speaking rapidly because they feel pressure to fill time. Speaking at a measured pace, pausing slightly before key points for emphasis. Speed often sacrifices clarity. The best speakers use pauses not as signs of difficulty, but as rhetorical devices that make them sound thoughtful and articulate. Writing, spending too long perfecting the introduction sentence. Completing a quick draft of all body paragraphs first, refining the intro last. Don't let perfectionism destroy your timeline. Getting the core content down quickly is far more valuable than spending excessive time on stylistic polish. Listening, panicking if they miss one specific detail in a section. Accepting missed details and immediately refocusing attention on the next piece of information. The test is cumulative. Missing one answer should not derail your entire performance. High performers maintain emotional regulation, treating each question independently. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Consistency across skills, holistic view. Examiners are looking for sustained proficiency, not just moments of brilliance. A strong band score requires that your performance remains high across all 4 skills. If you ace writing but rush reading, the overall impression suggests uneven ability. Managing cognitive load. Sustained pressure causes mental fatigue, which degrades performance in later sections. By pacing yourself correctly, you distribute your mental energy evenly. This prevents the late test slumps where knowledge feels suddenly inaccessible or retrieval slows, demonstrating mastery under stress. The ability to maintain quality work when time is limited is a core academic skill. High band scores are awarded not just for knowing the material, but for demonstrating control over that knowledge. Effective pacing proves you can perform reliably when it matters most. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed mock exams with breaks. Simulate the actual test environment but include a mandatory 5-minute rest period in the middle. This trains your body and mind to sustain focus. It helps you identify physical signs of fatigue, allowing you to manage them proactively. Sectional time boxing. Practice sections individually, but with strict time limits applied, e.g. 20 minutes for the reading passage. This builds muscle memory for speed. You are training your brain to recognize when a specific task requires immediate and focused output. The self-correction drill speaking. Record yourself speaking on complex topics, pausing every minute to critique your own pace and filler usage. It's vital to become a critical audience member for your own speech. This hyper-awareness helps you self-correct in real time during the actual exam. Reviewing past mistakes log. Keep a journal detailing why you ran out of time on specific questions or tasks. Instead of just reviewing incorrect answers, review the mismanagement itself. Did you spend 10 minutes on a question worth only 2 points? That's what needs to be logged. Keyword mapping is a powerful technique that integrates your listening and reading skills. Instead of trying to remember every detail, you predict the core vocabulary or concepts before consuming the text. This involves identifying key nouns, verbs, and specialized terminology from context clues. By pre-mapping these expected words, you create mental signposts that guide your focus. When listening or reading, you are no longer absorbing information passively, you are actively searching for confirmation of those predicted terms. The goal here is not just to find the word, but to build confidence in your prediction skills. Think of yourself as a detective who has already read the suspect's file and knows exactly what types of clues to look for. This predictive process turns reading from a simple activity into an active, targeted investigation. Here are 4 examples. The early settlers faced significant challenges adapting to the temperate climate. Keyword, temperate climate. This is the central subject of difficulty. Notice how we highlighted temperate climate when you encounter this phrase in a listening passage. Your brain should immediately recall the context, the difficulties faced by settlers. It acts as an anchor that helps you process supporting details. They subsequently developed sophisticated irrigation techniques using natural waterways. Keyword, sophisticated irrigation. This is the specific solution mentioned. This phrase describes a key action or solution. If you are listening and predict that the passage will offer a solution, your ears should be tuned specifically for modifiers like sophisticated and. Technical terms like irrigation focus on the function of the word. Archaeological evidence suggests this practice was sustained over several centuries. Keyword, several centuries. This provides a time frame for the claim. Often, time periods or historical ranges are critical keywords. Don't just listen for numbers, listen for units of measure like centuries, millennia, or decades. These temporal markers help you build a timeline in your mind. The primary economic impact was the establishment of robust trade networks. Keyword, economic impacts and trade networks. This identifies cause and effect. When you see a structure linking a causes, e.g. increased farming, to an effect, e.g. economic impact, map both terms together. Understanding this relationship, the shift from one concept to another is often more important than memorizing the nouns themselves. Let's compare 4 pairs. Skimming, reading for gist. Mapping keywords, reading for detail. Focus on main ideas versus focus on specific terms. If you are skimming, your goal is breadth. You want the overall picture. But when mapping keywords, you slow down and increase depth. You stop skimming once you identify a key term because you know that detail is important for later recall. Scientific article, technical, historical narrative, descriptive, jargon versus imagery. In technical writing, keywords are often jargon highly specific terms like photosynthesis or osmosis. In contrast, narrative texts use descriptive imagery. Your keywords might be sensory words such as velvet, misty, or thunderous. Reading a report, data-driven. Listening to an interview, personal account. That's statistics versus anecdotes. When reading a report, keywords might be percentages or statistical models requiring precise recall. In an interview, the keywords are often emotional descriptions or personal modifier asserts like surprisingly, overwhelmingly, or challenging that convey feeling. Identifying thesis statements. Tracking supporting evidence. The core claim versus the proof points. Always remember the hierarchy of information. First, find the main thesis, the argument itself. Then, use keyword mapping to track 3 or 4 specific pieces of evidence that build the case around that central claim. Complete the summary using words from the passage. The shift toward renewable energy sources requires significant global and policy reform. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is investment. This blank asks for a word that describes a necessary resource. Since the surrounding text is discussing large-scale changes, investments fits perfectly as it implies both money and commitment. Experts predict that solar and wind power will dramatically decrease their initial costs. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is installation. Here, we need a word describing how something is put into place. Installation accurately refers to the physical act of setting up these new energy systems, which is key to cost reduction. However, challenges remain in optimizing battery storage and ensuring reliable grid W. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is integration. The word integration suggests combining different elements into a seamless whole. In this context, it highlights the technical difficulty of merging unpredictable power sources into the current electrical network. Ultimately, adopting these sustainable practices will lead to greater environmental stability and stability. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is resilience. The final word must capture a large-scale benefit. Resilience means the ability to recover or withstand shock, which is exactly what global energy systems aim for in the face of climate change. Here are 4 ways to practice. Before reading or listening, look at the headings and subheadings. Predict 3 core vocabulary words you expect to encounter. Don't wait for the text to give you keywords. Force yourself to predict them using only the titles. This pre-activation of your knowledge primes your brain, making the actual reading process much smoother and more focused. Annotation mapping. Physically annotate texts by drawing arrows between a keyword and its related concept or definition within the text itself. This is a visual trick that forces deeper engagement. By manually drawing lines, you are physically mapping the relationship. Concept A leads to result B. You cannot just passively absorb this information, you have to connect it. The 5 W's check. After reading a paragraph, quickly summarize the core message by answering who, what, when, where, and why. This checks your mapping accuracy. This metacognitive step is vital. It prevents you from getting bogged down in tangential details. By forcing yourself to distill the content into 5 critical W's, you ensure that your keywords were linked back to a clear main idea. Listen for signposting language. When listening, pay extra attention to phrases like, for instance, moreover, and in conclusion. These words signal keyword shifts. In spoken English, these transitional phrases are the literal signposts. They tell you that a key topic is ending or that a new related argument is about to begin. Mapping these transitions improves your listening flow significantly. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The process of mitigating urban heat islands requires a multifaceted approach. Simply planting trees is beneficial, but often insufficient alone. Urban planners are increasingly advocating for green roofs and vertical gardens. These architectural additions not only provide aesthetic appeal, but also drastically improve local biodiversity. Furthermore, integrating reflective materials on building facades can reflect sunlight, reducing the amount of absorbed thermal energy and cooling surrounding air. Question 1. What is the main idea of this passage? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, mitigating urban heat islands requires diverse architectural solutions beyond just planting trees. The key takeaway here is that a single solution is insufficient. The text consistently emphasizes multifaceted, telling us we must look for combinations of ideas, not isolated facts. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means reducing or lessening. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mitigating. When you first see mitigating, don't panic. Use context clues. The phrase requires approach. The text is clearly solving a problem, so mitigate must mean to lessen the severity of that problem. Coherence means that your ideas flow logically from one point to the next. When we integrate writing and speaking, this means your physical essay structure must mirror a well-organized oral presentation. Writers often focus only on transitions between paragraphs, but effective communication requires linking sentences within paragraphs as well. This structural integrity shows the examiner that you can sustain complex thought processes both on paper and in conversation. Think of coherence not just as using however or furthermore, but as having a clear map for your listener, whether they are reading or listening to you. When structuring an argument, always plan your introduction, your key points with evidence, and a conclusive summary. This three-part framework works universally across all IELTS tasks. Here are 4 examples. While economic growth is necessary, it must be balanced with environmental sustainability. For instance, implementing carbon taxes can incentivize green technology adoption, thus mitigating climate change risks. Effective use of while to signal contrast and the clear cause and effect structure, thus's. Notice how this example moves seamlessly from a broad statements, the balance needed to a specific, actionable solution. This model is perfect for structuring your main body paragraphs, ensuring each idea supports the preceding one. Furthermore, educational institutions should prioritize vocational training alongside traditional degrees. Such integration would better equip graduates with immediately employable skills. The use of furthermore to build upon a previous argument and maintaining focus on skill development. This shows excellent topic cohesion because the phrase educational institutions is maintained, keeping the reader focused on the specific domain. When you speak, maintain this continuity of subject matter in your opening statements. The decline in physical activity rates is a public health crisis demanding immediate policy intervention. Governments must therefore mandate more public recreational spaces. Strong authoritative tone and clear escalation from problem identification to specific solution proposal, therefore. This passage demonstrates high rhetorical force by using strong verbs and academic vocabulary, but its structure guides the reader directly toward a conclusion. In speaking, this is how you transition confidently from stating the problem to proposing your take. Similarly, reducing reliance on fossil fuels benefits not only the planet, but also developing economies. Investing in renewables creates local jobs and stabilizes energy costs. Using similarly to draw a parallel point while immediately providing tangible economic benefits. The structural move here is key. It links two seemingly different ideas, environmentalism and economics, through a shared benefit. Always look for these underlying connections when linking your thoughts in response writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Crime rates are high. People need to do more things about it. Given the concerning rise in crime rates, comprehensive community policing and public awareness campaigns must be implemented immediately. Using formal linking phrases and specifying the action required. The weak version is too abrupt. It lacks a specific thesis or pathway. The strong version establishes the problem concerning rise and then logically follows with clear solutions, giving the reader a sense of structured analysis. Learning new languages is good. It helps your brain work better. Beyond cognitive benefits, acquiring new languages significantly enhances neuroplasticity, improving overall problem-solving skills. Using advanced vocabulary and focusing on the mechanism, neuroplasticities. Here we move from a vague statement to a precise, specialized academic claim. This depth of language moves you beyond simple ideas and into expert commentary, which is crucial for high scores. The economy needs help, so government should give money. In order to stabilize the current economic downturn, targeted fiscal stimulus packages are necessary to support small businesses. Using precise economic terminology, fiscal stimulus, instead of vague terms like money. Precision is everything in academic writing and speaking. By using specific vocabulary, you demonstrate a depth of understanding that goes far beyond surface-level ideas. Technology changes fast. It is difficult to keep up with it all. The rapid pace of technological advancement presents significant challenges for workforce adaptation, requiring continuous professional retraining programs. Identifying the specific challenge, workforce adaptation, and offering a structured countermeasure. Instead of just stating that something is difficult, analyze why it is difficult. This shift from complaining to analyzing elevates your response immediately. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Many people argue that technology is bad for education. They spend too much time on phones and lose focus. Strong. While some critics suggest technology detracts from educational focus, it can also provide unparalleled access to global learning resources. The weak version is purely argumentative without nuance. The improved version uses a concessive structure, while some critics suggest, which allows you to acknowledge the opposing view before presenting your counterargument. Showing balanced thinking. Weak. We must protect the environment because animals need it to survive, and so we should stop polluting. Strong. Protecting the environment is paramount for biodiversity. Consequently, drastic measures to curtail industrial pollution are required. The weak version uses a simple and so linkage. The strong version replaces this with a sophisticated transition like, consequently, elevating its formality and establishing a direct, unavoidable conclusion. Weak. If you want to improve your writing, you should read more books. It will make you better. Strong. To substantially enhance one's writing capability, engaging with diverse literature is highly recommended, as it naturally exposes the writer to varied syntax and complex rhetorical patterns. The weak version offers a generic piece of advice. The improved version explains why reading helps, detailing that exposure leads to mastering varied syntax. This shows not just what to do, but the underlying linguistic mechanism. Here are 4 ways to practice. The topic sentence blueprint. Before writing or speaking, map out exactly 3 points. Each point must logically follow the one before it. When you are planning your response, don't just write down bullet points, write mini topic sentences for those bullets. This forces you to practice structural linking and ensures your argument has a visible trajectory from start to finish. The bridge statement technique. Practice writing or saying bridge statements that explicitly link 2 unrelated ideas, e.g., this brings us to the issue of. These are transitional sentences that act like glue. They prevent your speech from sounding like a list of facts and instead make it sound like a guided, holistic discussion. Verbalizing your outline. After writing an essay, immediately stand up and deliver the argument aloud, mimicking your written structure. This is key for integration. By forcing yourself to orally perform the argument in the specific order you wrote it, you build muscle memory for structured speaking that matches your academic writing. The "so what" test. After stating a point written or spoken, ask, "So what? Why does this matter?" and expand on the implication. This simple test forces you to move beyond mere description. Every idea must have an impact, which means connecting it back to your main thesis statement. This is the hallmark of advanced academic communication. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that university education should focus solely on theory and academics, while others argue it must prioritize real-world vocational skills. Discuss both views and give your own opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is balanced discussion between two contrasting viewpoints before stating a personal position. The critical element here is balance. You cannot simply favor one side. You must dedicate equal structural weight to both theory and vocational skills, showing that you understand the complexity of the debate. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is establishing clear parameters for both sides using strong concessive language. A high-scoring candidate will not just list pros and cons, they will build an argument by acknowledging the strengths of one view, pivoting to the limitations of that same view, and then integrating the opposing perspectives smoothly. This demonstrates mastery and coherence. Academic pitfalls are not necessarily grammatical mistakes, they are common conceptual errors in approach and execution. They represent the gap between knowing English and using English for complex academic tasks. Understanding these traps is crucial because simply having advanced vocabulary isn't enough to succeed on a high-level exam. You must also master the academic thinking process itself, which involves critical analysis and structured argumentation. We are focusing today on how to align your language skills with rigorous scholarly demands. Think of these pitfalls as structural issues rather than simple errors. It's about shifting from conversational patterns to formal, precise discourse. Acknowledge that academic writing requires less personal voice and more objective synthesis of ideas. Here are 5 examples. Overgeneralizing in speaking tasks. When you speak, resist the urge to make sweeping generalizations without specific evidence. Instead, always try to narrow your focus and provide concrete examples or hypotheticals to support your point. Specificity is what elevates the discussion from casual chat to academic debate. Superficial summary in writing. Writing trap. A common pitfall is summarizing sources, merely listing facts rather than synthesizing them. True synthesis means showing how different ideas interact or conflict with one another. Always aim to add your own analytical layer on top of the source material. Ignoring subtlety in listening. Well, listening trap. Don't just focus on keywords, pay attention to the tone and implied meaning of the speaker. Academic lectures often use polite phrasing or understatement that carries significant weight. These subtle shifts are key indicators of the speaker's true position. Task misalignment. Procedural trap. This happens when you spend too much time perfect on one skill at the expense of others. For example, perfecting your essay structure while neglecting to practice reading source texts effectively. Remember that all 4 skills must work together in a cohesive cycle. Lack of academic register. Linguistic trap. This pitfall means using informal idioms or colloquialisms when far more precise scholarly language is required. Always maintain a formal distance between yourself and the topic you are discussing. Elevating your vocabulary should always prioritize precision over mere complexity. The most critical area to master is the shift from describing content to critically analyzing it. Academic discourse requires you to adopt the role of an intellectual interpreter, not just a reporter of facts. This involves constantly questioning the premise, who wrote this? What assumptions are they making? And what evidence supports their claim? When structuring your responses, always dedicate space to identifying limitations or suggesting alternative perspectives. By consistently challenging accepted ideas, even in practice, you demonstrate true academic maturity. This process of critical interrogation is arguably the hardest part for students to internalize. It means moving beyond, what did they say, and instead asking, how strong is their argument? Framing your thoughts this way transforms mere reportage into genuine scholarly contribution. Let's compare 4 pairs. Descriptive writing, report. Argumentative writing, essay. Focus shift. A descriptive report merely presents observed data or known facts neutrally. An argumentative essay, however, requires you to take a definitive stance on that data and defend it using evidence. Always remember, description informs, argument persuades. Literal comprehension, listening. Inferential comprehension, listening. Depth of meaning. Literal comprehension is understanding the explicit words spoken. Inferential comprehension, which is what exams test, requires you to read between the lines and understand the underlying message. Pay close attention to tone shifts, as these often signal a change in meaning. Quoting directly writing. Paraphrasing accurately. Avoiding plagiarism. While direct quotes are useful for evidence, paraphrasing shows that you have truly processed and understood the concept yourself. Never just change a few words. Restructure the entire idea into your own academic voice. Task completion, minimum score. Exemplary performance, high score. Goal setting. Completing a task simply means you fulfilled the requirements. Achieving exemplary performance requires depth, critical insight, and flawless execution across all criteria. Always aim for that extra layer of sophisticated thought. Here are 4 ways to practice. Active annotation practice. When reading academic articles, don't just highlight, write notes in the margins. This exercise forces you to engage with the text actively rather than passively consuming it. When you annotate, ask yourself 3 questions. What is the author assuming? What evidence supports this? And what are the counterarguments? This builds critical muscle. A 3-sentence thesis drill. After reading a complex article, summarize its main argument in exactly 3 precise sentences. This drill forces maximum conciseness and clarity of thought. It trains you to identify the core thesis immediately, which is essential for both writing introductions and speaking summaries. Model response analysis. Find high-scoring model essays or speeches and analyze them piece by piece. Don't just read the successful examples, reverse engineer them. Identify why they are effective. Is it their structure, their vocabulary choice, or how seamlessly they moved from idea to supporting evidence? Deconstruct excellence. The elevator pitch test. Practice explaining complex academic topics in under 60 seconds. This test forces you to filter out all unnecessary filler words and emotional language. It ensures that your communication is streamlined, highly focused, and immediately impactful, the hallmark of advanced academic speaking. When tackling a diagnostic assessment, remember that your writing is evaluated not just on what you say, but how professionally and academically you say it. The key skill here is maintaining an objective, formal tone throughout the piece. This means avoiding personal anecdotes or overly emotional language. Instead, use evidence-based reasoning and sophisticated vocabulary to support every claim you make. Think of academic writing as a conversation with experts. You are debating ideas using objective data, not sharing opinions at dinner. To elevate your tone instantly, try incorporating qualifying language phrases like, "It can be argued that," or "Evidence suggests," to show thoughtful consideration rather than absolute certainty. Here are 4 examples. The correlation between increased screen time and diminished attention spans is highly observable. Longitudinal studies confirm that continuous digital stimulation rewires focus mechanisms, making sustained deep work increasingly challenging for younger demographics. Strong use of academic verbs, diminished, correlates, and sophisticated noun phrases, continuous digital stimulation. Notice how this paragraph moves beyond simply stating a problem. It uses specialized vocabulary to define the mechanism of the problem. Always aim for precision when describing complex issues. While some critics argue that traditional educational models are sufficient, mounting global data suggests an urgent need for pedagogical reform, focusing on practical skills over rote memorization. Effective use of concession. while structure to acknowledge the opposing viewpoint before refuting it. This is a perfect example of structuring an argument. You show balance first. By acknowledging the opposition, you sound more credible and authoritative in your own rebuttal. Furthermore, the economic implications necessitate immediate policy changes. Failure to adapt infrastructure will create significant bottlenecks, negatively impacting both commerce and social mobility across industrialized nations. Using strong transitional phrases, furthermore, failure to, combined with high-stakes vocabulary, bottlenecks, necessity. The transition word here is doing heavy lifting. It doesn't just link ideas, it indicates a shift in the argument's focus from social issues to economic consequences. Therefore, adopting an integrated approach that marries technology with hands-on vocational training represents the most viable path forward for sustainable workforce development. Clear conclusion using definitive language represents the most viable path after presenting multiple supporting arguments. A powerful concluding sentence shouldn't just summarize, it must propose a final, actionable solution. This gives your entire argument a sense of decisive closure. Let's compare 4 pairs. Studying is good for your brain because it makes you smarter. Academic study demonstrably enhances cognitive abilities, fostering critical thought alongside domain-specific knowledge. Replaces simplistic verbs and nouns with precise academic terminology. The shift here was from casual explanation to empirical claim. Academic writing favors demonstrables or evidences, which sound much more informed than simply saying something is good. Money problems make countries unstable and cause fights. Socioeconomic instability, often exacerbated by fiscal deficits, can precipitate geopolitical conflict and regional volatility. Uses abstract concepts, socioeconomic instability, instead of simple nouns, money problems. When discussing large-scale social or political issues, use the formal academic noun phrase. This immediately signals that you are writing at a higher level of discourse. People should recycle more glass and plastic. Mandating comprehensive waste management systems, particularly those focused on material recovery rates for plastics and glass, is imperative. Changes a simple recommendation into an authoritative policy requirement, mandating. Instead of telling the reader what to do, frame it as a systemic or policy failure that needs fixing. This makes your argument sound like expert commentary. The government should spend more money on public transport because cars are bad for the environment. Increased public investment in robust transportation networks is crucial, offering a sustainable alternative to private vehicle reliance and mitigating carbon emissions. Connects cause cars to effect, environment, using sophisticated nominalization, mitigating carbon emissions. Instead of listing 2 separate ideas spending money and helping the environment, we combine them into one causal chain. This shows a deeper analytical understanding. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. This essay tells us that pollution is bad for the city and we need to do something. Strong. The gravity of urban pollution necessitates immediate, concerted policy interventions across multiple sectors. Notice how tells us was replaced with the formal verb necessitates. Strong writing uses verbs that convey authority and academic weight, avoiding vague phrasing. Weak. Experts believe this topic is complex because of many things. Strong. The intricate nature of this subject matter stems from its multifaceted interaction between technological advancements and human behavior. Avoid relying on general intensifiers like varies or simply stating many things. Instead, use precise adjectives like multifaceted, intricate, or complex. Weak. If the government doesn't act now, there will be big problems later. Strong. Should governmental action remain inadequate, the long-term consequences risk destabilizing critical social and economic pillars. We replace simple conditional language with a more formal inversion, should X happen. This technique instantly raises the formality of your prose. Here are 3 ways to practice. The 5-minute outline burst. Before writing a single full sentence, dedicate 5 minutes to outlining your argument structure. Map out 3 core points. Thesis. Point 1, evidence through. Point 2, counter-argument rebuttal. Point 3, implication. This strategy forces you to plan for depth immediately. Do not spend time perfecting transitions until the underlying argument structure is rock solid. Elevate your vocabulary systematically. Don't just swap out words, learn synonyms based on register. If you use impact, don't follow it with big effect. Instead, use a more formal verb or noun phrase. Vocabulary is about precision. When reviewing your work, specifically hunt down any general verbs like makes or show and replace them with highly specific academic alternatives. The thesis statement drill. Your thesis must be argumentative, not descriptive. It should take a clear stance and outline the scope of your essay in one concise sentence. Remember, a diagnostic assessment tests your ability to argue a position. A weak thesis merely states the topic. A strong thesis presents the argument you intend to defend. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people believe that developing artificial intelligence, AI, will solve global problems like climate change and poverty. Others argue that the risks of uncontrolled AI development are too great to ignore. Discuss both views and state your own position. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires a balanced discussion. Discuss both views, followed by clear personal argumentation, and state your own position. This structure signals that mere listing of points will result in low scores. You must not only present both sides but analyze why H's conflict and how they relate to each other. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is developing complex topic sentences that embed the argument, followed by integrating specific hypothetical evidence, e.g., according to recent reports. Focusing on complexity means showing how ideas connect, moving beyond simple cause and effect into deeper philosophical or systemic implications. Show depth of thought in every paragraph. Examiners are assessing your ability to manage a sophisticated discussion across multiple dimensions. They aren't just listening for accurate grammar, they are evaluating the depth of your critical thinking and your discourse management skills. This means structuring complex arguments logically, backing up every claim with specific examples, and adapting your register seamlessly throughout the talk. Remember that demonstrating metacognitive awareness, the ability to comment on your own ideas or the topic itself, a hallmark of advanced fluency. When we say discourse management, we mean controlling the flow of conversation like a conductor leading an orchestra. It's about signposting, telling the examiner exactly where you are going with your argument and where you have been. Focus on using phrases that guide the listener through your logic. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is on balance. I would argue that. Say it again. On balance, I would argue that. Use this when you have weighed several ideas and need to declare your final, nuanced position. It signals maturity in thought and forces you to synthesize multiple points into one coherent conclusion. The word is, this prompts me to consider. Say it again. This prompts me to consider. Don't just accept the prompt. Use this phrase to expand the scope of the conversation. It shows you are thinking critically and making connections between different themes, which is a sign of advanced critical thought. The word is, it bears emphasizing that, bus. Say it again. It bears emphasizing that. This structure adds weight to your statement, making it sound authoritative and persuasive. Only use this when the point is truly vital. Overuse can make you seem dramatic or desperate for approval. The word is, the underlying issue here seems to be. Say it again. The underlying issue here seems to be. This phrase moves you beyond surface-level description and into deep analysis. Instead of stating it is bad, you are identifying why it is problematic, which elevates your response dramatically. The word is, to put it another way. Say it again, to put it another way. If you feel like you've lost the listener, or if your initial explanation was too convoluted, use this to simplify. It demonstrates both fluency and the ability to self-correct mid-speech. Let's compare 4 pairs. I think it's a big deal. It warrants considerable attention due to its impact. Using academic vocabulary for weight. Notice how the formal version replaces simple adjectives with more complex, weighty nouns and verbs. This elevates your perceived lexical range and academic command instantly. Yeah, totally agree. I concur with that assessment entirely. Replacing colloquial agreement with precise synonyms. Avoid filler words or slang even if you are relaxed. Using specific verbs like concur or nouns like assessment makes your English sound researched and polished. It kinda messed up the whole system. This disruption significantly undermined the entire infrastructure. Formalizing abstract concepts. Instead of vague emotional language like messed up, use concrete academic nouns and verbs. This allows you to analyze systems rather than simply expressing frustration. Like, what should we do about it? What measures should be implemented to mitigate this challenge? Shifting from questions to formal proposals. In a diagnostic test, frame your suggestions as measures or policies. This structure makes you sound like an advisor giving expert counsel, not just a student asking for help. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Grammatical simplicity. My opinion is that technology good for us. Complex structures and vocabulary. I believe technology offers significant benefits to modern society. The mistake here isn't just grammar, it's lack of precision. By using offers significant benefits, you are demonstrating a grasp of collocations and sophisticated sentence embedding. Vague hedging, weak, I don't know, maybe it depends on. Sophisticated qualification. It is difficult to say definitively because the outcome hinges upon several variables. Instead of vague qualifiers like maybe, use precise academic hedges. Phrases that mention dependence on variables or factors sound thoughtful, not uncertain. 2. Abrupt simple closure. So, in conclusion, we should do X. Nuanced synthesis advanced. To synthesize these points, the most viable path forward would be the implementation of X. Never end with a simple in conclusion. Instead, use verbs like synthesize or phrases that suggest careful consideration of multiple factors before stating your final recommendation. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed self-recording. Record yourself answering prompts and immediately critique your own use of advanced discourse markers. The key here is active listening to your own performance. Don't just check for grammar, listen specifically for places where you could have added a higher level phrase or developed a point further. Topic expansion drilling. Take a simple sentence and practice expanding it into 3 distinct, fully supported paragraphs. This trains your ability to sustain depth. If the test gives you one small topic, don't just talk about it, analyze its history, critique its current state, and predict its future impact. Shadowing advanced speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic podcasts and immediately mimic not just the words, but the speaker's rhythm and pausing patterns. Mimicking intonation is crucial for sounding natural. Pay attention to how experts pause before delivering a key point. This gives your argument necessary dramatic weight. Argument mapping. Before practicing, outline your answer using 3 points. 1. Thesis. 2. Evidence. Example. 3. Counterargument. Limitation. This simple pre-planning step ensures you cover diverse rhetorical ground and avoid rambling. A strong response always anticipates and addresses the limitations of its own argument. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. You've been asked to discuss the accelerating integration of artificial intelligence into daily life. You should cover: how does AI enhance human capability? Guess what ethical dilemmas, e.g., job displacement, bias, arise? Propose one regulatory measure to guide its development. Aim for 3-4 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a balanced structure that moves from positive impact through critical conflict and concludes with a concrete solution. The examiner wants intellectual balance. Don't spend all your time on one side. show you can analyze both the utopian potential and the dystopian risks of the technology equally. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is high-level qualification and nuanced linking phrases, e.g., while it is true that, or conversely, this advanced skill shows you aren't stating facts but analyzing complex relationships between ideas. It moves your speech from simple reporting to expert commentary. We often review conditionals, but today we focus on mixed conditionals. These structures allow us to link timeframes that don't align, for instance, a past action affecting the present reality. Remember the core pattern, an if clause, describing a contrary to fact situation in the past, paired with a result clause showing its ongoing consequence now. Another common mix is presenting a general truth or habit, the present simple, as the condition for a past outcome. These structures show high grammatical complexity and are excellent for boosting your IELTS writing score. The key conceptual hurdle here is realizing that mixed doesn't mean messy, it means flexible. You are connecting two separate time realities, a point in the past and a state now, within one sentence. By mastering this flexibility, you demonstrate advanced control over English tenses. Here are 5 examples. If I had studied abroad, past condition, I would be confident now, present result. Mixed conditional type 3, 2. Here we look at a past hypothetical situation, the lack of studying abroad. This single event has created a lasting change in the speaker's present self-perception, which is powerful language for IELTS writing. If people lived more sustainably, present condition, climate change would slow down, general result. Standard second conditional, hypothetical. This is a classic second conditional used for discussing global issues. It presents an unrealistic but plausible scenario, making it perfect for argumentative essay introductions. She would fail the exam, past result, if she hadn't prepared last night, past condition. Mixed conditional type 2-3, result condition. Notice how the focus shifts. The failure is a recent hypothetical outcome based on a past action. This structure helps us discuss regret or missed opportunities with nuance. If I were you, present condition, I would accept that job offer, hypothetical result. Second conditional, advice. This is the iconic phrase for giving advice. Remember to use were, even with singular subjects like I, he, or she. It maintains the formal hypothetical tone required in academic English. The project would be finished, past result, if the team had more funding, past condition. Mixed conditional type 3-2. This example suggests that lack of money in the past is responsible for a current or near future delay. It's a sophisticated way to discuss resource limitations. Let's compare 4 pairs. If I had known, past perfect. If I knew, simple past. Time frame shift, past versus present relevance. The past perfect had known establishes a fixed point in the past that never happened. Contrast this with simple past conditionals, which deal with generally unlikely present or future scenarios. I would be, result, hypothetical state. I would have been, result, past outcome. Focus on time, present possibility versus completed action. The difference between would be and would have been is all about the timeline of consequence. Use be for a continuing state and use have been to refer back to a definite past moment. I could accept, ability. I should accept, recommendation. Modal meaning, ability versus advice. When choosing between could and should, ask yourself if you mean I have the ability to do it or if I ought to do it based on logic. Most IELTS writing requires strong recommendations using should. If it rains, present simple. It will rain, future prediction. Condition versus certainty. Conditionals require a conditional structure. Remember that the entire purpose of the if clause is to set up a non-factual condition. If you are simply predicting weather or stating fact, use standard future tenses instead. Fill in the blanks. If governments had more funding to education, poverty rates would decrease. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is provided. Since this is a hypothetical general truth about government action, we use the simple past form in the if clause. This keeps the structure consistent with the resulting main clause. He would feel much better today if he came to the doctor yesterday. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had gone. This is a classic mixed conditional example. The lack of action in the past, going to the doctor, has an effect on his current ongoing feeling, requiring the past perfect. If I psych in enough time, I would learn Mandarin. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is had. Here we are using a basic second conditional structure. The if clause uses the simple past tense to represent an unfulfilled or unlikely present condition. She might be here right now if she sheepled her meeting. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is didn't have. This sentence requires a modal verb plus the simple past. It suggests possibility in the present, linking it back to an unfulfilled condition. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, subject-verb agreement mood. If I was rich, I will buy a house. Correct, second conditional. If I were rich, I would buy a house. The first common mistake is forgetting the subjunctive were after if, even though we are talking about I in formal conditional English. Using were maintains the necessary hypothetical tone. Incorrect, tense inconsistency in result. If they had studied harder, they passed the test. Correct, mixed conditional structure. If they had studied harder, they would have passed the test. When discussing a past failure due to lack of effort, both parts of the conditional must reflect that completed action. Using would have passed completes this perfect tense frame. Incorrect, singular plural agreement and modality. If we change methods, results improves. Correct, standard conditional form. If we change our methods, the results would improve. This error shows a lack of agreement and incorrect modality. We need would plus the base verb, and we must ensure that results takes the plural form. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Climate change is a critical global issue. If governments points more funding to renewable energy sources, the planet would be safer now. However, if we ignore this issue today, future generations will suffer greatly. Question 1. Correct the error in the underlined phrase, if he was here, he solves the problem. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if he were here, he would solve the problem. The primary correction is using were and changing solves to its conditional form. This immediately signals advanced control over formal English structure. Question 2. Write a sentence describing a past missed opportunity, mixed conditional. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, if I hadn't taken that job, I would be living in Australia now. When creating your own mixed conditional, always ensure the if clause is past perfect. And the result clause uses would plus base verb. This combination is a high-scoring element across all IELTS writing tasks. True reading speed isn't just about moving your eyes quickly across the page. It's a strategic balance between depth and breadth of comprehension. We need to move past simple skimming and adopt what we call targeted reading. This involves pre-reading the text to identify the author's main purpose, which acts as a filter for all subsequent information. Think of your reading like detective work. You aren't looking for everything, you are hunting specific evidence. By establishing clear questions before you begin, you train your brain to actively search for answers rather than passively absorbing every word. The key difference between skimming and targeted reading is intent. Skimming gives you the general idea, but targeted reading forces focus on why a piece was written. Is it arguing a point? Is it informing us of data? Understanding the author's goal allows you to filter out unnecessary adjectives or lengthy examples that simply pad the text. Here are 4 examples. Research consistently shows that spaced repetition is more effective than cramming. Main thesis statement, the core argument. Notice how this sentence immediately gives you the central claim. When reading for detail retention, your goal isn't to paraphrase the entire paragraph, it's to pull out this single, high-impact sentence that conveys the main point. For example, studies involving memory recall demonstrated a significantly higher rate of retention with short reviews over weeks. Supporting evidence. Example. This section provides proof. You must read it thoroughly enough to understand how the evidence supports the thesis, but you don't need to remember every statistic mentioned. Therefore, incorporating short, spaced quizzes into your routine can optimize long-term memory pathways. Conclusion. Application of the theory. This is the "so what" moment. After reading the evidence, you must identify the practical takeaway or recommendation that the author wants you to act upon. These techniques move knowledge from short-term working memory into durable long-term storage. Summary of impact implication. This final summary sentence is often the most important. It synthesizes everything and tells you the ultimate significance of the information, which is crucial for retaining detail. Let's compare 4 pairs. Reading a scientific abstract. Goal, overview. Reading a novel chapter. Goal, immersion. Focus versus flow. When reading an abstract, you are looking for keywords and numerical data. You need high focus but low emotional engagement. In contrast, novel reading requires allowing the narrative to pull you in. Speed is sacrificed for flow and deep understanding of character motivation. Scanning for a fact, e.g. date. Skimming for main idea. Vertical versus horizontal sweep. Scanning is like using Ctrl+F in a document. Your eyes move rapidly down the page looking only for a specific pattern. Skimming requires you to read headers, topic sentences, and conclusions quickly to grasp the overarching theme. Reading an editorial piece. Goal, persuasion. Reading a textbook definition. Goal, fact retrieval. Tone versus objectivity. Editorials use emotional language and rhetorical flair to guide your perspective, so you must read critically for bias. Textbook definitions require absolute objectivity. Here, every word has a precise meaning that cannot be interpreted metaphorically. Reading academic papers. Goal, synthesis. Reading newspaper reports. Goal, timeliness. Depth versus immediacy. Academic papers build knowledge over time, demanding you track complex arguments and methodologies. News reports prioritize immediacy. While they are detailed, the structure is built to inform readers quickly about an event that just happened. Complete the summary using words from the passage. Effective readers first identify the central theme and then look for key supporting YU. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is details. When you see a blank like this, think about the function of the word. We need something that provides evidence, so details work perfectly. This step grounds your reading in concrete information. They should prioritize understanding the author's main state over memorizing every specific example. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is argument. The core of comprehension is recognizing the central claim or argument. If you can summarize the whys behind the text, even if you forget the specifics, you have achieved high-level reading success. To maintain speed, learners must use targeted reading techniques rather than engaging in deeper why. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is analysis. The blank here suggests an activity that is too slow. Analysis implies breaking everything down piece by piece, which slows you down. We need a faster, more surface-level action. Finally, drafting a short summary helps solidify the knowledge and confirms comprehensive word race part. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is retention. The final step is always output writing. Writing forces your brain to retrieve the information in a summarized format, which dramatically improves long-term retention rates. Here are 4 ways to practice. The PQS method pre-question scan. Before reading, ask 3 questions about the material's topic. This activates your existing knowledge base and gives you a map for what to look for. Never read something cold. Always prime yourself with context. By formulating those initial questions, you transform from being a passive recipient of information into an active investigator determined to solve a puzzle. Visualize the information. As you read complex sections, pause and mentally sketch out diagrams or timelines. This physical act of mapping helps anchor abstract ideas in concrete memory. Our brains are visual machines. If a passage discusses a process or relationship between concepts, don't just let the words wash over you. Force yourself to draw it out, even if only mentally, to solidify the connections. Read in chunks chunking. Instead of reading word by word, group related ideas into conceptual chunks of 3 to 5 sentences at a time. Then pause and briefly review that chunk's meaning. Reading in chunks is physical pacing training for your eyes. It forces you to process the meaning of a small section before moving on, which prevents your brain from getting overwhelmed by sheer volume. The 80-2-2 rule. Focus 80% of your energy on the most critical 20% of the content, the thesis statements and conclusions. Don't get bogged down in supporting examples. This principle, often applied to productivity, applies here too. Most academic writing follows this pattern. A few central ideas support everything else. Learning to spot these anchors saves enormous amounts of time. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cognitive psychologists suggest that effective learning is not solely about information intake. Instead, it relies heavily on retrieval practice and spaced recall. This means actively pulling information out of your memory at increasing intervals, rather than just rereading notes repeatedly. The brain strengthens neural pathways most effectively when prompted to retrieve data under minimal support. Therefore, scheduling short review sessions over weeks like using flashcards or self-quizzing is far superior to cramming a large volume of material the night before an exam. Question 1. What is the core concept of spaced recall? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is retrieving information at increasing time intervals. The question asks for the definition, which requires you to locate and synthesize key phrases. Recognizing that spaced recall is a process rather than a single action is vital for full comprehension. Question 2. Find a word in the passage that means strengthen or reinforce. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is strengthen or reinforce. This tests your ability to quickly match a meaning to a specific vocabulary item. When looking for synonyms, don't just read, keep the target word like strengthen in mind as you scan the text. A strong introduction does more than just introduce the topic. It positions your entire argument within a larger academic conversation. Think of it as setting the stage for a play, providing context and defining the scope. The conclusion is equally vital because it provides the final sense of completeness, leaving the reader with enduring thoughts rather than an abrupt stop. For IELTS writing, these sections are where you demonstrate high-level rhetorical control. They show that you understand not only what to say, but how to frame it intellectually. Remember that mastering structure is about demonstrating sophistication. When the examiner reads your introduction, they should feel like a guided tour through your intellectual process. The goal isn't just passing, it's persuading them of your mastery over complex academic discourse. Here are 4 examples. The rapid digitalization of modern economies has fundamentally altered labor demands globally. While some argue that automation poses an existential threat to human employment, this essay contends that the shift necessitates a proactive retraining model. Effective scoping. It moves immediately from a broad global issue, digitalization, to a specific debatable point and signals the thesis, retraining models. Notice how this example uses precise signposting. The first sentence is broad enough for any general audience, but by stating this essay contends, it establishes an immediate academic boundary, defining exactly what the rest of your paper will argue. In contemporary society, Debates surrounding sustainable urban planning often overlook the crucial role played by community-led initiatives. Addressing this imbalance requires a comprehensive policy framework that empowers local voices. The gap hook. It identifies a perceived flaw or oversight in current thinking, the neglect of community initiatives, creating an immediate need for your argument. This technique, known as the gap hook, is incredibly powerful. You are telling the reader, here is what everyone else misses. By pointing out this deficiency, you instantly position yourself and your essay as the expert solution provider. Ultimately, while technological advancements offer undeniable efficiencies, their implementation must be tempered by ethical considerations regarding social equity. Therefore, policymakers must prioritize human welfare alongside economic growth. The reframing conclusion. It doesn't summarize, it restates the core conflict and elevates the stakes to a broader policy recommendation. A strong conclusion never repeats your topic sentence verbatim. Instead, it must elevate the discussion by widening the scope, slightly moving from specific arguments back out to general principles or implications for future action. To conclude, mitigating global climate change is not merely an environmental issue, it is a profound economic and geopolitical challenge. International cooperation, therefore, must transition from voluntary agreements to mandatory regulatory structures. The call to action conclusion. It summarizes the severity of the problem and issues a clear, definitive recommendation for systemic change. This conclusion works because it avoids emotional language while maintaining urgency. By suggesting a shift from voluntary agreements to mandatory structures, it provides a concrete policy takeaway that feels authoritative. Let's compare 4 pairs. Smoking is bad for health and people should stop doing it. While the public awareness regarding smoking's detrimental effects on cardiovascular health has increased, comprehensive policy intervention remains necessary to curb rates in developing nations. Moves from simple assertion to nuanced academic debate using complex language. The key improvement here is moving past generalization. The strong version doesn't just say bad, it specifies what is bad and why the problem persists, which immediately raises your vocabulary level. Technology has changed jobs a lot over the years. The profound integration of digital technology into daily life has necessitated a fundamental restructuring of labor markets, creating both efficiencies and job displacement risks. Uses precise academic terminology, e.g., integration, restructuring, instead of vague words like a lot. Academic writing demands precision. Instead of using simple verbs or adverbs, try to incorporate nouns derived from Latin roots or complex technical terms. This demonstrates subject matter expertise. In conclusion, global warming is a problem that needs governments to fix immediately. Ultimately, addressing climate change requires an integrated approach, combining mandated governmental policy with significant private sector investment and behavioral shifts worldwide. The strong version names specific stakeholders, governments, private sector, rather than just using vague nouns like governments. When you list multiple solutions or responsible parties in your conclusion, it makes the argument feel comprehensive. It shows that you have considered all angles of the complex problem. To summarize, people should eat more fruits and vegetables. In summation, while dietary guidelines emphasize increased consumption of produce, greater focus must also be placed on reforming food supply chains to ensure nutritional accessibility across socioeconomic demographics. Elevates the discussion from a personal habit, eat more, to systemic failure, reforming supply chains. The biggest mistake is keeping the conclusion too focused on simple advice. You must scale up. If your essay discusses global issues, your conclusion should discuss policy or macroeconomic implications. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Many people think that reading books is good for the brain because it makes you smart. Strong. While conventional wisdom suggests that literature enhances cognitive function, a more nuanced examination reveals its specific impact on empathy and critical reasoning skills. The original statement is too conversational and lacks academic hedging. Strong writing uses phrases like, while conventional wisdom suggests, to introduce a counter-argument, showing intellectual caution. Weak. In conclusion, technology helps people communicate better and make the world smaller. Strong, consequently, while digital connectivity has dramatically accelerated global communication flows, policymakers must address potential pitfalls related to data privacy and cultural fragmentation. Never use in conclusion alone, always pair it with a sophisticated transitional phrase like consequently or ultimately. This improves your cohesion score immediately. Weak, because of climate change, we need to change our lives and stop wasting energy. Strong, the escalating crisis of anthropogenic climate change mandates a paradigm shift away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy sources supported by international regulatory frameworks. Notice the vocabulary upgrade. Change our lives becomes paradigm shift, and stop wasting energies becomes supported by regulatory frameworks. This is how you achieve high lexical resource scores. Here are 4 ways to practice. The funnel technique. Introduction. Start broad and narrow down. Begin with a sweeping statement about the general topic, gradually introducing specific variables until you pinpoint your thesis. Visualize this technique as drawing an inverted triangle on paper. Your opening sentence is the wide basir universally accepted truth. The final line before your thesis is the sharp point that leads directly into your argument scope. The so what test conclusion. After writing a draft conclusion, ask yourself, so what? If there was no problem, what would happen? Answer this gap to provide real-world implications. This test forces you beyond simple summary. You must articulate the consequences of your findings or the urgency of the issue in a way that makes the reader feel compelled to act or think deeper. Vocabulary. Mapping for transitions. Create lists of high-level transition phrases, e.g. furthermore, conversely, notwithstanding, grouped by function, adding points, contrasting, or concluding. Don't just memorize these words, practice integrating them seamlessly. If you overuse a linker word, it sounds artificial. The goal is to use structural language naturally, almost like a native speaker. The counter-argument preemption. Acknowledge the strongest opposing viewpoints early in your introduction or body paragraphs before refuting it. This shows balanced critical thought. Acknowledging a counter-argument is not agreeing with it. It's demonstrating that you understand the debate's complexity. By naming the opposition, you immediately build immense credibility with your reader. Academic vocabulary isn't just about knowing obscure words, it's about accessing the specialized language of a field. When you study science or art history, you encounter unique terminology that general English doesn't cover. Learning these terms requires understanding their specific context and how they function within complex arguments. Think of academic vocabulary as a toolkit for deep thinking. Instead of just translating ideas, you are learning the precise mechanisms used by experts to build sophisticated arguments. The key strategy here is immersion. Read deeply within your chosen discipline, whether it's molecular biology or Renaissance Arto. See these words in action. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is dichotomy. Say it again, dichotomy. Remember that dichotomy always implies 2 opposing parts, like light versus dark or concept versus reality. You can often use the phrase, a sharp dichotomies, to emphasize the contrast. Don't confuse it with mere difference. A dichotomy suggests an inherent separation. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. When you use mitigate, think of reducing the intensity of a problem. In research, we often talk about mitigating bias in data collection. A common mistake is using it when you mean alleviate, while related, mitigate usually refers to lessening the severity of a condition or risk. The word is aesthetic. Say it again, aesthetic. This word is crucial for analyzing arts and philosophy. When you say something has aesthetic value, you are commenting on its visual pleasingness, not just whether it's pretty. It suggests a deep consideration of form, color, or balance. The word is paradigm. Say it again, paradigm. A paradigm is essentially the accepted set of assumptions in a field at a given time. When scientists talk about a paradigm shift, They mean that the entire foundational way of thinking has changed. It's a major revolution in thought. The word is juxtaposition. Say it again, juxtaposition. This is a fantastic word for literary or visual analysis. Simply put, it means placing next to. When you use this term, you are analyzing why the author placed those two elements together. The contrast itself creates meaning. The word is epitome. Say it again, epitome. Think of epitomes as the ultimate, flawless representation of something. If someone is described as the epitome of bravery, they are viewed as the absolute standard bearer for that trait. It carries a very high compliment. Here are 5 examples. The archaeologist noted the dichotomy between the ceremonial artifacts and the daily tools. Dichotomy, noun. Notice how dichotomies frames the relationship between two groups of objects. It suggests that these items aren't just different, they represent fundamentally separate aspects of ancient life. The study aimed to mitigate the inherent biases found in self-reported survey data. Mitigate, verb. Here, mitigates is used scientifically. The researcher isn't deleting the bias, they are finding ways to lessen its negative impact on the overall results. This shows a measured, cautious approach. The minimalist design was praised for its stark aesthetic and clean lines. Aesthetic, adjective. When describing art or architecture, aesthetic goes beyond just beautiful. It implies a specific set of tasteful choices, a commitment to simplicity that is intellectually pleasing. The Industrial Revolution created an entirely new paradigm for human labor and urbanization. Paradigm, noun. This sentence shows how paradigm can apply to social or economic shifts, not just scientific ones. It means the fundamental model of existence changed completely. The juxtaposition of rough charcoal sketches with polished oil paintings was striking. Juxtaposition, noun. Again, in art analysis, juxtaposition highlights the visual tension. By putting two contrasting textures or styles right next to each other, the artist forces us to see them differently. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, dichotomy. Compare it with contrast. Degree of separation. While both refer to differences, contrast is a general term that can apply anywhere. A dichotomy suggests a fundamental, almost absolute split binary opposition that defines 2 separate categories. First, aesthetic. Compare it with beautiful. Scope of judgment. Beautiful is often an emotional response. Aesthetic, however, is a more academic and intellectual assessment of form, structure, or principles. It allows for discussing beauty in things that may not traditionally be considered beautiful. First, mitigate. Compare it with reduce. Focus on the cause versus effect. Reduce is very broad. You can reduce a number or reduce effort. Mitigate, however, specifically implies softening the impact of an existing negative situation or danger. It's about lessening the harm. First, epitome. Compare it with example. Perfection versus instance. An example is just one instance of something. It shows what it is. The epitome, though, suggests that this example is the ultimate, perfect realization of that trait or quality. Here are 4 ways to practice. Vocabulary mapping. Grouping related words and concepts. Don't just learn the definition, map it. For instance, group dichotomy, juxtaposition, and contrast. This helps your brain see them as members of a family of comparison words with subtle differences. Flashcard storytelling. Creating short narratives using new words. Instead of making flashcards that just say word definition, try creating mini stories. For example, a story about an architect who must mitigate the dichotomy between old and new structures. Contextual recall is much stronger. The collocation check. Learning which words naturally go together. This is arguably the most important skill. Don't learn mitigate risk or mitigate effects. Knowing these natural pairings makes your English sound instantly more professional and academic. Is spaced repetition. Reviewing vocabulary at increasing intervals. Our memory is like a sponge. It gets full quickly. Use spaced repetition systems to force your brain to recall these words right before you are about to forget them, cementing them into long-term memory. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The study of classical art often presents a dichotomy, the pursuit of perfect realism versus the embrace of abstract expression. To analyze this tension, scholars frequently use juxtaposition, placing a sculpture next to an early photograph. This shift in focus suggests a paradigm change in how we define beauty. The resulting artwork is often praised for its aesthetic value, which helps mitigate historical confusion. Question 1. Find a word that refers to the placement of two contrasting elements side by side. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is juxtaposition. The answer is juxtaposition. When you read this passage, think about what was placed next to what. The text specifically mentions placing a sculpture with a photograph, which is the perfect illustration of that technique. Question 2. Use the word paradigm in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the rise of AI represents a new paradigm for scientific research. When you answer this question, don't just define the word, give it real-world scope. Saying AI represents a new paradigm is much stronger than saying AI is important. You are suggesting that the fundamental model of work has changed. Pronunciation isn't just about making sounds, it's about precise physical movements. To speak clearly, you must control your airflow and the placement of your tongue against your teeth and palate. For example, certain consonant sounds require pushing air through a narrow gap between your lips or your tongue tip and your gums. Mastering these specific placements helps ensure that every syllable is distinct and easily understood by a listener. Think of your mouth like a complex musical instrument. If one valve, say, controlling the airflow for eyes versus eyes is slightly off, the resulting sound will be muddy or unclear. The goal here isn't perfection immediately, it is building awareness. We are training muscle memory so that correct articulation becomes automatic when you speak under pressure. Let's go through 6 words. For each word I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ship. Say it again, ship. Say it quickly and focus on that short, clipped I sound. Visualize a tiny, quick movement in the middle of your mouth. The airflow should be consistent but brief. Try pairing this word immediately with its long vowel counterpart to emphasize the difference. The word is sheep. Say it again, sheep. For this word, you need to stretch that E sound out fully. Your mouth needs to create a wider, more sustained opening than the previous word. Exaggerating the length and drawing it out helps those new neural pathways connect the correct muscle groups. The word is fit. Say it again, fit. Notice how the initial F sound is different from the shif in ship. It requires you to lightly blow air over your top teeth while keeping your bottom lip pressed gently against them. The key here is maintaining that precise airflow. The word is feet. Say it again, feet. This word uses the exact same E sound as sheep. The contrast is primarily in the initial consonant. Focus entirely on keeping that exaggerated, sustained mouth shape for the vowel itself. The word is lick. Say it again, lick. When you pronounce this word, make sure your tongue is actively involved. The low I sound and the placement of the lull should feel connected. Don't let your mouth slacken on the final consonant. The word is leak. Say it again, leak. Again, the difference is in the length of the vowel. Compare this to licks right now. If you can hear a clear distinction between short and long, you are successfully activating those different vowel muscles. Let's compare 4 pairs. Compare it with right. The difference is just one sound. This pair confuses many speakers because the spelling makes you think they should sound similar. However, the key difference is in the initial consonant cluster. The first word requires a specific puff of air from the throat that the second word does not have. First, live. Compare it with leave. Focus on the vowel length. This is a classic case where vowel duration makes or breaks clarity. If you use a short I sound when saying leave, you risk sounding like you are saying live. Remember to stretch that middle vowel out for true distinction. First, week. Compare it with week. The initial consonant is key. Here, the difference lies in how you start the sound. For week, your mouth needs to be ready for a distinct, breathy beginning. When moving between these two words, imagine physically opening and closing your throat muscles slightly. Thirst, say. Compare it with see. The starting sound is different. This contrast highlights the distinction between a semi-vowely blend and a pure vowel. When you say, your tongue starts moving forward. When you say see, it stays settled for a clearer, longer tone. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Incorrect, gone. Correct, going. Many speakers drop the final G sound in connected speech, which makes them sound much more casual. While natural in fast conversation, for clarity, we need to ensure that consonant endings are audible. Practice articulating that final G strongly. Wrong stress, present. Right stress, present. One of the most common errors is misplacing the stress. Remember that if present means being here, the emphasis falls on the first syllable. If it refers to a gift, the emphasis shifts entirely to the second syllable. Overemphasis, very. Natural rhythm, vryi. When we speak quickly, our unstressed syllables naturally reduce or weaken. However, if you overemphasize every syllable equally, your speech sounds choppy and unnatural. Aim for a smooth, flowing rhythm where the key words carry the most weight. Here are 4 ways to practice. In twisters. Repetition drills focusing on difficult sounds. These are fantastic physical warm-ups. They force your mouth muscles to move quickly and accurately between contrasting points, building endurance and precision. Don't worry about speed at first. Focus only on impeccable accuracy. Minimal pairs. Drilling words that differ by one sound. These are critical for fine-tuning your ear and mouth simultaneously. When you hear a pair, immediately say both versions aloud to train your brain to recognize the subtle acoustic difference. This builds immediate recognition skills. Shadowing. Repeating at the native speech in real time. This technique requires you to listen and speak simultaneously, mimicking the rhythm, intonation, and stress of a professional speaker. It moves the learning from an intellectual exercise to a physical performance. Mirror work. Watching your mouth movements closely. Using a mirror helps you visualize exactly what experts are doing with their lips and tongue while speaking. Seeing the movement in real time is incredibly helpful for self-correction, allowing you to adjust physical habits immediately. Think of your preparation not just as studying content, but mastering the art of performance. The best strategy begins with understanding the pacing required for each section and how to allocate time effectively. Remember that IELTS is a marathon, not a sprint. Maintaining steady pace minimizes panic. Before you even start answering questions, take 5 deep breaths to ground yourself in the moment. This initial psychological setup is crucial for accessing your full knowledge base. This concept isn't about what you know, but how reliably you can access it when under pressure. The goal here is establishing a ritual or routine that signals to your brain it's time to perform. By focusing on the psychological aspects of timing and pacing, you reduce wasted energy spent worrying, allowing you to focus solely on answering the question at hand. Here are 5 examples. Active listening. Focus on keywords, not just the words. In listening, write down key phrases or names immediately upon hearing them. When you hear a piece of information, don't try to transcribe everything. Instead, train your ear to capture the core nouns and verbs. This selective listening technique saves time and helps you pinpoint answers even if the speaker uses complex phrasing. The quick scan technique for reading. Before reading a paragraph, quickly skim the question to know exactly what piece of information you are looking for. Do not read every word in the passage. Instead, treat the text like a map and use your questions as coordinates. This focused skimming dramatically cuts down on unnecessary cognitive load and helps you find answers much faster. Bridging ideas, using linking phrases in writing. Start every new paragraph with a strong transition phrase like furthermore or conversely. Linking words are essential for demonstrating coherence. They act as signposts for your reader, showing that your ideas flow logically from one point to the next. Using varied transitions is what separates competent writing from high-scoring academic writing. Buying time in speaking, asking a clarifying question. If you are unsure of the prompt, ask the examiner to clarify one part. This buys you valuable thinking time. Never be afraid to pause or seek clarification. It is always better than rambling or guessing. Framing the request for detail as intelligent engagement makes you appear thoughtful and gives your brain those extra seconds needed to structure an articulate response. Post-test review, immediate self-correction. After finishing the test, spend 2 minutes reviewing any question you felt unsure about. Don't dwell on it, just note the pattern of error. This isn't a time to panic or second-guess yourself. It's for metacognition thinking about your own thinking process. By identifying patterns like, I always misread negative qualifiers, you know precisely where to focus your limited revision effort. Let's compare 4 pairs. Panicking and rereading the prompt multiple times. Taking a deliberate 1-second pause, then drafting a quick outline of keywords. The power of pausing for structure. When stress hits, our brains tend to loop on the same information. The high scorer understands that silence is not failure, it is processing time. Using that brief moment to organize thoughts improves fluency immediately. Trying to remember every single piece of vocabulary they learned. Focusing instead on using simple but highly accurate and natural grammar structures. Accuracy over vocabulary quantity. It is far better to use a simpler word correctly than to use an advanced synonym incorrectly. Examiners prioritize grammatical accuracy because it shows control. Don't let vocabulary ambition compromise structural integrity. Leaving blank spaces or guessing randomly on multiple choice sections. Making an educated guess, but also marking the assumptions you made next to review later. Indulge as assessment. If there is no penalty for wrong answers, a reasoned guess is often better than leaving it blank. The key difference here is that the strong candidate treats guessing as another piece of data to analyze, not just a random shot. Comparing their performance to other test takers. Maintaining complete focus solely on completing their own paper efficiently and thoroughly. Isolation and internal metrics. The most critical mindset is self-containment. Your score depends only on your effort and technique, not on who sits next to you. Shift all external pressure inward by focusing only on the task at hand. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Sustained performance, the stamina factor. Anxiety depletes mental resources, leading to a noticeable drop in performance across all skills. Mindset management is essentially energy conservation. By staying calm and methodical, you keep your cognitive batteries charged throughout the entire test duration. This consistency prevents the typical mid-test slump that drags down overall scores. Demonstrating coherence under pressure. Confidence allows you to structure arguments logically, even when challenged by time constraints. High band scores require showing not just what you know, but how well you can organize it. When you feel confident, your ability to use complex signaling language and structured paragraphs increases significantly. Reducing cognitive load. When anxiety is low, working memory is freed up for actual task completion rather than self-monitoring. Think of your brain like a computer. Anxiety creates background processes that slow everything down. By adopting calming techniques, you clear out those unnecessary processes and allow your core academic skills to run at maximum efficiency. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed 4 mock tests, the stress test. Simulate the entire test environment including silence and specific timing at least twice a week. These mocks are not for scoring, they are behavioral training. You need to get comfortable with the feeling of time pressure so that when the real thing happens, you won't be surprised by the intensity. The recovery time drill. After completing a section, like reading, take 60 seconds to stretch and empty your mind before starting the next one. Do not jump immediately from one task to the next. Use that minute to physically reset, stand up, look away from the paper, or count backwards slowly. This intentional break helps clear residual stress. Error pattern journaling. Keep a dedicated notebook listing your top 3 recurring errors in each skill, e.g., misreading negative words or poor use of conjunctions. This moves you beyond simply knowing what to study. It makes you accountable for fixing specific, identifiable weaknesses. Focusing on these few patterns gives your studying a powerful sense of targeted purpose. Visualization rehearsal, mental walkthrough. Spend 5 minutes visualizing yourself walking into the test center, feeling calm and executing each section successfully. This technique grounds your confidence in reality. By mentally rehearsing success, you are priming your nervous system to handle the actual stressor. It's a powerful form of mental muscle memory building. Improving your IELTS score requires a systematic and holistic approach. It is not simply about studying more. It's about studying smarter and strategically targeting your weak areas across all 4 skills. This guide provides a comprehensive checklist to help you identify those gaps. We will review how scoring works, what specific task components demand attention, and how to integrate practice effectively into your routine. Remember that IELTS assesses proficiency, not just knowledge. Your goal is to demonstrate consistent competence across speaking, writing, reading, and listening. Think of this checklist as a diagnostic tool. It helps you pinpoint whether the issue is vocabulary range or structural cohesion. Here are 5 examples. Mastering task cohesion and coherence in writing. Structure is paramount. Cohesion means linking ideas smoothly. Coherence means the overall argument makes sense. Don't just focus on grammar rules. Practice using transition phrases like furthermore or conversely. They act as signposts for your reader. Time management per section. Pacing is critical in reading and listening. Many students underestimate the time required. For example, if you spend too long on one complex reading passage, you risk running out of time for the easier ones. Always practice timed segments to build endurance. Vocabulary. Application versus retention. Using words naturally. It's one thing to know a high-level word and another to use it correctly in context. Focus on collocation swords that naturally go together rather than just memorizing long lists of isolated vocabulary items. Active listening strategies. Prediction and note-taking. Don't wait for the answer to start writing notes. Before the recording begins, use context clues and predict what kind of information is coming next. This keeps your brain engaged and ready for key details. Self-correction loops. Reviewing your own work. The most powerful learning happens when you correct mistakes yourself. After writing an essay or recording a speaking practice, review it immediately afterward to catch patterns of error. The band scores are not just arbitrary numbers, they reflect specific linguistic abilities across several criteria. For example, in writing, task response measures how fully and accurately you addressed all parts of the prompt. Similarly, lexical resource assesses not just vocabulary depth, but also your ability to use a wide range of words appropriately. If you are aiming for Band 7, you must demonstrate fluency and subtlety that goes beyond basic communication. Mastering these specific criteria is what drives measurable improvement. When reviewing feedback, never just look at the final score. You need to read the detailed comments provided by your instructor or tutor. These descriptors tell you exactly which skills like grammatical range or pronunciation smoothness need targeted work. Let's compare 4 pairs. Fluency versus accuracy, speaking. Pronunciation, clarity. Both are equally weighted. You can speak very fluently and still lose points if your pronunciation is unclear, making you hard to understand. Conversely, speaking perfectly accurately but haltingly will limit your score drastically. Aim for a balance of smooth speech and correct articulation. Academic writing. General training writing. Purpose dictates style. Remember the intended audience. Academic writing requires formal, objective language suitable for university. General training addresses everyday life situations, requiring a slightly more personal and conversational tone. High vocabulary blooms. Appropriate collocations. Context matters most. Using an advanced word that doesn't fit the surrounding words will sound unnatural. It is far better to use a simpler, common word paired correctly than to use a complex but misplaced vocabulary item. Difficulty of topic. Band score attainment. Score reflects performance. Never confuse the difficulty level of a test topic, like environment or politics, with your ability to answer it. Your score is purely a measure of how well you executed the required skills under exam conditions. Here are 4 ways to practice. Diagnostic practice testing. Simulate full test conditions regularly. Take at least 1 complete timed practice test every 2 weeks. This builds stamina and helps you manage the mental fatigue that sets in during longer exams. Always grade it as if it were the real day. Targeted skill drills. Isolate and focus on weak areas only. If your writing scores are low due to grammar, spend 2 days doing nothing but complex sentence structure drills. Don't try to improve everything at once. Focus intensely on one area until it feels natural. Recording and reviewing speaking. Record yourself speaking weekly. This might feel awkward, but recording yourself is the single best way to spot filler words, repetitive grammatical structures, or distracting pronunciation habits. Listen back critically, taking notes on your own mistakes. Maintaining a language journal. Track useful phrases and collocations daily. Instead of just writing down single words, write full sentences or chunks of language you find useful. Reviewing this journal before practice helps integrate new structures into your active memory. Listening comprehension isn't just about hearing words, it's about processing scattered information under pressure. One of the biggest challenges we face is background noise, the constant hum of traffic, overlapping conversations, or sudden environmental sounds. When your brain has to filter out that acoustic clutter, it diverts cognitive energy away from understanding the core message. To overcome this, we need specialized strategies like predicting speaker intent and focusing on keywords rather than every single word. Remember that true listening is an active process, not a passive one. Instead of trying to transcribe everything you hear, your goal should be identifying the main idea or the critical action items being discussed. Think of yourself as a sound engineer. You are filtering out the static to find the pure signal. You are about to hear a listening passage. Get ready to listen and take notes. Mark finally sat down at a small corner table. He could hear the clinking of cups and the low murmur of conversations around him. His interviewer leaned in, suggesting they try to keep the discussion focused on his portfolio strengths. Mark adjusted his microphone, trying to minimize the constant background buzz. The interviewer asked about handling high-stress environments, specifically how he manages communication when ambient noise makes clear dialogue difficult. Mark paused for a moment, recognizing the challenge inherent in the setting. He replied that adapting techniques is key. Sometimes you have to slow down and reiterate points until clarity is achieved, regardless of the surrounding cacophony. Question 1. What was the primary difficulty in their discussion? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the background noise and high ambient buzz of the coffee shop. This question tests your ability to identify the central obstacle. When you are listening for a main point, do not get distracted by specific details. Instead, pinpoint the core conflict or challenge presented in the passage. Question 2. What technique did Mark suggest was necessary? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is slowing down and reiterating points until clarity is achieved. This requires careful listening for a specific solution. Note that slowly and reiterating are actionable verbs. They describe a process, which is often what test questions ask for. Question 3. How did Mark try to improve the recording quality? Pause the video now and try to answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is he adjusted his microphone. Sometimes the answer is very literal and easily missed because it's brief. Always pay attention to descriptive actions, as they are often placed right before or after the main idea. Here are 5 examples. Ambient noise. General background sounds in an environment. Understanding ambience is vital. It means surrounding and pervasive, so if a source describes the sound as ambient, it applies to everything around them, not just one thing. Minimize the buzz. To reduce or lessen the volume of noise. This is excellent phrasal vocabulary. Instead of simply saying reduce, using minimize sounds more formal and technical, which is great for professional listening tasks. Ambiently difficult. A place or situation where the noise makes conversation hard. While not used in our passage, combining adverbs like this helps you understand that the difficulty comes from the environment itself, making it a consistent problem. Your message. The most important idea or central point of discussion. When noise makes things muddy, always search for the core message. This is your intellectual anchor, the single piece of information that everything else supports. Reiterate points. To repeat something to ensure understanding. This phrase gives you a model response. If you ever feel unclear in real life or an exam, knowing the professional way to ask for clarification like this is extremely helpful. Listen again and fill in the missing words. It is difficult to focus when there is so much background noise. Blank the environment. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is in. Remember that prepositions like in or of are often quick fillers in speech. If you miss a small word, don't panic. Try to understand the relationship between the nouns around it. We must find ways to blank our conversation from external sounds. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is isolate. The verb isolates suggests creating separation. When listening, you need to mentally isolate the speaker's voice from the background noisites, a mental filtering technique. The panel decided they needed more time to blank their findings. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is consolidate. Consolidate means gathering things together into one strong form. This is useful for understanding reports or summaries where many ideas are merged into one final conclusion. She advised us to use noise-canceling headphones to blank our listening experience. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is improve. Look out for verbs of improvement like enhance or optimize. These words signal a solution or recommendation that is critical information you must capture. Here are 4 ways to practice. Prediction and prediction zones. Before a passage starts, predict the topic or possible vocabulary. This primes your brain to listen for specific information. Don't wait until you hear something confusing to think about it. Actively guessing what comes next forces your ear to stay engaged and ready for those key words. Ting information. Listen in small sections, focusing on one idea at a time, rather than trying to absorb the entire narrative instantly. Think of listening like watching a movie with chapters. Process one chapter completely before moving your focus to the next one. This prevents information overload. Why rule? After hearing any key statement, ask yourself, why is the speaker saying this? What does it imply? This moves you beyond simple comprehension and into inference. If a speaker makes a claim, immediately try to determine the underlying reason or consequence for that claim. Visualizing context. Imagine the scene, people, or objects being described. Creating a mental picture anchors abstract sounds in concrete reality. This is particularly powerful when the speaker uses vivid description. When you can see it in your mind, the words gain weight and are much easier to remember. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Studios use sophisticated sound engineering techniques to combat acoustic pollution. One common method is the implementation of white noise generators, which create a constant, uniform frequency that can mask sudden, jarring sounds like sirens or loud construction work. Another highly effective strategy involves using directional microphones. These specialized mics are designed not just to pick up sound, but to reject specific frequencies coming from the sides or behind the speaker. This process dramatically increases the signal-to-noise ratio, ensuring crystal clear dialogue even in chaotic environments. Question 1. What is white noise used for in audio engineering? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is to mask sudden, jarring sounds like sirens or construction work. Notice that the passage provides a definition and then an example of function. When listening to technical material, focus on identifying this pattern. What is it? And what does it do? Question 2. What is the benefit of using directional microphones? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, they reject frequencies from the sides or behind the speaker. The key concept here is rejection. The mic isn't just hearing, it's actively filtering out unwanted sounds. When you hear about a technical process, look for verbs that describe action and filtration. When examiners assess your speaking, they are not just listening for correct answers, they are listening for fluency and coherence. They want to hear how you manage unexpected gaps in thought or when the topic feels difficult. A good strategy is to use discourse markers. These are phrases that help guide the listener through your train of thought. Using these connectors shows organizational ability, which is key to sounding calm under pressure. Remember to structure your answers logically. Start with a clear main point, support it with examples, and then conclude by summarizing your stance. It's crucial to understand that fluency isn't just speaking fast, it's about smooth transitions. When we talk about discourse markers, think of them as linguistic signposts. They signal to the listener, I am moving from point A to point B, which makes your speech sound much more controlled and expert. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, on the one hand, on the other hand. Say it again. On the one hand, on the other hand, du, on the other hand. Using balanced phrasing like this shows you are considering complexity, not just giving a simple yes or no answer. When anxiety makes your thoughts feel overwhelming, setting up opposing viewpoints gives your brain a clear framework to follow. The word is, to illustrate my point, thus. Say it again, to illustrate my point. Instead of just saying, for example, try this more formal phrasing. This phrase acts as a verbal anchor, giving you a moment to collect your thoughts before launching into the details of your illustration. The word is, I would argue that. Say it again, I would argue that. This phrase elevates I think significantly. It signals conviction, which is excellent when talking about subjective topics like stress or anxiety. By prefacing your argument this way, you sound measured and thoughtful rather than simply reactive. The word is, speaking generally. Say it again, speaking generally, priest. This is perfect for when the prompt feels too narrow or if you need time to warm up. It gives you permission to take a moment, gather your ideas, and start with a wide, generalized statement before narrowing down your focus. The word is, having said that, the. Say it again, having said that. This is one of the best phrases for managing anxiety because it allows you to pivot without sounding wrong. It signals, I am acknowledging my previous point, but now I want to introduce a nuance. This complexity impresses examiners. Let's compare 4 pairs. I felt super stressed before the test. The pressure of assessment caused significant emotional strain. Use noun phrases for abstract concepts. Notice how we change stressed from an adjective into the more academic concept, emotional strain, when discussing feelings or mental states. Replacing simple verbs with formal nouns makes your speech instantly sound more sophisticated. I don't know what to say next. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts on that point. Replace filler words with professional pauses. The goal here is not silence, but managed pause. Instead of using or use a structured phrase like this one. It replaces the nervous habit with a confident, intentional break. It was really hard to talk about. Discussing this topic brought up complex personal reflections. Be more specific and abstract. Instead of vague modifiers like really or super, we use stronger, descriptive language. By saying it involves complex reflections, you demonstrate control over your vocabulary while discussing an emotional subject. I guess I need to relax. Implementing effective coping mechanisms is essential for mental well-being. Shift from personal statements to general advice principles. When discussing a universal topic like anxiety, switch your perspective. Instead of saying, "I need," frame it as an academic principle. It is necessary. This moves you from talking about yourself to teaching the listener, which boosts credibility. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid like, "I think the problem is." Better to elaborate on that point. The primary challenge appears to be the key mistake here is filling silence with filler sounds. When you feel panic creeping in, your brain defaults to those ums. Train yourself to stop and instead use a full rhetorical phrase like the correct example. Avoid, "I did study hard yesterday and then I got nervous." Better, "Having studied diligently yesterday, I confess that I became increasingly apprehensive." A common grammatical slip is the misuse of tense or overly simple conjunctions. The correction shows how to use a sophisticated participial phrase, "having studied," to connect actions smoothly and maintain formality. Avoid, and also we should focus on sleep. Also, exercise is good. Better, in addition to prioritizing sleep, regular physical activity is equally beneficial. Topic drift happens when you list points without logical connection. Using precise transition words like "in addition to" or "furthermores" forces your thoughts into a linear, structured progression, making you sound highly organized. Here are 4 ways to practice. Record and review yourself. Record answers about stress management. Listen back specifically for filler words and repetitive phrases. Recording yourself is uncomfortable, but it is the most effective diagnostic tool you have. Treat this review like coaching. Don't just listen to what you said, listen to how you paused. Structured cue card practice. Practice speaking for 2 minutes on an abstract topic, e.g., the role of stress in modern lives. By giving yourself a limited time, you force instant retrieval and structure your thoughts under pressure. This mimics the real test environment much better than just reading notes. Shadowing expert speakers. Listen to TED Talks or academic interviews and mimic their pacing and intonation exactly. Shadowing is fantastic for improving the rhythm of English. Don't just focus on vocabulary. Notice how fast they speak when making a key point versus when they are transitioning between ideas. Preempting stress points. Before discussing stress, map out 3 key phrases you must use, e.g., complex emotional strain, coping mechanisms. This is a metacognitive strategy, thinking about your thinking. By pre-selecting high-value vocabulary related to the topic of anxiety, you build confidence and ensure that even if you panic, you have powerful language ready. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a time when you felt intense performance pressure or anxiety. You should say what the situation was, how it impacted your physical feelings. H. What steps you took to manage that feeling. You will have 1 minute to plan and then speak for 2 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear structure that moves from describing the problem, setting up contrast, detailing the impact, and finally outlining a solution or preventative measure. When using this cue card, don't just ramble through memories. Use those advanced transition phrases we practiced to guide yourself, initially, furthermore, and ultimately. Structure is your best shield against panic. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is Demonstrate hedging, softening statements, mixed with strong formal vocabulary. Do not use definite certainty. Instead of saying, "I must do this," try phrases like, "it would be advisable to," or one might argue that, "puh." This sounds intelligent and calm because you are showing nuance rather than absolute fact. Academic writing is not just about having excellent vocabulary, it's fundamentally about structure. When we talk about deconstructing academic text, we are learning to identify the predictable architectural framework of scholarly papers, like journal articles and formal reports. This involves recognizing the sequence, a clear introduction defining the scope, methods detailing how data was gathered, findings presenting what the data shows, and a discussion interpreting those results against existing theories. Understanding this scaffolding is crucial because it allows you to organize your own arguments logically, making your writing sound authoritative and highly credible. Remember that academic papers follow a standardized path often called IMRAD, Introduction, Methods, Results, and Discussion. For IELTS tasks, even if they are not scientific reports, adopting this formal progression will signal to the examiner that you grasp high-level academic discourse. Focus on mapping out these sections before writing a single sentence. Here are 4 examples. The growing disparity in global energy consumption patterns necessitates a re-evaluation of traditional fossil fuel dependencies. This paper analyzes 3 alternative renewable sources to model sustainable infrastructure growth. This is a perfect thesis statement and scope definition. It immediately tells the reader what the paper is about, why it matters, and what its boundaries are. A strong opening like this doesn't just state an opinion, it establishes a complex, debatable premise. Notice how the writer uses sophisticated phrasing to transition from a general problem energy disparator to a specific solution analyzing 3 sources. This sets the academic tone immediately. Furthermore, statistical modeling indicates that regions with robust public transport systems report significantly lower rates of air pollution and associated respiratory illnesses. This is a strong linking device, furthermore followed by objective data interpretation. It moves the argument forward logically and empirically. When you see phrases like statistically indicates or evidence suggests, it means the writer is relying on facts, not feelings. These objective connectors are essential for building credibility in any academic context. They guide the reader seamlessly from one piece of evidence to the next. Therefore, while personal preference plays a role, systemic policy changes targeting urban planning and transport infrastructure offer the most viable path toward mitigating these environmental risks. This functions as a strong concluding statement. It synthesizes multiple points, personal preference versus system change, into one definitive, nuanced recommendation. A conclusion should never simply repeat your first paragraph, it must elevate the discussion. This sentence takes all the evidence presented, the data, the policy implications, and funnels it down to a single, powerful final takeaway message for the reader. In contrast to previous studies focusing solely on economic variables, this research integrates sociological impacts, suggesting that community engagement is equally critical. This functions as a transition and gap identification. It shows where the current paper adds new value compared to past work. Identifying gaps in existing literature is a hallmark of high-level academic writing. By saying, in contrast to, or while previous studies focused on X, we examine Y, you are demonstrating that your argument is original and necessary. Let's compare 4 pairs. I think governments need to do more about climate change because it is making lots of natural disasters happen. Global climatic instability, evidenced by increased frequency and severity of extreme weather events, necessitates immediate policy intervention from national governing bodies. Shifting from personal opinion, I think, to objective observation elevates the tone instantly. The first version is too informal and subjective. The revision maintains the core idea but uses specialized vocabulary like climatic instabilities and policy intervention. This shift makes your writing sound academic rather than conversational. Smoking is bad for your lungs and causes cancer, so people should just stop. The empirical evidence linking nicotine consumption to compromised pulmonary function strongly validates the necessity of comprehensive public health campaigns aimed at cessation. This structure moves from a simple statement of fact to a sophisticated academic discussion about necessary action campaigns. Notice how we replaced bad for your lungs with compromised pulmonary function. Academic writing avoids overly dramatic or simplistic phrasing. It prefers precise, formal terminology. This report shows the students who use online resources get better grades than those who don't. Data analysis demonstrates a statistically significant positive correlation between consistent utilization of digital learning platforms and improved student academic outcomes. The key change here is quantifying the claim using terms like statistically significant instead of making generalizations. When you deal with data, always sound scientific. Never just say things show. Specify how they show it through correlation, statistical significance, or direct causation. This adds immense weight to your claims. The new law is complicated, and nobody really understands how it works. The inherent complexity of the newly implemented legislation suggests a pressing need for clear public education initiatives and structural simplification. This revision avoids vague emotional language, nobody really, and instead uses formal nouns to describe the problem itself, complexity, legislative structure. Instead of telling the reader that something is confusing, the academic approach describes why it might be confusing. The revised text points to inherent complexity, which is much more analytical than simply saying it's hard to understand. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Week 2 personal. I think that global warming is happening because of cars. Strong objective. The rapid increase in atmospheric carbon levels necessitates investigating the primary contributors, such as vehicular emissions. The biggest mistake is inserting I think or using first-person language. Academic writing demands that your argument stand on its own merit, independent of your personal belief. Always generalize the subject matter instead. Weak, unsupported claim. It is obvious that the policy was bad because people are complaining. Strong, hedging evidence-based, public discourse indicates dissatisfaction with the policy's implementation, suggesting potential structural flaws in its initial design. Never use absolute words like obvious or definitive statements based only on feeling. Instead, use hedging language words like suggests, indicates, or may point to. This shows nuance and intellectual caution. Weak, vague, hyperbolic. The economy is changing fast, so we need to change everything now. Strong, precise, measured. Given the volatile nature of the contemporary global market, a phased approach to sectoral reform should be considered to ensure sustainable adaptation. The weak version uses dramatic words like fast and change everything, which are too hyperbolic for an academic context. The strong version replaces these with precise nouns, volatile nature, and phased approach. Precision is power in academic writing. Here are 4 ways to practice. The reverse outline method. After reading the prompt or required text, outline it by identifying exactly 2 to 3 key arguments in each paragraph. This prevents you from dwelling on minor details. Don't just write, plan your argument structure first. The reverse outline forces you to act like an editor, focusing only on the macro-level claims rather than getting bogged down in specific examples or descriptions. The topic sentence rule. Every single body paragraph must begin with a topic sentence that directly answers the prompt and makes a clear, focused claim. This guides both you and the reader. Treat your topic sentences as mini thesis statements for each paragraph. If you can't write one, it means your entire supporting argument within that paragraph is unfocused or weak, so revise the core idea first. Structural vocabulary bank. Keep a list of high-level transition phrases organized by function. Contrast, conversely, addition furthermore, sequence consequently. These linking words are the glue that holds your academic paper together. Using them correctly demonstrates sophisticated command over English syntax and improves flow dramatically, making your text read like a single, cohesive argument. The so what test. After writing any paragraph, ask yourself, so what? If the answer is vague or emotional, you need to connect it back to the main thesis with objective analysis. Every piece of information you present must serve a specific purpose, improving your central argument. The "so what" test ensures that every sentence contributes directly to building your credibility and depth of insight. Today's topic is high-scoring collocation mining. Unlike simply memorizing vocabulary lists, we are focusing on word partnerships, the natural groupings of words that native speakers use automatically. These combinations are collocations. Understanding them allows you to move beyond basic English and start sounding truly fluent. We aren't just learning words, we are learning how those words connect in meaningful ways. When you study vocabulary, it's crucial to stop thinking of words as isolated items. Think instead of them like building blocks that naturally fit together. Knowing a collocation means you don't have to pause and think about the grammar. The correct phrasing just comes out effortlessly. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is articulate. Say it again, articulate. Remember, articulate isn't just about speaking well, it means having the ability to organize complex thoughts into clear language. If you can articulate a point, you mean you have structured it logically for your listener. The word is profound. Say it again, profound. When we use profound, it usually modifies abstract concepts like ideas, changes, or emotions. It suggests depth that goes far beneath the surface level of understanding. The word is feasible. Say it again, feasible. This word is excellent for academic writing. Don't confuse feasible with possible. While something might be technically possible, we use feasibles when it is also practical and achievable within given constraints. The word is inherent. Say it again, inherent. Inherence means the quality is built into the thing from the start. It speaks to a natural characteristic rather than an added or temporary condition. This is much stronger phrasing than simply saying natural. The word is consensus. Say it again, consensus. When you use consensus, remember that it refers to the agreements itself, not necessarily that everyone agrees. It implies a thoughtful, collective decision after discussion and compromise. The word is mitigate. Say it again, mitigate. Mitigate is a high-level verb used when discussing risks, problems, or negative impacts. If you can mitigate something, it means you are actively reducing its severity. Here are 5 examples. The speaker was able to articulate complex scientific theories in simple terms. Articulate VD5. Notice how articulate here describes the skill of communication. They didn't just speak, they were skillful enough to make difficult ideas accessible. The documentary offered a profound look at life in rural communities. Profound AGH. Using profound suggests that the content of the documentary was thought-provoking and deep, making viewers reconsider their assumptions about those lives. Given the limited budget, we need to determine if this new project is financially feasible. Feasible AJJ. This usage correctly pairs financially with feasible. It shifts the focus from mere possibility to practical financial viability. The inherent challenge of remote work is maintaining team cohesion. Inherent age. By using inherent, we signal that the challenge isn't external. It's a foundational difficulty built into the very nature of working remotely. After much debate, the committee finally reached a consensus on the new policy. Consensus NN. This sentence structure is perfect for academic reports. It shows that committee led to a formal consensus, indicating a structured process of agreement. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, articulate. Compare it with eloquent. Skill versus style. While eloquent refers to the beautiful, persuasive style of speaking, articulate focuses on your ability to logically structure and express complicated thoughts clearly. You can be articulate without being naturally eloquent. First, profound. Compare it with deep. Impact versus measurement. Both mean intense, but deep often describes something measurable like deep water or deep thought. Profound, however, suggests an intellectual impact that changes your perspective. First, feasible. Compare it with practical. Possibility versus usability. A plan can be theoretically feasible, meaning it is possible. But if it's not practical, it means that even if you can do it, it won't work well in the real world. First, consensus. Compare it with agreement. Process versus outcome. Always remember this difference. Agreements is just a state of mind where people concur. Consensus, however, implies that the group has gone through a formal process to achieve that mutual understanding. Here are 4 ways to practice. Word mapping. Visually linking words. Wah! Don't just write the word, draw a web. Put risk in the center and then map related collocations like inherent risk, mitigate risk, or financial risk. This gives your brain context. Collocation grids. Systematic pairing practice. Choose one word, for example, profound. Then create columns, noun plus profound, profound insight, adjective plus profound, profound worry. This forces you to see patterns. Sentence completion. Contextual fill-in practice. When practicing, don't just define the word, write a sentence where it must fit perfectly. The context is what locks in the correct combination, making recall much easier. Active mining. Capturing phrases in real life. The best source is actually listening to advanced English speakers' podcasts, TED Talks. When you hear a phrase that sounds perfect, write it down and analyze why those specific words fit together. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The board struggled to reach a consensus on the new project. Many felt that while the concept was academically profound, its true feasibility was questionable due to inherent market risks. To mitigate these concerns, the committee decided they must first articulate a clear budget and demonstrate how the plan could be practically implemented. Question 1. Find a word in the passage that means to make less severe or reduce. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is mitigate. The context here is risk management. The board wasn't just talking about reduction, they needed an action verb to show they would actively lessen the negative impact, which is precisely what mitigates does. Question 2. Use one of the target words in your own sentence. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the inherent difficulty of learning a new language requires constant practice. Using inherent. When you construct your own sentences, try to build on the collocations you practiced earlier. Notice how inherent pairs perfectly with difficulty, creating a strong academic phrase. Writing about abstract topics like ethics or societal change requires more than just strong vocabulary. You must build a scaffold to support your argument. The key skill here is establishing boundaries, defining exactly what terms you are using and what specific scope of the problem you intend to discuss. A sophisticated structure moves beyond simply listing arguments. It builds tension between ideas, anticipates counterpoints, and logically leads the reader to a nuanced conclusion. When we talk about abstract topics, we mean concepts that don't have physical borders, like justice or freedom. To succeed here, you must act like an academic researcher. First, define your terms so everyone is on the same page. This upfront clarity shows sophisticated control over the subject matter. Here are 4 examples. While AI development promises unparalleled efficiency in medicine, the ethical void surrounding data ownership and algorithmic bias necessitates international regulatory frameworks before widespread deployment. Effective because it immediately presents a conflict, promise versus risk, and specifies the required action, regulation. Notice how this single sentence handles 3 complex ideas: potential benefit, specific risk, and concrete solution, all while maintaining perfect flow. Using conjunctions like while or phrases like necessitates elevates your academic register significantly. The rapid urbanization trend paradoxically degrades local community bonds. The sheer density of megacities often replaces organic social interaction with transient anonymity. Strong because it introduces a paradox, paradoxically degrades, which immediately captures attention and complexity. A key move in high-level writing is using contrast or creating a paradox. By stating that something good, urbanization, leads to a negative outcome, you show analytical depth rather than just factual reporting. Although precision gene editing offers relief from inherited diseases, the specter of exacerbating existing socio-economic disparities suggests that access must be universally regulated. Excellent use of concession, although to acknowledge a benefit while focusing on the systemic drawback. This structure is called concession. You are acknowledging the opposing side's point first, only to immediately pivot back to your main argument. This shows you have considered all angles, which is crucial for high scores. Globalization, while fostering unprecedented cultural exchange, concurrently risks eroding unique local traditions by prioritizing standardized consumer culture. Concise and balanced, it uses parallel structure, fostering concurrently risks to maintain rhythm. The power of this example lies in its balance. Instead of writing two separate paragraphs sewed on positive exchange, one on negative erosion, it integrates both ideas into a single, rhythmic, complex sentence. Let's compare 4 pairs. Social media is bad because people spend too much time on it. The overuse of social media platforms may detract from deep cognitive engagement, suggesting a need for structured digital literacy education. Moving from simple statement to analytical suggestion. The weak version simply states an opinion. The strong version transforms that opinion into a measurable problem and proposes a specific educational solution, moving the discussion toward academic policy. People should use renewable energy because it is good for the environment. Transitioning to renewable energy sources mitigates carbon emissions, which is vital not only for environmental stability, but also for global climate security. Expanding good into tangible consequences and linking them globally. Never use vague descriptors like good. Instead, link the action using renewables to a measurable consequence, mitigating emissions, and then expand that concept to its wider implications, global climate security. The government needs to control AI because it is dangerous. Concerns regarding autonomous systems highlight the urgent need for international governance models to mitigate risks concerning job displacement and misuse of data. Replacing fear-based language with specific technical concerns, job displacement, data misuse. When writing about technology or science, always replace emotionally charged words like dangerous with precise, objective concerns. This immediately makes your argument sound more credible and authoritative. Some people disagree that stricter laws are needed for privacy, while some argue against strict governmental regulation of data collection due to autonomy concerns. The potential for misuse necessitates a robust legal safeguard. Using explicit concession while to show balanced consideration of opposition. This is where you earn high marks. By starting with while, you signal that you understand the opposing viewpoint. You are not ignoring it, but rather controlling your response to it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Because of climate change, we must stop all cars. Strong. While the urgency of climate action is clear, effective mitigation requires a multimodal approach, including public transport investment and carbon capture technologies. Rather than solely banning private vehicles, the weak version offers an extreme, binary solution. The strong version acknowledges the problem's urgency, but pivots to a nuanced, practical strategy that shows complex thinking and flexibility. Weak. All people who live in big cities are stressed because life is too fast. Strong. The correlation between high population density and increased stress levels merits investigation, though individual resilience factors cannot be discounted entirely. This mistake commits the fallacy of overgeneralization. By adding phrases like merits investigation and qualifying the claim with though, you limit your statement to a correlation, not an absolute law. Weak, therefore, we must change laws now. Strong, considering these multifaceted impacts, it is evident that policy adjustments are necessary. However, implementing them requires phased action and robust public consultation to ensure feasibility. The biggest error here is the weak conclusion. Strong writing doesn't just say therefore, it explains how or under what conditions that change must happen, making the conclusion actionable and realistic. Here are 4 ways to practice. Keyword mapping. Define the core conflict. When you see a complex topic, draw 3 competing ideas around it, e.g. progress, tradition, and ethics. This forces immediate structural balance. Don't just write about one side of the conflict, map the tension itself. Identifying these core conflicting keywords up front gives your essay an inherent structure, a journey from thesis A to thesis B, mediated by your argument. The why so what chain. For every point you plan, ask yourself, why is this true? And so what does that mean for society? This builds depth and implication. This thinking process moves you past mere description into high-level analysis. Instead of stating a fact, you are analyzing its consequence, which is what academic writing demands. Thesis, statement blueprinting. Your introduction isn't just background, it must be a 3-part roadmap: context, right arrows; conflict, right arrows; your unique argument. Think of your thesis as a contract with the examiner. By detailing exactly which points you will cover, the conflict and the scope, you prove that you have already fully structured your own thoughts before writing a single body paragraph. Anticipatory counter argumenting. Before drafting, list the 3 strongest arguments against your position. Then, write the rebuttal for each one. This strengthens your core thesis. This technique turns weaknesses into strengths. By proactively tearing down opposing viewpoints in your planning stage, you ensure that your final essay is robust and immune to simple counterarguments. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Prompt. Many university students now rely heavily on digital learning aids and AI tools for writing assignments. To what extent do these technological dependencies change the fundamental nature of academic research and critical thought? Write at least 250 words. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the response must not just list pros and cons, but analyze how the dependencies changes achieve fundamental cognitive skills. The core skill here isn't describing technology, it's analyzing its impact on a human process critical thought. You need to argue about the natures of learning itself, requiring profound abstraction. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is defining fundamental nature of research and establishing the tension between efficiency and genuine understanding. A high-scoring essay will spend its opening minutes defining what authentic critical thought means before it even discusses AI. By setting up this intellectual definition, you establish yourself as a thoughtful analyst rather than just a commentator. A self-correction loop is fundamentally a learning cycle. It means actively monitoring your own performance and then methodically adjusting your approach based on that observation. Instead of waiting for an instructor to point out every flaw, you become your own most rigorous coach. This process involves 3 key stages: recognizing the gap, diagnosing the root cause, and implementing targeted practice. Mastering this loop transforms learning from a passive activity into an intensely deliberate skill. Think of this loop as building metacognitive awareness. It means thinking about your own thought processes while you are doing them. When you engage in self-correction, you aren't just fixing a mistake, you are understanding why a mistake happened in the first place. That deeper why is where true long-term retention and skill improvement occur. Here are 5 examples. Scenario: speaking fluency. Observation: pauses frequently when transitioning between ideas. Diagnosis point. Here, the weakness isn't vocabulary, it's structural flow. The loop guides you to notice that hesitation happens at transitions. Instead of just reading more words, practice linking phrases and discourse markers in your daily conversations. Scenario: writing coherence. Observation: paragraph topics shift abruptly. Diagnosis point. The fix involves improving topic sentences. Before writing any paragraph, draft a single sentence that explicitly states the main point and how it connects back to the previous section's argument. This anchors your whole piece. Scenario: listening comprehension. Observation, missing key details in long lectures. Diagnosis point. This isn't a vocabulary issue, it's an information filtering process problem. The goal is to stop trying to catch every word and start listening only for main ideas, supporting evidence, and transitions. Focus on active note-taking techniques. Scenario, understanding idioms. Observation, misinterpreting context in conversational English. Diagnosis point. Idioms are cultural and contextual units, not literal translations. The loop requires you to switch from rote memorization to situational recognition. Try recording yourself using idioms correctly within specific social contexts. Scenario, academic reading speed. Observation, slowing down too much on complex syntax. Diagnosis point. The issue here is over-processing the grammar rather than grasping the core meaning. The strategy is to train your brain to skim for the subject and verb first, allowing you to absorb the surrounding modifiers later. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Increased ownership. Diagnosing your own gaps builds accountability and intrinsic motivation. When you identify a weakness yourself, the desire to fix it becomes internal. This is far more powerful than relying solely on external feedback because the drive for improvement comes from within you. Pinpointing root causes. It moves you beyond surface-level fixes and addresses the underlying skill deficit. For example, if your writing sounds awkward, simply fixing grammar is insufficient. Self-correction forces you to ask, is it a lexical gap, a structural issue, or perhaps an argument flow problem? Efficiency and focus. You allocate study time only to the areas that genuinely need work. This is the ultimate efficiency boost. Instead of broadly reviewing everything, you create a highly targeted curriculum that maximizes your effort, where it will yield the highest return on investment. Let's explore the topic of self-correction loops, diagnosing and fixing your weakest skill area. This is an important concept to understand for learning English effectively. This is a foundational concept when learning English. Understanding self-correction loops, diagnosing and fixing your weakest skill area deeply will unlock many other areas of the language. Think about how often you encounter this in real life and try to notice it in the English you hear every day. The more you engage with this idea, the more natural it will feel. Here are 4 ways to practice. The error journal method. Keep a physical or digital journal dedicated only to your mistakes. Don't just write the error, write the correct version and, most importantly, the rule that governed the correction. This forces active recall of the underlying principle. Shadowing technique. Listen to native speakers and immediately repeat what they say, mimicking intonation and rhythm. This technique is excellent for bridging the gap between passive knowledge hearing, a phrase, and active production. Focus on sounding natural, not just saying the right words. Teaching the concept. Explain your weakest skill to someone else, or even an imaginary audience. The ultimate test of understanding is teaching it. When you have to articulate a complex rule or structure simply, you instantly reveal any gaps in your own comprehension. Self-correction time limit. After writing or speaking, give yourself a strict 5 minutes for self-review before reviewing with others. Building this habit of immediate internal review trains your brain to catch errors preemptively. It helps you develop that critical inner ear and inner grammar checker. The point, reason, example, or PRE method is a framework designed to ensure every claim you make in an academic essay is fully supported. First, state your main point clearly. This is your topic sentence. Next, provide the supporting reason, which explains why that point is true. Finally, cement your argument with a specific example or piece of evidence that illustrates the reason in action. This structure moves writing from mere assertion to persuasive academic discourse. Remember that PRE isn't just an outline, it's a logical flow. When you hit the reason part, think about causality the why, and when you get to the example, don't use a generic idea. Make it specific enough that someone could visualize it happening. Here are 4 examples. The primary shift to remote work has significantly boosted employee autonomy. This is because eliminating the daily commute restores valuable time and Control over personal schedules. For instance, a survey showed that workers gained an extra hour each day, which they reinvested in hobbies or family care. Highly effective because it follows PRE perfectly. Point autonomy, reason, restored time control, example, survey data. Notice how the transition from reason to examples is seamless. The reason explains the concept, and the example makes that abstract concept utterly concrete for the reader. Investing in public transport systems is crucial for urban sustainability. This is necessary because vehicle emissions contribute heavily to respiratory illnesses within city limits. Consider London's extensive underground network. It moves millions of people daily without creating localized smog pollution. The use of a specific global case study, London, strengthens the argument and adds high-level evidence. Using geographical examples, like citing an actual city or system, elevates your writing from general opinion to informed analysis. Always ask yourself, what specific place can I point to? Education institutions must integrate behavioral economics into their curricula. This is vital because traditional models often fail to account for human irrationality in financial decisions. For example, teaching students about anchoring bias helps them recognize when they are making an emotionally driven purchase rather than a logical one. Excellent use of specialized academic terminology, behavioral economics, anchoring bias that demonstrates deep subject knowledge. Don't be afraid to use complex vocabulary if you can immediately back it up. The key is showing mastery. Defining the term and then explaining its real-world effects achieves this perfectly. Renewable energy sources offer a viable path away from fossil fuels. This shift is driven by global climate regulations which mandate reduced carbon output. For instance, Germany's commitment to Energiewende, or the energy transition, serves as a major model for adopting solar and wind power at scale. This example uses policy and international initiatives, Germany's Energiewende, providing authoritative backing to the point. When addressing global issues, referencing specific policies or national strategies adds immense weight. This shows you have done your research beyond basic textbook knowledge. Let's compare four peers. The government should spend more on green energy. Increased public spending on green energy is essential because it stimulates job growth and reduces long-term carbon dependency. For example, the recent investment in offshore wind farms has created thousands of specialized engineering jobs. Adds a reason job growth and quantifies the impact with an example. The difference here is immense. The weak version is just a plea. The strong version provides a mechanism, the job market and proof of that mechanism in action. Reading books is good for students. Regular reading significantly enhances critical thinking skills by exposing students to diverse viewpoints and complex narratives. This exposure allows the brain to process varied arguments, a skill necessary when analyzing difficult text or debating policies. Explains how it works, mechanism, rather than just stating that it is good. Instead of simply listing benefits, we need to explain the underlying cognitive process. Saying it enhances skills is weak. Saying it exposes you to diverse viewpoints explains the mechanism. Cities should invest in pedestrian zones. Creating pedestrian-only zones improves urban air quality and encourages physical activity, thereby boosting public health. For example, cities like Copenhagen have seen a measurable decrease in heart disease rates correlated with their extensive network of bike paths and walkable areas. Links the action pedestrian zone to two distinct benefits, air health, and uses data correlation as evidence. Linking multiple positive outcomes like air quality and health makes your argument richer. Using phrases like measurable decrease sounds authoritative. Technology makes life easier for everyone. While technology offers undeniable convenience, its integration into daily life has created new challenges regarding data privacy and digital reliance. For instance, the constant need to carry smart devices raises ethical questions about surveillance and personal information security. Acknowledges a counterpoint, concession, while still providing structured support for skepticism. A very advanced technique is conceding that something is good, but then using PRE to argue why it has a flaw. This shows sophisticated critical thinking. Watch out for these three common mistakes. Weak vague, climate change is bad for coral reefs because the ocean gets warmer. Strong, specific and causal, elevated sea temperatures threaten coral reefs by triggering mass bleaching events, which occur when corals become stressed and expel their symbiotic algae. This process starves the coral and leads to widespread death. The original statement is merely descriptive. The correction provides a scientific, causal mechanism bleaching events, which is much more persuasive and academically rigorous. Weak general, students should learn coding because it is important for the future economy. Strong, specific application, learning foundational coding skills is vital for modern careers, as automation is rapidly changing job requirements across sectors. For example, knowing basic Python allows students to analyze data in health and finance, making them more versatile candidates. Moving from the vague important for the economies to naming specific applications like Python in health or finance shows deep understanding and makes the point immediately relevant. Weak, unsubstantiated, governments must regulate social media because misinformation spreads quickly. Strong, evidence-based and scope-defined, government regulation of major platforms is necessary to mitigate the spread of dangerous misinformation, which undermines democratic processes. For instance, studies during recent elections showed that targeted fake news campaigns could significantly alter public voting intentions within weeks. The initial statement is a broad call to action. By narrowing the focus to undermining democratic processes and citing election studies, you transform a general complaint into an evidence-backed policy argument. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 3 questions drill. When you formulate your main point, immediately ask yourself, why is this true? What proof do I have? So, what? This drill forces you to move past surface-level agreement. Instead of just thinking, it's good, you must mentally map out the causal chain from belief to evidence. Mapping your evidence. Before writing a single word, list 3 specific pieces of supporting material, a statistic, a historical event, and an expert quote. Don't rely on general ideas. Having these concrete inputs ready prevents your argument from becoming vague or overly theoretical during the timed writing. Structuring transitions. Map out explicit transition phrases. I will state P, then use the primary reason is for R, and finally A. Compelling illustration of this is for E. Explicitly writing down your structural signposts like, for instance, or consequently, helps both you and the reader follow your complex train of thought smoothly. The reverse outline check. After drafting a paragraph, read it back and label sections. Is this P? Is this R? Is this E? If one is missing, rebuild that section. This reflective exercise is incredibly powerful. It forces you to be your own critical editor, ensuring structural gaps don't undermine the overall coherence of your writing. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Some people argue that the primary focus of education should be on technical skills to meet job demands. Others believe core liberal arts subjects are fundamentally more important for developing well-rounded citizens. Discuss both views and give your opinion. Question 1. What is the key requirement of this task? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the prompt requires you to discuss 2 opposing viewpoints, technical skills versus liberal arts, and then state a clear personal opinion, all while maintaining academic balance. When planning, do not simply list points for each side. You must plan how your PRE will directly address the tension between those 2 views before presenting your final thesis. Question 2. What would a Band 7 response focus on first? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, start with a nuanced point that acknowledges both sides, then dedicate body paragraph 1 to PRE for technical skills, and body paragraph 2 to PRE for the arts, before concluding with your own balanced position. A Band 7 response doesn't just argue, it discusses. This means spending equal structural time showing you understand both sides deeply, demonstrating comprehensive coverage of the prompt. In Part 1, examiners aren't just listening for correct grammar, they are listening for natural flow and conversational depth. The goal is to sound like an articulate native speaker who thinks on their feet. This means providing detailed responses that feel genuine, not rehearsed. Focus on expanding your answers by describing how or why you feel a certain way. Remember that even simple topics require rich description. The key shift here is moving from simply answering the question to painting a picture with your words. Don't just list facts, give context, mention specific memories, or describe sensory details. This instantly elevates your response and shows genuine engagement with the topic. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, I tend to feel that. Say it again, I tend to feel that. Instead of just saying, I like it, using this phrase adds thoughtfulness. It suggests your preference isn't absolute, making you sound more reflective and natural in conversation. The word is, it actually reminds me of. Say it again, it actually reminds me of. This is incredibly powerful for part 1 because it instantly expands your answer with personal detail. It shifts the conversation from abstract concepts to concrete memories, making you engaging. The word is, what I really appreciate about. Say it again, what I really appreciate about. This phrasing helps structure your praise or appreciation. It shows that you aren't just giving a generic compliment. Instead, you have thought critically about the specific merits of something. The word is, if I had to pick one thing, it would be, ah. Say it again, if I had to pick one thing, it would be. When faced with multiple choices, this phrase gives you a clear structure for making your selection. It signals to the examiner that you have considered other options before narrowing down your answer. The word is, to be completely honest. Say it again, to be completely honest. Use this phrase when the topic requires genuine emotional response. It signals vulnerability and authenticity, which is exactly what part 1 conversation aims for. Let's compare 4 pairs. It's fine. I find it quite satisfactory and relaxing. Vagueness versus satiety. The casual phrase is too brief and lacks detail. The formal version uses stronger vocabulary and more descriptive adverbs, demonstrating a wider lexical range while still sounding natural. I kinda like the beach. I find spending time by the coast particularly soothing. Informal slang versus sophisticated tone. We are replacing slang and vague intensifiers with more precise academic language. This maintains a formal, yet conversational, tone perfect for the test setting. It was just last week. I recall that happening only recently, perhaps within the past few days. Simple time reference versus elaborate language. In speaking tests, expanding simple time markers shows grammatical flexibility. We are replacing simplistic adverbs with more elegant and precise phrasing. I prefer staying home. I generally prefer the comfort of a quiet environment at home. Direct statement versus nuanced preference. Adding generalise or the comfort of softens your statement. This technique makes you sound less absolute and more reflective, which is key to sounding like an advanced speaker. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Excessive hesitation. So I think it's good because. Smooth discourse markers. Speaking of that, a major reason I favor it is that trying to fill pauses with filler sounds actually costs fluency points. Instead, use sophisticated discourse markers like speaking of or to elaborate, which sound planned and natural. Under describing experiences, flat language, I went there last year and it was good. Adding vivid adjectives, verbs. My trip there last year remains a vivid memory because the scenery was breathtaking. The mistake here is summarizing instead of detailing. Always replace weak words like goods or nice with powerful, evocative adjectives that help the listener visualize your experience. Vague non-answer, deflecting. I don't know, I guess it depends. Conditional expansion. It really does depend on individual circumstances. For instance, if you are feeling adventurous. Avoid giving vague non-answers. If the question is complex, structure your response using "it depends on" and immediately follow it with a precise condition or example to guide your answer. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed wise drills. Take a simple topic, like coffee, and force yourself to give 3 rapid-fire reasons why you love it. Time yourself at 60 seconds. This drill trains your brain to sustain detailed speech under pressure. The goal isn't just speaking fast, it's remembering specific supporting details for every single point you make. Sensory detail focus. Describe a location or object using all 5 senses: sight, smell, sound, taste, and touch. This forces deep description. Examiners are looking for descriptions that immerse them in your experience. By consciously activating all 5 senses when speaking, your responses become incredibly rich and engaging. Advanced shadowing. Listen to natural podcasts or interviews, not academic speeches, and mimic the speaker's rhythm, pausing, and tone exactly. This improves conversational flow more than anything else. You are training your mouth muscles and intonation patterns for real-life speech, making you sound less scripted. The deep dive record. Record yourself answering the same question 5 different ways: emotional, practical, historical, personal. Play them back. This exercise builds rhetorical flexibility. It teaches you that a single topic can be approached from multiple angles. A deep dive approach is always more impressive than a shallow one. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe your ideal weekend activity and explain why you find it so restorative. You should speak for approximately 1 minute. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, always use descriptive language and structure your reasons using because clauses rather than just giving a list of things you do. Remember that we are not aiming for vocabulary count, we are aiming for complexity and depth. Use conjunctions and adverbial phrases to connect ideas smoothly, showing how one idea leads naturally to the next. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is the ability to elaborate using conditional or hypothetical statements, e.g., if I could escape for a day. To show mastery, don't just state facts, make them conditional. Saying, if I had the time, immediately shows that you can expand your thinking and predict scenarios, which is a high-level speaking skill. When speaking for 2 minutes, examiners are listening less to individual perfect sentences and more to the sustained flow of your ideas. You must demonstrate narrative coherence, meaning your story or account moves logically from one point to the next. To achieve this, think of your answer as having a clear beginning, middle, and end with natural build-up. Focus on establishing chronological markers and using descriptive detail that keeps the listener engaged throughout the whole time frame. Remember that fluency isn't just speaking quickly, it's speaking smoothly and logically. A common mistake is rambling, detailing one point for too long and then forgetting the original topic. The key to success here is maintaining a guiding thread, making sure every detail you mention relates back to your main narrative goal. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, initially, what happened was. Say it again. Initially, what happened was. Use this phrase to establish a clear starting point in your story. It helps signal to the listener that you are beginning an account or describing the setting. By using initially, you instantly structure your speech, giving it a strong chronological foundation. The word is, as things progressed, I realized. Say it again. As things progressed, I realized. This is perfect for marking a shift in emotion or action within your story. It shows the examiner that you can track complexity and causality over time. Instead of just saying then, this phrase elevates your narrative style dramatically. The word is, by the time marker arrived, we had managed to. Say it again. By the time marker arrived, we had managed to. If you are describing a process or an event over hours, this phrase is invaluable. It gives precise temporal weight to your account. Using specific time markers helps build tension and structure the elapsed time needed for a long answer. The word is, looking back on that experience, I can see bis. Say it again. Looking back on that experience, I can see. This phrase is essential for rounding off your account and providing the necessary reflective conclusion. It elevates the answer beyond simple retelling by adding personal insight. Always conclude with a lesson learned or an impact described. The word is, the most striking element was, T. Say it again. The most striking element was. When you feel yourself losing focus, use this to draw the listener's attention back to a key piece of evidence. It allows you to pause briefly for emphasis and describe a specific sensory or emotional moment in depth. Let's compare 4 pairs. So, it was just crazy and then nothing really happened. The experience was quite overwhelming. The key events unfolded rapidly without much pause. Structuring the narrative arc. Notice how the casual version is vague and uses filler words. The formal version replaces those fillers with strong descriptive verbs and sophisticated adjectives. This immediately elevates your language while making your story sound more polished and credible. We were waiting there for ages. We waited at the location for a considerable period of time before anything occurred, using precise vocabulary. Swapping out common intensifiers like likes or really with academic synonyms is crucial. Using words such as considerable, period, or subsequently makes your speech sound more measured and academic. It was super cool because we saw all the animals. The most striking element was encountering various wildlife, which proved to be fascinating. Focusing on impact's striking detail. Instead of just stating a fact W saw animals, you are describing the quality of the experience. Using striking elements or fascinating shows richer vocabulary and depth of observation. And then we left, I think. Ultimately, our time at the museum concluded when providing a definitive conclusion. Never end an answer with uncertainty or hesitation. Always provide a clear closing signal to wrap up your story effectively. This gives the impression of total control over your narrative and structure. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Vagueness. It was a really big day and I don't know what happened after. Mitigated uncertainty. The sheer scale of the event was remarkable, though my memory becomes hazy regarding the immediate aftermath. If you genuinely forget a detail, don't panic or waffle. Use sophisticated hedging language to acknowledge the gap while maintaining fluency. This shows rhetorical skill rather than a memory failure. Simple listing. Lack of connection. I went shopping and then I ate food. Thematic linking and detail. Following my initial bout of retail therapy, I decided to treat myself by enjoying some local cuisine. Do not just list actions, you must explain the relationship between them. Use phrases that show cause and effect, such as consequently or as a result of, to bind your activities into one cohesive narrative. Single sentence description. The color was blue and it smelled good. Multi-sensory academic detail. Visually, the deep azure tones were arresting, complemented by an earthy, fragrant aroma that filled the air. High-level speaking requires describing more than just what you saw. Engage multiple senses, sight, sound, smell, and touch. Using strong adjectives for these senses adds incredible depth to your account. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed retelling. Choose a short article or podcast segment and retell the entire story out loud without notes, aiming to hit 120 seconds. Start by timing yourself with simple stories. The goal here is muscle memory. You want your brain to automatically transition from point A to point B using connecting language. This builds endurance for sustained speaking. Impromptu narrative building. Give yourself a random object, e.g., an old key, and talk about its entire imagined history, who owned it, where it went, etc. This exercise forces you to build a story from nothing, which is the closest simulation to part 2. Focus on using time markers and descriptive language to make the imaginary object feel real. Shadowing high-level speakers. Listen to TED Talks or professional narrators and immediately repeat what they say, focusing solely on their natural rhythm and pacing. Shadowing is excellent for absorbing native rhythm and intonation. Pay specific attention to where the speaker pauses for dramatic effect. These are your opportunities to use a sophisticated discourse marker. The 4-pillar expansion. Take any random topic, e.g. coffee, and force yourself to speak about it in 4 distinct categories: history, impact, future, and personal memory. This method guarantees breadth and depth. By forcing yourself into different conceptual pillars, you prevent topic drift and ensure your narrative is comprehensive and highly structured. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Describe a memorable journey you took. It could be a trip abroad or just a long commute through your city. You should include the preparation phase, the key moment that surprised you, and what lesson you derived from it. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a clear chronological structure using advanced transition phrases, e.g. initially, subsequently, ultimately. Do not just tell the story, guide the listener through it. By explicitly signaling changes in time or focus, you demonstrate control over your narrative arc. This shows examiner that you can organize complex ideas logically. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is multisensory descriptive language combined with reflective conclusion markers. Don't just state what happened, describe how it felt and smelled. After recounting the event, always take time to reflect on its meaning. This combination of vivid detail and intellectual reflection is the hallmark of a high-scoring narrative. When discussing abstract or philosophical topics, the examiner is not testing your factual knowledge. Instead, they are assessing your capacity for nuanced thought and sophisticated discourse. You must demonstrate that you can consider multiple viewpoints without committing to a single answer too early. Key strategies include defining key terms at the outset, establishing clear boundaries for your argument, and structuring your response using conditional language. Remember that depth of discussion is always valued over sheer volume of words. The biggest mistake students make here is trying to solve the question. You don't need a definitive answer. Instead, aim to build a thoughtful intellectual tapestry for the listener. Think of yourself as a skilled mediator who can guide the conversation through complexity with grace and precision. Let's go through 5 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is, on the one hand, but on the other hand. Say it again, on the one hand, but on the other hand. This structure is perfect for weighing pros and cons, showing you understand the tension in the topic. Use it when the debate has no clear winner, allowing you to sound balanced and highly analytical. The word is, it strikes me that. Say it again, it strikes me that. This phrase elevates your response from merely stating an opinion to presenting a unique, reflective moment. It suggests deep contemplation and is excellent for connecting disparate ideas. The word is, from a philosophical standpoint. Say it again, from a philosophical standpoint. Use this when you need to move beyond societal norms and approach the topic with academic detachment. It signals that your response is rooted in theoretical analysis rather than just personal feeling. The word is, while I understand X, I believe Y. Say it again, while I understand X, I believe Y. This shows advanced critical thinking because you are acknowledging the validity of an opposing view before pivoting. Remember to maintain a respectful tone when making this pivot. The word is, to consider the broader implications. Say it again, to consider the broader implications. My! When you use this, you are forcing your answer out of the immediate discussion and into a wider context. It's a powerful move that demonstrates foresight and comprehensive thinking. Let's compare forepears. It's hard to say. It is quite challenging to determine definitively whether. For academic caution, notice how we replaced a simple contraction with full, formal phrasing. This shift adds weight and intellectual distance to your statement, making you sound more authoritative. I guess it depends on. The answer largely hinges upon the framework through which one views this issue. For complexity, instead of giving a vague, "it depends," we are guiding the listener to identify the specific variables that change the outcome. This is sophisticated analytical language. That's not really true. I respectfully disagree with the premise that, for formal disagreement, never just say no. By using phrases like this, you are challenging the argument without challenging the speaker. It maintains decorum while still making your point strongly. What's the big deal about it? Could we discuss the broader societal impact of this concept? Floor for shifting focus. We are moving from colloquial questioning to formal framing. This transition helps you steer a potentially meandering conversation back toward an academic core. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Avoid. Lack of precision. This is bad because it's wrong. Better. Targeted critique. The inherent flaw here lies in the assumption that instead of simply stating something is bad, a strong speaker identifies why it fails. Pinpointing the specific logical flaw makes your criticism much more credible and detailed. Avoid giving up. It's complicated, so I don't know. Better. Turning ambiguity into research points. The complexity suggests that we should investigate multiple theoretical angles. When a topic feels too big, don't admit ignorance. Instead, frame the difficulty as an area for academic investigation. This turns a weakness into a strength. Avoid oversimplification. Everyone thinks X. Better. Acknowledging differing viewpoints, the prevailing consensus tends to favor X, although dissenting views emphasize never assume a universal truth. High-level discussion requires acknowledging the spectrum of thought. Use phrases that suggest widespread belief while still leaving room for counter-arguments. Here are 4 ways to practice. Concept, mapping speaking. Take a single word like freedoms or justice and speak for 3 minutes, linking it to 5 different disciplines: economics, philosophy, psychology, etc. This exercise forces you to maintain fluency while pivoting between wildly different academic vocabularies. It's the ultimate test of breadth and quick mental switching. Hypothetical debates. Respond to, what if technology suddenly disappeared? Practice making arguments for and against a sudden systemic change. These speculative scenarios are perfect because there is no right answer. Your goal is to create a detailed, structured argument that covers both the immediate pitfalls and potential long-term adaptations. Structured summarizing. Listen to an academic podcast segment, 3 minutes on a complex topic, and summarize it aloud in 250 words, ensuring you introduce at least 3 hedging phrases. This trains your ability to process high-level English quickly and synthesize core ideas under pressure. Focus intensely on maintaining the formal tone while summarizing. Mini debate roleplay. Ask a friend or tutor to argue a position you disagree with. Practice interrupting politely using advanced discourse markers. The key takeaway here is not the content, but your conversational agility. Learning how to interject, redirect, and question respectfully will drastically boost your fluency score. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. Cue card topic. Discuss the idea that technological progress inherently improves human life. You must cover 3 points: economic impact, ethical boundaries, and personal identity. Speak for 3-4 minutes. Question 1. What is the most important thing to include in your answer? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is a nuanced framework that avoids absolute claims. Start by defining what progress means in this context. Is it just technological advancement? Or does it require moral growth too? Build a balanced argument using, on the one hand, and while I understand X, ma. Remember to structure your response around tension points. By constantly balancing the perceived benefits against the ethical costs, you demonstrate intellectual maturity beyond simple listing. Question 2. What language feature should you demonstrate? Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is hedging and qualification language. Use phrases like, it could be argued that, or this might suggest instead of definitive statements such as, it is. This strategy shows the examiner that you recognize uncertainty, which is a hallmark of advanced academic discourse. It keeps your language sophisticated even when discussing difficult moral questions. Today we are focusing on two sounds that look and feel similar but are physically distinct in your mouth. We're contrasting the short I sound with the long E sound. For the short vowel, like in sit, your jaw should be relaxed and the airflow is quick and clipped. When you say the long vowel, like in seat, you need to stretch that sound out, keeping your lips spread into a wide smile. The key difference isn't just length, it's tension. Think of this as a muscular exercise for your mouth. For the short sound, imagine quickly saying it. For the long sound, imagine holding the letter E in front of you. That stretch is what we are practicing. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is ship. Say it again, ship. Remember to keep the vowel short and crisp here. Don't let your sound stretch, it should pop out quickly. Think of a small, contained burst of air for this word. The word is sheep. Say it again, sheep. For the E sound, truly stretch it out as you say it. It requires specific muscle movement in your cheeks and lips that is different from the short vowel. Practice lengthening the air slightly on every repetition. The word is fill. Say it again, fill. When you say fill, make sure your tongue stays low in your mouth and doesn't lift toward the roof of your throat. This helps maintain that relaxed, short vowel quality. The word is feel. Say it again, feel. The feeling of the air should be continuous when you extend this word. It is important to sustain the vowel without letting your jaw drop open too much. The word is fit. Say it again, fit. Focus on the initial consonant F, making sure it's a clear friction of air over your teeth. Then, drop into that relaxed short vowel quickly. The word is feet. Say it again, feet. When moving from the I's in fit to the E's in feet, imagine pulling your lips into a wide smile and holding that shape for an extra beat. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, ship. Compare it with sheep. Focusing on the length of the vowel. The sheer difference between these 2 words comes down entirely to that single vowel sound. If you hear a short, quick burst of air, it's ship. If you hear a sustained, stretched sound, it must be sheep. First, fit. You compare it with feet. The physical stretch required for the long vowel. Think of this pair as a natural progression. Start with the relaxed mouth shape for fit and then deliberately pull your lips wider and hold that tension longer when you say feet. This exaggerated focus helps build muscle memory. First, bit. Compare it with beat, testing your ability to transition between sounds. These examples are excellent for practicing the mouth's quick transitions. Try saying them 10 times. Alternating rapidly this forces your speaking muscles to stay nimble and precise with every single word. First, pig. Compare it with peak, maintaining consistent airflow. Notice how the initial consonant sound remains stable, but the vowel dramatically changes. This shows that your core technique is maintaining constant breath support while adjusting only the mouth shape. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wrong, good. Right, would. A very common error is confusing the short oo sound with the long oo sound. When you say good, your mouth should be open and rounded, like when whistling a low note. For would, keep that roundness but add the stretched vowel. Wrong, goin'. Right, going. Another mistake is dropping those final consonants, particularly the G sound. Even when speaking quickly in conversation, you must articulate that last consonant for maximum clarity and comprehension. Wrong, develop. Right, develop. Many learners struggle with syllable stress. Remember that even if a word feels like 3 syllables, you must give equal weight and clear pronunciation to every single part of it. Slowing down dramatically helps highlight those weak beats. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Saying rapid sequences of sound. Tongue twisters are fantastic because they force your mouth to move quickly and precisely between challenging phonemes. Don't focus on speed at first. Instead, focus on perfect clarity for every single word in the sequence. Minimal pairs drill. Practicing contrasting pairs. This drill is pure auditory discrimination and muscle training rolled into one. The goal is not just to say the words, but to hear the subtle difference between them before you even open your mouth. Shadowing. Repeating after native speakers. Shadowing means listening and immediately speaking what you hear like an echo. This technique helps you naturally absorb the rhythm, intonation patterns, and stress placed on words by native speech. Mirror work. Observing your mouth movements. Never underestimate the power of seeing yourself speak. Using a mirror allows you to physically check if your lips are relaxed, if your jaw is moving correctly, and if your tongue placement matches what you intend. A full mock test is designed to replicate the actual IELTS exam conditions precisely. It allows you to practice all 4 skills: listening, reading, writing, and speaking in one continuous session. The goal isn't just to get a score, it's to build endurance for the entire duration. We must treat this simulation as if it were test day itself, maintaining focus from start to finish. Remember that simulating the environment is half the battle. Don't just do the practice questions at home, time yourself strictly and minimize distractions. This comprehensive approach helps you identify fatigue points moments in the exam where your performance dips, which is crucial data for improvement. Here are 5 examples. Mastering pacing. Allocate time proportionally across all sections. If writing is harder, build in extra minutes. Do not let one difficult section derail your entire strategy for the next 3 hours. Successful test takers are masters of resource management. Before starting any mock, spend 5 minutes mapping out an ideal time budget for every single task. This prevents panic when you hit a challenging question early on. Active listening. During the mock, don't just hear words, predict content shifts and note keywords immediately. Even if you are focusing on writing structure, maintain an open listening ear for potential review material. This strategy trains your brain to process information continuously. If you find yourself daydreaming or zoning out during a long section, force yourself to jot down the main topic of the recording immediately. The 2-pass reading technique: first pass for skimming the text, second pass for locating specific answers. Never read the questions and then search the text. Instead, quickly scan the entire passage first to grasp the structure. This technique prevents you from reading the same paragraph multiple times. By scanning first, you create a mental map of the material, so when you return for specific details, your brain knows exactly where to look. The mental resets break. Take deep breaths and pause between major sections, e.g., reading ending before writing begins. Use this time not to check your score, but to physically move or change your focus. Mock tests are mentally draining because they require sustained high effort. Taking a minute break helps reset your cognitive load and prevents emotional burnout from the previous section. Simulating real materials. Use textbooks or articles that mimic academic complexity rather than casual blogs. Familiarity with high-level vocabulary and dense argumentation is key to solid performance. The IELTS tests formal, academic English. If your practice materials are too simple, you won't be challenged enough. Always source content from reputable journals or university reading lists. Let's compare 4 pairs. Struggling with difficulty, dwelling on one hard question until time runs out. High scorer approach, marking the difficult question and immediately redirecting focus to the next topic. The key mindset shift. A strong candidate understands the test score is cumulative, not dependent on one perfect answer. If you get stuck, acknowledge it quickly, make a note of where the problem was, and trust your ability to solve the rest. Weak approach. Only studying grammar rules or vocabulary lists in isolation. Strong approach. Integrating new language into full practice. Tasks like writing an essay using target vocab. You must transition from passive learning to active application. Simply knowing a word isn't enough. You need to know when and how to deploy it correctly in context under pressure. Weak approach. Only checking the final score of a mock test. Strong approach. Conducting a detailed post-mortem analysis, identifying patterns of weakness across all 4 skills. The grade is just data. The real learning comes from asking, why did I lose points here? Was it time? Misunderstanding the instruction? Or was it grammar structure? Weak approach, writing essays without a clear plan or organizational framework. Strong approach, outlining an essay with dedicated space for thesis statement, 3 supporting points, and a conclusion preview. The structure is often more important than the vocabulary in the writing section. A clear, predictable organizational pattern makes your argument easy for the examiner to follow and score highly. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Building cognitive stamina. Full mocks train your brain to maintain focus and high-level processing throughout a long, intense period. Exam performance isn't just about knowledge, it's about mental endurance. By completing many full simulations, you condition your mind to stay sharp even when your energy starts to dip in the afternoon. Pinpointing vulnerability patterns. Mocks serve as diagnostic tools, revealing recurring weaknesses that isolated practice might miss. Maybe you score well on reading but consistently lose points in writing task 2 because of faulty cohesion. The mock test doesn't just tell you a low band, it tells you the specific skill needing attention. Reducing test day anxiety. Repeated exposure to the full test format normalizes the pressure, making the actual day feel less daunting. The unknown is often scarier than the material itself. By repeatedly simulating the environment, the time constraints, the quiet room, the flow of sections, you build confidence and reduce performance anxiety. Here are 4 ways to practice. The timed writing drill. Write at least 2 full essays per week under strict time limits. Treat the timer like a physical constraint, forcing you to be concise and direct with your arguments. Don't just write, practice writing efficiently. If you spend too much time perfecting opening sentences, you won't have enough time for solid conclusion points. Aim for quality over overly ornate phrasing. Skill, specific deep dives. Spend dedicated sessions focusing only on one challenging task type, e.g., matching headings. If matching headings trips you up, dedicate an entire study day to that single skill until it becomes automatic. When a specific question type is difficult, don't jump randomly between skills. Isolate the problem area and drill only that concept. This focused repetition builds mastery. Mock review protocol. After every mock, spend 3 times the test time reviewing your mistakes. For every wrong answer, write down why you were wrong and what the correct strategy should have been. Reruns are useless if you just look at the right answers. You must analyze your own process. Did I misread the question? Was my vocabulary too basic? This self-correction is where major scores are gained. Build routine stamina. Integrate short, high-intensity study blocks with mandatory physical breaks. Study for 50 minutes, then take a full 10-minute break away from the desk. Stretch, walk, or hydrate. Your brain is a muscle. It needs recovery time to consolidate learning. By building these structured breaks into your study routine, you teach yourself how to sustain high focus for hours. Relative clauses are essential tools that allow you to combine multiple simple sentences into one complex, sophisticated thought. They function by providing extra information about a noun, acting like mini-sentences linked back to the main subject. We primarily use relative pronouns, specifically who, which, and fatto begin these clauses. Remembering when to use commas is key, as it signals whether the information is absolutely necessary for understanding the sentence. The biggest mistake students make here is mixing up defining and non-defining clauses. Think of a comma-less clause as vital information. If you remove it, the meaning changes entirely or becomes confusing. The commas signal that the information is just an interesting aside, not essential to the core meaning. Here are 5 examples. The professor who teaches advanced linguistics was giving a presentation. Non-defining comma usage. Notice the commas here. They tell us that who teaches advanced linguistics is extra detail about the professor. If we remove that clause, the sentence would still make perfect sense. The professor was giving a presentation. This information clarifies but doesn't define. Students who study regularly tend to perform better on exams. Defining, no commas. Because this clause is defining, it's crucial to the meaning. It tells us which CAR students we are talking about, only those who study regularly. If you remove who study regularly, the statement becomes too general and loses its specific focus. This is the theory that revolutionized modern physics. Using that for things. That is often interchangeable with which when referring to objects or ideas. However, remember that in defining clauses, especially those using that, it helps keep your writing concise and precise. The old university building, which was constructed in the 50s, is now a museum. Non-defining comma usage. We use commas around which here because we are making a general statement about static old university building. The date of construction is interesting background context, but it doesn't change which specific building we mean. The report that I submitted yesterday contains several errors. Defining no commas. Here, that I submitted yesterday is defining the report. It specifies which particular report, the one you handed in, we are discussing. This clarity is vital for academic writing. Let's compare 4 pairs. Who for people, which or that for things. Always match the pronoun to the noun's type. This is perhaps the most fundamental rule. If your antecedent, the pronoun refers back to a person, you must use who. If it's an object, concept, or place, stick with which or that. Mixing these up immediately signals a lack of grammatical precision. Using commas, non-defining. Omitting commas, defining. Commas signal extra information. No commas mean essential info. The placement of those commas completely changes the meaning. Always pause slightly when you read a clause surrounded by commas, because that slight hesitation tells the reader its secondary detail. Relative clause, who. Prepositional phrase, with whom. Use whom after prepositions when referring to people. When you have a preposition like to, for, or with right before your relative pronoun, and that pronoun refers to a person, using the objective case whom is grammatically superior. It elevates your formality. Good, defining that. Non-defining which. If you can remove the clause without losing core meaning, it needs commas. If the information is simply an added thought, use which and surround it with commas. If removing the information makes the sentence illogical or vague, it must be defining and should remain comma-free. Fill in the blank with the correct relative pronoun who, which, that, or structure. The research paper, blank was published last year, suggests major changes to policy. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is which. Since the research paper is an object and the information following the blank is descriptive but non-essential, we need a comma and the pronoun which. Remember that commas signal secondary details. Scientists blank discovered the new planet are celebrating. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is who. The antecedent here is scientists, which refers to people. Therefore, we must use who. Never substitute a pronoun for a person with which or that. The theory blank contradicts current findings, must be revisited. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is that. Because this clause is defining, it tells us which theory we are talking about. We use no commas, and that works perfectly here to keep the sentence tight. The novel, blank I have been waiting for, arrived today. Pause the video now and fill in the blank before we reveal the answer. The correct answer is which. This clause is giving extra detail about the specific novel. We pause slightly while reading this information, meaning it's non-defining and requires commas. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Wordy redundant. The book that was written by Dickens is excellent. Concise. The book written by Dickens is excellent. In academic writing, conciseness is paramount. If you use a form of to be's, was, were within a relative clause, check if you can simplify it by turning the clause into a reduced relative clause. This makes your prose much stronger. Incorrect verb form. My professor who gave me help was very kind. corrected action. My professor, who helped me, was very kind. When you use a relative pronoun like who, the verb that follows must agree with the subject. In this case, since the professor is singular, we need the simple past tense or simple present form of the verb. Misplaced modifier, I visited London, which was in 2019. Simple correction, I visited London in 2019. Relative clauses must modify a noun that immediately precedes them. Placing which was in 2019's after London implies London itself is the year, which makes no sense. The modifying phrase must be correctly placed closer to what it describes. Now it is your turn to practice. Read or listen to the following passage carefully. The newly discovered meteorites, which were analyzed by a team at Harvard University, provide crucial evidence about planetary formation. These rocks suggest the early Earth had a volatile atmosphere, and the data implies that life could have begun much sooner than previously thought. Scientists who specialize in astrobiology are now re-evaluating old theories. Question 1. Identify one instance where commas were used incorrectly or could be removed to improve flow. Find a noun and rewrite the clause attached to it for maximum impact. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the meteorites provide crucial evidence about planetary formation. Original, which were analyzed by. Look at how we reduced which were analyzed by a team down to just focusing on the subject, meteorites. By removing unnecessary verbs and pronouns, you make your writing more direct, academic, and impactful. Question 2. Write one original sentence using a defining relative clause, no commas, about a scientific topic. Pause the video now and write your answer before we reveal it. The correct answer is, the gravitational force that governs planetary orbits is predictable. When you practice creating your own sentences, focus on making the information provided by the relative clause absolutely necessary. If a reader can understand your core message without that extra bit of detail, then it probably doesn't belong there. Inversion is a grammatical structure where the normal word order subject followed by verb is reversed. Instead, we place an auxiliary verb before the subject. This technique is often triggered by negative or restrictive adverbs at the beginning of a sentence. Common triggers include never before, not until, little did, hardly ever, under no circumstances. Mastering this doesn't just show grammar knowledge, it provides sophisticated rhetorical weight to your writing. Think of inversion not as a random rule, but as a dramatic tool. You use it when you want the reader to pause and pay close attention to the emphasized idea. By changing the word order, you instantly signal that this sentence is important and academically mature. Here are 4 examples. Never before has humanity witnessed such a rapid integration of artificial intelligence into daily life. Effectively uses never before to emphasize the novelty and scale of technology. This example is powerful because it immediately sets a grand, sweeping scope. By using never before, you suggest that everything previously known about this topic is insufficient compared to the current reality. Only when policy shifts drastically will sustainable energy sources become economically viable. Uses only when to establish a clear condition necessary for change. The comma and inversion are crucial. Notice how the structure creates tension. It implies that viability has been difficult to achieve up until this point. This structure is excellent for argumentative essays where you need to set specific prerequisites. Under no circumstances should educational institutions neglect critical thinking skills in favor of mere rote memorization. Uses under no circumstances for a very formal, authoritative tone. The auxiliary verb should comes immediately after the negative phrase. This is highly suitable for academic policy discussions or recommendations sections of an essay. It gives your argument the weight of an institutional directive. Little did they realize that such small changes in consumer habits would have global ripple effects. Users little did to create a sense of dramatic irony or overlooked consequence. The full auxiliary structure is maintained. This construction is perfect for discussing unforeseen consequences or historical shifts. It adds an element of narrative flourish, making the writing more engaging while remaining academic. Let's compare 4 pairs. The government did not realize that the impact would be so severe. Not until the crisis hit did the government realize the true severity of the impact. Using not until shifts the focus to the moment of realization, intensifying the consequence. The key difference here is pacing. The weak version states a fact. The strong version builds tension by delaying the main action and then hitting it with an emphasized reversal. If we had invested in renewable energy earlier, we would be more stable now. Were we to invest in renewable energy earlier, our stability today would be dramatically improved. Using were instead of if creates a formal, highly academic conditional mood structure, type 2 inversion. This transformation instantly elevates the formality level. It signals that you are operating at a higher register of English proficiency, which examiners appreciate. Scientists believe that never before has man seen such pollution. Never before have scientists witnessed a level of environmental pollution like this one. Reordering the sentence to place never before at the very start creates immediate emphasis on the unprecedented nature of the problem. When you use adverbs like never, hardly, or rarely, always check if they can legitimately lead a clause. It maximizes rhetorical impact and improves flow. The results showed that careful planning was needed for success. Only through meticulous planning did the team achieve such remarkable success. Only through sets up a specific, restrictive condition, planning as the sole cause of the result, making the argument tighter. This structure is excellent when you need to argue for one single critical factor. It dismisses all other potential causes while still maintaining an academic tone. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak, incorrect verb placement. Never before the pollution has been so bad. Strong, correct inversion and agreement. Never before has the level of pollution been this severe. A common error is forgetting that in true inversion, the auxiliary verb must be placed immediately after the negative adverb. Remember to maintain subject-verb agreement even when reordering. Weak, incorrect modal tense. Not until we saw the data did we understand the problem. Strong, correct auxiliary mood shift. Not until we saw the data could we fully grasp the extent of the problem. The mistake here is using a tense that doesn't match the implied moment of realization. Always check if your auxiliary verb, like could, would, correctly reflects the temporal relationship between the clauses. Weak, missing auxiliary, hardly. I had finished my report when the power went out. Strong, correct inversion with had, hard. Hardly had I finished my report when the light suddenly went out. When using adverbs like hardly, scarcely, or no sooner, they signal perfect tense and require the auxiliary verb form. This is a very specific high-level grammar requirement. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify the core emphasis. Before writing, underline the single most important point you want the reader to remember about a sentence. Figure out which word or concept is your main takeaway. That element should become the anchor for your inversion structure. If there's no strong emphasis point, don't use advanced structures. Vary sentence openers. Don't start every sentence with, the government argues that. Periodically substitute these phrases with temporal or restrictive adverbs. Over-relying on any single advanced structure can sound forced. Treat inversion like a spice use, it sparingly but dramatically to pepper your essay. The negative list. Keep a mental checklist of negative adverbs. Rarely, seldom, little, never, under no account. Knowing these triggers allows you to deploy the complex grammar structure with confidence. When writing, simply ask yourself, can I start this sentence negatively? The self-correction check. After drafting, review every opening clause. Did I put the auxiliary verb before the subject? Is the tense correct? Proofreading for inversion is different from proofreading for spelling. You must actively scan for word order errors, specifically checking that the modal or helping verb leads the sentence. Nominalization is the process of turning verbs or adjectives into abstract nouns. Instead of saying, the team analyzed the data, you might change it to, the analysis of the data was performed by the team. Simply put, we are converting an action or a quality into a thing that can be studied or discussed. This technique allows us to discuss concepts and ideas rather than focusing purely on who is performing the action. It helps structure complex thought into formal written language. The key thing to remember here is that nominalization doesn't change the meaning, but it changes the focus. By using a noun, we shift the emphasis from the agent, the person doing the action, to the concept itself. This makes your writing sound more objective and scholarly. Here are 4 examples. Verb, decide. Nominalization, decision. Simple transformation. Notice how decide is an active verb. By turning it into the noun decision, we are talking about the outcome or the act of deciding itself, rather than just describing the moment someone made a choice. Adjective, comprehensive. Nominalization, comprehensiveness. Quality to concept. Here, we transform an adjective that describes something comprehensive into a noun. This allows us to discuss the degrees of completeness, which is far more abstract than just saying it was comprehensive. Sentence, learning improves skills. Provenation, the improvement of learning enhances skills. Full sentence, rewrite. When rewriting a whole sentence, the goal is to restructure it so that the noun form carries the weight of the action. This technique often makes the writing feel more academic and less conversational. Adjective, important. Nominalization, importance. Or basic, abstract noun. This is one of the most straightforward transformations. We are moving from describing something as important to discussing the concept of importance itself. Think about how this word appears in policy papers. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Achieving formality and objectivity. Nominalization is a hallmark of academic writing. It creates distance, making the text sound more authoritative. Academic texts often need to maintain an objective tone, which means minimizing personal pronouns like I's or we. Nominalizing helps achieve this necessary emotional and grammatical distance, conciseness and flow. Sometimes a noun phrase can replace an entire clause, making the writing denser and more efficient. While it can sometimes make writing overly dense, knowing when to use nominalization gives you powerful tools for sentence economy. It allows complex ideas to be packed into fewer words. Focus shift. It shifts the reader's attention from who did it to what happened. Consider shifting focus from an actor to an abstract process. This technique is crucial in fields like sociology or economics, where the forces at play are often systemic rather than personal. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, the implementation of measures was necessary. Say, we needed to implement measures. This is the biggest trap, making your writing sound needlessly complex. While implementation is grammatically correct, using the verb form keeps the sentence active and much easier for the reader to process. Don't say, the realization of global warming requires action. Say, we must act against global warming. Sometimes, the noun form is so abstract that it loses its punch. By reverting to a strong verb and an active subject, you restore energy and directness to your writing. Don't say, the discussion about profitability was long. Say, they discussed profitability for a long time. When the core information is simply describing an action that happened, using discussion can sound pompous. A simple verb like discussing maintains natural flow while keeping a professional tone. Here are 4 ways to practice. Identify the core action. Before writing a complex sentence, isolate the main verb and ask yourself, what is the action? This simple diagnostic step prevents you from falling into nominalization traps. If you can clearly state the government restricts access, that active statement is usually stronger than restrictions were placed on access by the government. Read it aloud. If the passage sounds overly academic or stilted when read aloud, it likely has too many nominalizations. This is perhaps the most useful trick. Our ears naturally prefer rhythmic, active speech. If your writing feels like reading a very stiff textbook, try simplifying the verbs. Vary your tone. Use nominalization when objectivity is paramount, e.g., reports. Use strong verbs for persuasive or personal writing. A skilled writer knows when to activate their language and when to intellectualize it. Experimenting with both styles will make your tone versatile and context appropriate. Target key phrases. Focus on converting common gerunds or prepositional phrases into single, powerful nouns. Instead of writing, due to the lack of funding, try simplifying it. Practicing these small transformations will build your muscle memory for formal, advanced prose. When speaking academically, extreme precision is key. Focus on maintaining consistent airflow. Don't let your breath falter between words. For clean articulation, think about the movement of your tongue and lips. The goal is to make every sound distinct, especially when transitioning from consonants to vowels. Remember that precise placement helps the listener correctly process complex ideas. Pronunciation isn't just about making sounds, it's about rhythm and pacing. When you feel yourself speeding up during a presentation, consciously slow down. This gives your articulator, so tongue, lips, and jaw time to place each sound correctly. Think of speaking like reading poetry. Every word deserves its proper space. Let's go through 6 words. For each word, I will say it clearly, then explain how to produce it correctly. The word is system. Say it again, system. Say this word by isolating the first syllable, sys. Keep your mouth slightly open for that short vowel. The stress falls heavily on the second part of the word. Practice linking it quickly to make it sound natural. The word is analyze. Say it again, analyze. This is a multi-syllable word that requires clear separation of sounds. Don't rush the middle syllables. Giving each one its own beat will improve your clarity significantly. Think, ANR, lies. The word is mechanism. Say it again, mechanism. The initial unstressed syllable is quick and soft, almost blending in. The main effort should go into articulating that clear Khan sound. It's a long word, so break it down chunk by chunk to maintain accuracy. The word is hypothesis. Say it again, hypothesis. Remember that voice the sound the one you make when you say this. Your tongue must lightly touch your upper teeth to produce this sound. Practice repeating just the word hypothesis until that initial consonant blend feels effortless. The word is observed. Say it again, observed. This word is often mispronounced because people drop the final "to" sound. Make sure you articulate that slight puff of air at the end. The middle vowel needs to be drawn out slightly for maximum clarity. The word is calculate. Say it again, calculate. When you pronounce this word, think of it as a series of sharp movements, K-A-L-K. The key is the clear, almost mechanical delivery of those consonants in sequence. Don't let the sound trail off, keep it crisp. Let's compare 4 pairs. First, sight. Compare it with sight. The difference is the initial sound. These 2 words look and sound similar, but they begin with distinct sounds. Sight starts with an sound, which you should make by blowing air through your teeth. Sight, however, begins softer, closer to a long I sound. Practice exaggerating that initial difference. First, data. Compare it with doda. Attention to the final vowel sounds. The ending vowel changes the entire meaning and pronunciation profile of the word. Focus on making sure your tongue drops low enough in your mouth for the ah sound in data, rather than pulling it back into a tight O. First, process. Compare it with progress. The initial consonant cluster is key. Listen closely to how the sounds blend right at the beginning. In process, the emphasis is on the way the sound moves through your lips. For progress, maintain a smoother flow from one consonant to the next. First, acquire. Compare it with expire. The vowel difference changes syllable length. This pair shows how a small shift in vowel quality can change the word dramatically. Focus on stretching out the main vowel sound in each case. This deliberate elongation helps train your ear and mouth to hear the subtle distinction. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Incorrect, actually. Correct, actually. Many speakers tend to drop the middle sound, making it sound like 2 syllables. Remember that this word has 3 distinct sounds. Act 2, Ali. Try tapping your fingers on each syllable as you speak it aloud. Error 2. Prediction. The correct form is correct to. A common mistake is to pronounce this word with too many syllables, making it sound unnecessarily long. Remember the proper reduction, prediction. Keep your pace steady and focused on those two main beats. Wrong, identified. Right, identified. When you speak quickly, it is very easy to swallow that final sound. Intentionally exaggerate this final consonant placement. This small action will reinforce the correct pattern every time you use the word. Here are 4 ways to practice. Tongue twisters. Repeat complex phrases slowly at first. Once you achieve perfect articulation at a slow pace, gradually increase your speed until it feels natural again. Minimal pair reading. Read pairs back and forth rapidly. This exercise forces your brain to pay acute attention to the subtle phonetic differences. If you can read these pairs flawlessly, you are developing a highly nuanced ear for accurate speech sounds. Shadowing technique. Listen and immediately mimic native speakers. Find recordings of academic speeches or scientific podcasts. Listen to a short sentence and then repeat it instantly after the speaker. This helps train your mouth muscles to adopt natural, unstressed rhythms. Mirror practice. Watch your mouth movements while speaking. Using a mirror allows you to visually check if your lips are forming the sounds correctly and if your jaw is moving with sufficient clarity. This physical feedback loop is incredibly effective for self-correction. When describing past events in academic writing, it is crucial to accurately sequence time. The simple past tense describes completed actions at a specific point in the past. However, if one action occurred before another past action began, we must use the past perfect tense. For ongoing background actions leading up to a key event, the past perfect continuous emphasizes duration. Accurate usage of these tenses is vital for high scores in IELTS Writing Task 2 because it demonstrates sophisticated grammatical control and logical sequencing. Incorrect timing can confuse the reader about which action happened first. Remember that the past perfect isn't just a little bit before. It establishes a clear timeline dependency showing cause and effect across historical events or academic studies. Think of it as building an elaborate narrative structure using grammar itself. Here are 4 examples. By the time the committee finally convened, years of preliminary research had already suggested a significant shift in global energy consumption patterns. Effective use of past perfect had already suggested to establish background context before the main past event convened. Notice how had already suggested grounds the discussion. It tells us that this pattern recognition was complete long before the committee even met. This structure elevates the writing from simple reporting to deep analysis. The decline in local biodiversity stemmed from decades of unchecked industrial runoff, which fundamentally altered river ecosystems. Using stemmed from and past perfect concepts, decades of unchecked, to show cause leading up to the main impact. Here, we are focusing on sustained action, the passage of time. Instead of saying runoff hurt, using this phrasing emphasizes that the damage was cumulative over a long, measurable period. Students who had not been exposed to critical analysis techniques often struggled when they were asked to write comparative essays. Using had not been exposed, past perfect passive, to describe a prior condition that caused the main difficulty in the past struggled. The passive voice here works perfectly because the focus is on the student's state, their lack of exposure error, than who failed to give them the techniques. This maintains an objective, academic distance. Before this year's policy changes, the industry was operating under outdated regulations that hadn't accounted for digital advancements. A clear contrast using before had not accounted for to set up a change in the past. The word before is your best friend here. It acts as a temporal marker, forcing you to recall that whatever happened after the policy changes was fundamentally different from the preceding period. Here are 2 reasons why this matters. Essential for communication. Understanding complex tenses review. Ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3, helps you communicate more effectively. When you master complex tenses review, ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3, you will notice your conversations flow much more naturally. Commonly used in daily life. You will encounter complex tenses review, ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3, frequently in everyday conversations. Pay attention to how native speakers use complex tenses review, ensuring accuracy when describing past actions, G3. You will start hearing it everywhere once you are aware of it. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. Many people thought recycling would solve pollution problems. Strong. Many people had assumed that recycling would solve pollution problems by the time new technologies emerged. The original sentence is too direct. The improvement adds by the time and had assumed, which precisely dates the assumption relative to a future past event, adding essential chronological depth. Weak. Climate change affected ecosystems because pollution was high. Strong. Ecosystems were already suffering severe damage because industrial pollution had been reaching critical levels for decades. We strengthened this by using the past perfect continuous, had been reaching. This emphasizes that the high level of pollution was not a single event, but a long-term buildup of stress on the environment. Weak. The government planned reforms after the crisis started. Strong. Only after the financial crisis had begun did the government seriously consider sweeping policy reforms. This correction uses inversion only after. This advanced structure not only fixes the tense issue, but also gives your writing a much more sophisticated, formal, academic rhythm. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timeline visualization. When outlining your essay, physically draw a timeline. Mark key events and assign the correct tense, simple past, past perfect, to each time point. This physical act of mapping out time forces you to think chronologically, which is exactly what complex tenses require. Don't just rely on grammar rules, visualize the sequence. Section, keyword spotting. Identify temporal markers like by the time, before, since, and after. These words are signals that you must use a perfect tense. These conjunctions are your biggest clues. When you see them, pause your writing process and mentally check, did this action happen before or after the main event, and if so, how long did it last? The if-onlys test. For every sentence describing cause, ask yourself, what must have happened first? The answer likely requires a past perfect construction. This diagnostic trick helps you move beyond simple statements of fact. It pushes your writing from merely reporting events to establishing complex relationships between them. Varying the structure. Don't start every sentence with the subject. Start by setting the time context, by 2010, before this period, to frame your tense usage. Starting sentences with temporal phrases gives immediate weight and focus to the chronology. It structures your argument for the reader before you even state the main idea. When we talk about speculation, we are essentially talking about educated guessing. Advanced modals allow us to move beyond simple, I think statements. We can precisely pinpoint how certain we are about a past event or a present possibility. This involves understanding the difference between logical deduction and mere guesswork. These structures help native speakers convey nuance that is impossible with basic vocabulary. Think of these modal verbs as a precise dial for certainty. You aren't just guessing, you are quantifying your guess. Using might, may, or could instantly elevates your English from simple reporting to sophisticated analysis. Here are 5 examples. The lights are off. They must have left for the day. Logical certainty, strong deduction. This example shows that we base our conclusion on observable evidence. The premise the lights being off makes must have the strongest choice, indicating a near 100% probability to you. She hasn't called back. She might be busy with her new project. Low possibility, weak deduction. When using might, we are signaling that there are several alternative explanations. It suggests possibility, but it leaves room for other scenarios like forgetting or being overwhelmed. The meeting could be postponed until next week. Hypothetical possibility, general chance. Could is often the most versatile modal here. It suggests that postponement is simply one of the options on the table, making it slightly softer than might. They must have waited hours for the delayed train. Past necessity deduction. Perfect modal. Remember that perfect modal susing have are used to speculate about something that happened in the past. The structure is mandatory when discussing completed actions. You shouldn't tell him yet. He needs time to process this news. Moral advice necessity. Should. Here, shouldn't isn't about logic or possibility. It's strong advice. It carries a moral weight, suggesting what is best for someone else's well-being. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Distinguishing mays versus might. While both express possibility, mays often relates to formal permission or established chance. In modern speech, mays and might are often interchangeable for general possibility. However, knowing that might generally implies a slightly weaker or more tentative guess adds great depth to your speaking. Must have versus could have. The difference lies in the strength of your conviction and the evidence available. If you are quite sure based on facts, use must have. If you merely recall that it was possible but don't know for sure, could have is clearer. The role of context. Never rely on the modal alone. Context dictates which degree of certainty is appropriate. Grammar rules are important, but advanced speaking requires knowing when to be direct and when to hedge your bets with a weaker modal. Listen closely to tone in natural conversation. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Don't say, he must went to the bank. Say, he must have gone to the bank. This is a common error because we are mixing simple past tense rules with modal perfect structures. Remember that after must have, you always revert to the base form, or rather, the third participle, V3. Incorrect, I shouldn't tell her the truth. Correct, I might not be able to tell her the truth. The error here is using a modal of obligation, shouldn't, when you actually mean limitation or inability. When discussing capability, might not be able to is much more precise. Don't say, it could rain tomorrow because the sky is dark. Say, it might rain tomorrow, the sky looks suspicious. When you are basing your speculation on visible, immediate evidence, a slightly weaker modal like might can sound more natural than could. It suggests that the evidence is merely suggestive. Here are 4 ways to practice. Practice perfect structures daily. Force yourself to use perfect modals when retelling stories or discussing news events. When reading articles, pause and identify any statement of deduction. Try rewriting it using 3 different modal forms: must have, might have, could have to see how the meaning shifts. Use question tags for softening statements. Adding tags like, don't you think, softens a strong deduction into a shared opinion. This is an incredibly effective conversational tool. It allows you to present your theory while inviting disagreement, which makes you sound more collaborative and less dogmatic. Vary your modals for effect. Do not default only to must. Mix in could, might, and mays to keep your tone dynamic. A sophisticated speaker has a toolkit of modals. If you repeat the same modal too often, your speech becomes monotonous. Varying them shows mastery over the nuances. Listen for implied certainty. In movies or podcasts, pay attention to how speakers signal certainty without using a modal. Native speakers often use intonation and strong phrasing instead of modals. Training your ear to detect these subtle shifts in tone will significantly improve your natural fluency. Entering Phase 8 means shifting focus from learning new techniques to mastering execution. This final stage is about developing robust test endurance and maintaining consistency across all 4 skills. We must view the entire exam not as 4 separate tasks, but as one continuous performance under pressure. Effective pacing and mental stamina are now more critical than any single piece of grammar knowledge. The goal is predictable, excellence of performing at your highest level every time you sit down. Remember that high scores don't come from knowing advanced structures like inversion. They come from reliably deploying those structures when the pressure is on. Think of this phase as building muscle memory for academic performance. We are consolidating everything we've learned into a seamless, confident routine. Here are 5 examples. Implement the 3-pass rule for reading. First pass is skimming for general ideas. Second pass targets keywords. third pass verifies complex details. Don't try to read every word deeply. Focus on strategic scanning and reading only what the question demands. The biggest trap in IELTS reading is spending too long on a difficult paragraph, which drains your precious minutes. By adopting a three-pass approach, you teach yourself to manage time proactively rather than reactively. Use topic sentences as roadmaps. For speaking and writing, always look for the main idea at the start of a paragraph or prompt. This helps structure your answer immediately and ensures you address all parts of the question. Treating the topic sentence like a roadmap keeps your response tightly focused. If you lose focus mid-answer, returning to that initial mapped idea will help you recover coherence instantly. Time block allocation. Practice physically allocating minutes for each task, e.g., 1 day team mins reading, 20 mins writing. Treat the timing like a strict schedule to prevent one section from consuming all your time. Mock tests must include actual timers that force you to stick to these allocated blocks. It's not enough to know how long something should take, you have to train yourself to feel the pressure of that clock. Paraphrasing practice. Instead of memorizing vocabulary, practice rephrasing common concepts in several ways. Focus on synonyms and structural changes rather than just list-based word banks. This deepens your academic language skills beyond just knowing a synonym. It trains you to adapt language style quickly, which is vital for speaking naturally while maintaining formality. Pre-writing brain mapping. Spend the first 2 minutes of any writing task visually mapping out your supporting arguments. Jot down your main 3 points and one key example for each. This builds immediate structure. This small ritual prevents writer's block because you are starting with a clear, structural skeleton. You jump into the drafting process feeling organized rather than scrambling for an opening sentence. Let's compare 4 pairs. Tackling unknown questions, panicking and guessing wildly across the whole test. Handling difficulty, acknowledging challenging questions, marking them for later, and moving on immediately. The key mindset shift. A high scorer understands that time spent agonizing over one difficult question is time lost on 3 easy ones. They maintain momentum by trusting their process, even if they aren't perfect. Repetition, using the same linking phrases or grammatical structures repeatedly throughout the essay. Variety and sophistication, integrating varied cohesive devices and demonstrating a flexible command of grammar. The examiners are listening for range. Simply having advanced grammar isn't enough. You must show that you can select the right complex structure at the right moment to elevate your writing. Perfecting answers, spending too much time aiming for flawless, perfect sentences. Achieving clarity and flow, prioritizing communication of meaning and natural flow over grammatical perfection. In the real exam context, clear, communicative speech or writing is always better than overly complex but flawed attempts. Focus on impact and readability first. Reviewing instructions, assuming you remember the exact word count, required format, or question type. Verifying details, dedicating 30 seconds at the start of every task to double-check all specific instructions. Many points are lost due to simple misreading. These small details like whether an answer should be no more than, or at least words are, what separate a good score from a great one. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Reducing test anxiety. Practice builds emotional resilience and predictability. Anxiety is the single biggest barrier to achieving your true potential. By consistently practicing under timed, simulated conditions, you normalize the stress of the exam environment. Maximizing existing knowledge. It turns isolated skills into a cohesive, high-performing system. You already know how to use nominalization and advanced modals. Consolidation ensures you can access those tools automatically when the test demands them without having to consciously recall the rules. Boosting consistency. Minimizing variability means higher average scores. A high score isn't about one stellar performance, it's about consistently performing near stellar across every single piece of writing and speaking. Phase A guarantees that consistency. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed mock tests. Perform full length. timed tests simulating the actual exam environment. This ingrains pacing and stamina, forcing you to remain sharp for 3 solid hours. Do not just do practice questions, complete entire mock exams with 0 breaks. This simulates the mental endurance required, which is a skill unto itself. Self-correction drills: record yourself speaking or writing an essay and read it back critically. Listen specifically for fluency dips, hesitation markers, UA, and repetitive vocabulary. The distance between how you think you sound and how you actually sound is often vast. Recording forces objective self-assessment of your natural speaking rhythm. Peer feedback exchange: trade mock essays or answers with a study partner who can give brutal, honest criticism. Receiving outside perspectives helps identify blind spots in structure and tone. A fresh set of eyes can spot structural weaknesses you have become desensitized to. Be specific about the feedback. This argument needs more evidence rather than just, "it's weak." Concept mapping review: create visual maps connecting key academic concepts, e.g. climate change, economic impact, IELTS economic impact. This improves your ability to generate complex, interconnected ideas quickly for discussion or writing. Instead of memorizing definitions, you are building webs of knowledge. This allows you to speak naturally and academically about any topic by linking known concepts together. The IELTS writing section is designed to test your ability to sustain academic rigor over a defined period. It is not enough simply to write grammatically correct sentences. You must demonstrate sophisticated structure, range of vocabulary, and effective time management across both tasks. Remember that Task 1 requires objective reporting. You are describing data without opinion. Conversely, Task 2 demands critical thinking and persuasive argumentation regarding a complex topic. Mastering this transition between description and discussion is key to high scores. Think of the entire writing section as an endurance test for your academic brain. The biggest mistake students make is spending too much time perfecting one paragraph at the expense of completing another. Practice treating Task 1 and Task 2 like 2 entirely separate essays, requiring completely different mental gears to operate. Here are 4 examples. The graph clearly illustrates a dramatic upward trend in solar energy adoption between 2010 and 2020, surpassing all other renewable sources listed. Strong use of temporal adverbs and precise verbs illustrates surpassing. Notice how this sentence avoids vague modifiers like big increase. Using strong, specific verbs elevates the text immediately. When describing data, always search for a single verb that can summarize the entire movement shown on the chart. Furthermore, while infrastructural spending is crucial, the implementation of educational reform often yields more sustainable long-term societal improvements. Effective use of linking phrases and contrastive conjunctions while. This example demonstrates a nuanced argument. Instead of just stating, "education is important," it uses signposting language like "furthermore" and complex clauses to show the relationship between 2 ideas, which boosts coherence. A pivotal shift towards remote work has necessitated a complete re-evaluation of traditional office space models. Use of elevated academic vocabulary, pivotal, necessitates re-evaluation. Vocabulary isn't just about knowing big words, it's about using the right word. Pivotal suggests critical importance, which is much stronger than simply saying very important. Always aim for precision in your lexical choices. Consequently, policymakers must adopt a multifaceted approach that addresses both carbon emissions and economic growth simultaneously. Clear cause and effect structure, consequently, leading to actionable advice. Strong concluding statements often use words like consequently or thus. These linking adverbs aren't just filler, they guide the reader through your line of reasoning, making your overall argument feel inevitable and well supported. Let's compare 4 pairs. Many people use social media a lot today. The pervasive integration of social media platforms into daily life has become increasingly noticeable. Using sophisticated nouns and adjectives, pervasive, integration. Look at the shift from simple verbs like use to complex noun phrases. This technique is called nominalization, and it instantly elevates your writing tone to a formal, academic register. It signals that you are thinking critically about the concept, not just describing an action. Because of climate change, animals lose their homes. Due to escalating climate instability, numerous species are experiencing severe habitat degradation. Replacing basic vocabulary with academic terminology, habitat degradation, escalating. While lose their homes is perfectly understandable, a high-scoring essay needs specialized language. Using terms like habitat degradation shows you have read and understood the specific scientific or academic discourse surrounding the topic. It is important to change policies. A fundamental revision of existing governmental policies appears imperative for sustainable progress. Making the subject abstract and formal fundamental revision imperative. When you write it is important, your writing sounds weak. By restructuring the sentence to make the revision the active subject, you give the idea more weight and immediate authority within your argument. The data shows that sales went up fast. Analysis of the figures suggests a rapid acceleration in sales volume over the period examined. Using formal reporting verbs, analysis suggests, instead of casual ones shows. When dealing with graphs or charts, never say the data shows. Instead, frame it as an academic observation. The analysis indicates, or it can be observed that. This maintains the objective distance required for task 1. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Weak. The reason why this is important is because it saves money. Strong. This is crucial because it leads to significant cost savings. We must avoid redundancy. The phrases, the reason why, and starting a sentence with because are common grammatical traps. Instead, use subordinating conjunctions like since, or simply restructure the sentence to make your point more direct. Weak. Global warming is really bad for people. Strong. The accelerating effects of global warming pose substantial risks to human populations worldwide. The key here is shifting from subjective adjectives like really bad to objective, academic language. By using verbs and noun phrases that suggest impact like pose risks, you sound more authoritative and scholarly. Weak. People should do more things for the planet. Strong. Individual citizens must adopt a greater degree of environmental stewardship to mitigate planetary damage. This correction focuses on register. Doing more things is conversational. The academic equivalent requires precise, specialized vocabulary like environmental stewardship. Always elevate your subject matter vocabulary. Here are 4 ways to practice. The 2-minute outline. Before writing anything, dedicate 2 minutes to mapping out your structure, introduction, 3 main body points, and a conclusion. This is the single most effective time saver. Over-planning prevents rambling. Establishing your roadmap ensures that every sentence you write has a specific JOBIT supports one of those key structural pillars. Keyword extraction, task 1. Identify and list all the main units, trends, upward, downward, and comparative points before writing your overview paragraph. Don't look at the data randomly. Group similar information together or figures related to technology or all time periods marked by rapid change. This forces you into a logical grouping structure for your report. The thesis statement drill task 2. Practice writing 3 different thesis statements for the same prompt. 1 supporting, 1 opposing, and 1 balanced, nuanced. A strong thesis statement is your contract with the examiner. It must not only answer the question, but also preview exactly how you will structure your argument over the next body paragraph. Pre-writing, vocabulary bank. Keep a list of 10 high-level linking words, e.g. consequently, moreover, notwithstanding, and 10 academic synonyms ready to deploy. Memorizing vocabulary is helpful, but knowing where and when to deploy it is critical. When you're under pressure, relying on a pre-made bank means you don't have to think about the word, you just need to slot it in. The night before a big exam is often when anxiety spikes, leading many students to try and cram massive amounts of information into a single evening. However, true preparation on this day isn't about learning new material, it's about consolidation. This means organizing what you already know and ensuring your brain can access that information efficiently under pressure. Think of it as reviewing the filing system, not writing new files. Your goal is to build confidence in retrieval, not cram knowledge into short-term memory. It's crucial to understand the difference between active study and passive review. Cramming might feel productive because you are reading, but your brain simply doesn't have time to move that data from temporary storage into long-term memory pathways. Focus instead on summarizing key concepts or doing quick practice questions. Here are 5 examples. Review only high-yield summaries and concept maps. Low-stress review. When you limit your focus to already summarized material, you engage in recognition rather than deep recall. This is much less taxing on the brain when it's tired, allowing you to feel prepared without burning out. Engage in light physical movement for 30 minutes. Physical release. A short walk or some gentle stretching helps metabolize the adrenaline that anxiety naturally produces. This physical activity signals to your nervous system that it's safe to relax, which is vital preparation for test day. Establish a strict shut-off time for study. Digital detox boundary. Setting an alarm and committing to stop studying by a certain point is non-negotiable. The last few hours before bed need to be reserved for winding down, letting your mind switch gears from academic mode to rest mode. Prepare all materials, clothes, pins, ID, logistical security. Eliminating small logistical worries the night before saves significant mental energy. If you know exactly where your required items are, or even if they are packed in your bag, you reduce unnecessary morning panic. Write down a plan B for anxiety. Coping mechanism. This means writing down exactly what you will do if you feel overwhelmed during the test. Maybe it's taking 3 deep breaths or briefly looking away from the paper. Having a pre-planned response gives you a sense of control. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Memory consolidation theory. Sleep is not downtime, it's when memory solidifies. During deep sleep cycles, your brain actively reviews and strengthens the neural connections formed throughout the day. This process literally files away what you studied, making those memories more robust for retrieval the next morning. Adrenaline regulation. Managing stress hormones prevents burnout. High levels of sustained anxiety elevate cortisol, which can actually impair recall. By implementing calming routines, you help regulate your body's stress response system, keeping that hormone level stable. The illusion of productive worry. Anxiety mimics planning, but it's unproductive. When we worry about the exam, our brains often jump to worst-case scenarios. This feels like preparation, but in reality, it just increases anxiety without providing actionable knowledge or calm. The biggest shift you can make is moving your focus from outcome-based worry to process-based effort. If you are worried about getting an A, that is an external outcome and outside your control. Instead, focus on the processes. Did I read all the instructions carefully? Did I take a deep breath before answering this question? This reframing gives you immediate power back. Another key concept is self-compassion. On the night before, if you struggle to sleep or feel panicked, do not beat yourself up about it. Acknowledging that feeling and treating yourself kindly is more helpful than trying to force a perfect state of calm. When we tie our worth to an outcome like grades, we create immense pressure. By shifting the focus to effort and process, you are telling your brain, my value isn't determined by this single score. This fundamentally lowers the stakes and improves performance. Here are 4 ways to practice. Cut off all academic reading by dinner time. Shift to enjoyable, low-effort activities like music or light conversation. This transition period is critical. You need to give your prefrontal cortex a rest from the intense problem-solving mode. Engaging in hobbies reminds you that life extends far beyond this single examination. Eat a balanced meal, avoiding sugar spikes. Focus on complex carbohydrates and protein for sustained energy. Your brain needs steady fuel, not quick bursts. Meals rich in healthy fats, like avocados or nuts, provide the constant, reliable energy needed to keep your mind calm through the night. Do a brain dumps journaling session. Write down every lingering worry and task that comes to mind onto a piece of paper. This technique externalizes anxiety. By writing everything out, you move those swirling thoughts from your anxious internal monologue onto tangible paper, making them feel manageable and less overwhelming. Visualize success calmly, not dramatically. Picture yourself executing tasks smoothly rather than imagining the grading moment. Visualization should be realistic. Instead of picturing a perfect outcome, picture yourself sitting down, taking one deep breath, reading the first question slowly, and writing your answer clearly. This simulates calm action. Think of your final review not as learning new material, but optimizing existing skills. The goal is to manage time and anxiety effectively across all 4 modules: listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Remember that test day success relies heavily on steady pacing and consistent focus from start to finish. A few minutes spent planning or reviewing instructions can save you significant time later in the process. Remember that this final review is about efficiency more than intelligence. Instead of worrying about complex grammar, just focus on maintaining a calm, rhythmic pace throughout the entire test. Treating the exam like a marathon, not a sprint, will help prevent those last-minute mental crashes. Here are 5 examples. Listening. Predict keywords before the audio starts. When you see a gap fill, quickly jot down what kind of word or topic to expect. How to apply it. Use the reading time actively. Don't just anticipate the speaker's direction. This technique shifts your brain from passive listening to active information gathering. By predicting content, you train your ear to recognize specific sounds and structural patterns, making comprehension much easier when the audio begins. Reading. The skim-scan method is key. First, skim the entire text for topic understanding, then scan only for answers. How to apply it. Never read a paragraph twice if you don't have to. Locate and extract. Many test takers waste time reading excessively. By adopting the skim-scan method, you treat the text like a map, knowing exactly where your destination, the answer, is located without getting bogged down in irrelevant detail. Writing task 2. Dedicate 5 minutes solely to planning. Outline your main points and supporting evidence before writing the first word. How to apply it. Use bullet points for structure. Introduction for Muddy A, Adduction, Muddy A, Body B, Posse, Conclusion. Structured planning is the foundation of a coherent essay. It ensures that your argument flows logically from one paragraph to the next, which directly contributes to a higher coherence and cohesion score. Speaking. Use linking phrases naturally. Instead of just stating an opinion, phrase it with "on the one hand" or "to elaborate on this point." How to apply it. Integrate these academic connectors organically into your speech. These sophisticated discourse markers are highly valued by examiners because they demonstrate not only fluency, but also a high degree of linguistic control. They make your speaking sound more academic and polished. Overall, if you get stuck, move on immediately. Confidence is maintained by momentum. How to apply it. Box the question number or mark the blank space before moving away from it. Getting stuck is a normal part of the exam process. Don't let it derail your entire test-taking rhythm. By immediately shifting focus to another section, you conserve mental energy and build positive momentum. Let's compare 4 pairs. What a weak candidate does. Reads every word in the prompt or article. What a strong candidate does. Skims the question first, then scans only for keywords and required information. The key mindset shift. Efficiency over exhaustive reading. High scorers understand that the test is designed to be time-pressured. They are strategic readers who know how to harvest only the necessary data, preventing them from falling into reading traps. Weak approach 2. Answers questions as they read the prompt, missing context. Strong approach 2. Reads all instructions and question types first. This sets expectations for the whole test section. Insight. Understanding the rules before playing the game. Knowing exactly what kind of answer is required, a number, a phrase, or a full sentences absorbs crucial minutes in editing time and maximizes your accuracy potential. Weak approach 3. Panics if they don't know an answer. Strong approach 3. Makes educated guesses. If guessing is required, there is always a better chance than leaving it blank. Insight. Accepting uncertainty and adapting your strategy. In sections where guessing counts, don't let fear dictate your action. A calculated guess, even if wrong, shows engagement with the material that an empty attempt does not. Weak approach 4. Focuses too much on complex vocabulary. Strong approach 4. Prioritizes grammatical accuracy and clear communication over obscure words. Insight, clarity beats complexity every time. Examiners favor clarity above all else. Using simple, accurate language that is grammatically flawless will always score higher than complex language riddled with errors. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. Time management mastery. The single biggest differentiator between Band 6 and Band 7 is pacing. It's not just about knowing the answers, it's about getting to them without running out of time. Strategic pacing allows you to allocate sufficient effort, particularly in writing tasks that require depth. Reduced cognitive load. By having a systematic process, your brain doesn't have to panic or second-guess itself. When you follow a clear checklist-like planning before writing or scanning before reading, you reduce cognitive load. This frees up mental bandwidth needed for complex tasks like advanced sentence construction. Building test confidence. Implementing proven strategies builds self-efficacy and reduces test anxiety. Confidence is a performance metric. When you walk into the exam knowing your specific process, even if difficult, you are less likely to let nerves derail your ability to perform. Here are 4 ways to practice. Timed mini-drills, reading listening. Complete 1 full section of practice material with a strict timer, exactly simulating exam conditions. Focusing on timed drills helps you internalize the pacing. The goal is to make time management automatic, so when the real clock starts ticking, your body just knows how fast to work. Self-correction review, writing. Write a practice essay and then grade it yourself using an official IELTS rubric. Check for flow, grammar, and structure. Being your own toughest editor is invaluable. This exercise trains you to identify structural weaknesses in your own writing before the examiner even sees them. Spontaneous topic talk, speaking. Ask a friend or tutor to give you random, unfamiliar topics and force yourself to speak for 2 minutes without stopping. This builds conversational resilience. By practicing speaking on unexpected subjects, you minimize the impact of freezing up and maximize your ability to elaborate fluidly. Review instructions only. On day 0, read only the official instructions for all 4 modules. Do not do practice tests. The night before should be restorative. Reviewing the rules helps keep the format fresh in your mind without causing burnout or introducing new academic pressure. Visualization is much more than just imagining success. It is a deliberate mental rehearsal process that engages sensory details and emotional memory. We are essentially tricking the brain into believing the experience has already happened, which builds neural pathways for peak performance. This isn't passive daydreaming. It requires focus, precision, and structure. Think of it as running a full simulation in your mind before stepping onto the actual field. It's important to understand that when we visualize, multiple parts of our brain light up the motor cortex, the sensory areas, even the emotional centers. This activation pattern is almost identical to when you perform the action physically. That neural mimicry is what gives visualization its powerful effect on physical and cognitive skills. Here are 4 examples. Starting strong, visualizing the initial moments of calm focus. Focus point. Do not just visualize the win, visualize the start. How do you feel right before the action begins? Is your breath steady? Are your movements fluid? By structuring the beginning, you build confidence into the first few crucial seconds. Handling challenges, rehearsing a mistake, and recovering gracefully. Failure mitigation. The most powerful visualizations include adversity. Instead of simply imagining perfection, visualize yourself stumbling or missing the shot, and then vividly rehearse the immediate self-correction. This builds resilience under pressure. Optimal state. Picturing your physical body performing effortlessly. Sensory detail. When describing your actions, use all 5 senses. What does the equipment feel like? What is the sound of success? Is it a roar or the satisfying click of gear? Rich sensory input anchors the memory deeper. The winning emotion, tapping into deep feelings of accomplishment, and emotional anchoring. The emotional component is often overlooked but is critical. Don't just picture the trophy, picture the feeling in your chest when you lift it. These powerful emotions create lasting, confidence-boosting memories. Here are 3 reasons why this matters. It improves motor memory encoding. The brain processes imagined actions similarly to real ones. Because the neural firing patterns are so similar, your muscle memory benefits greatly. You aren't just remembering steps, you are strengthening the actual electrical pathways needed for peak performance when it counts. It reduces performance anxiety. Familiarity breeds comfort, making unexpected moments feel routine. Anxiety often stems from the unknown. By rehearsing difficult or stressful scenarios repeatedly, you are essentially normalizing them for your subconscious mind, allowing you to react logically rather than emotionally. It boosts self-efficacy. Believing in the outcome is half the battle. Self-efficacy, or confidence in one's own abilities, is directly influenced by perceived preparation. The act of detailed visualization is preparation, sending a powerful message to your brain that success is highly probable. Watch out for these 3 common mistakes. Passive wish, I just hope I perform well. Active command, I will execute my routine with perfect focus. Notice the shift from hope to concrete action. Visualization must move beyond vague wishes and become a detailed, highly actionable plan. You are commanding your mind to rehearse specific techniques. Too broad, I will visualize winning the game in general. Specific and measurable, I will visualize controlling my breathing during the final minute of the game. Great visualizations are micro-specific. Instead of just winning, focus on one controllable variable at a time, like breath control or foot placement. This makes the visualization manageable and highly useful. Ignoring reality, I'll picture everything going smoothly. Anticipating obstacles, I will visualize adjusting my technique when external pressure increases. Mental toughness is built in the negative spaces. If you only rehearse perfection, you are unprepared for reality's inevitable bumps and bruises. Always build failure recovery into your script. Here are 4 ways to practice. Schedule it like training. Dedicate 10 minutes every single day to visualization. Consistency is the most critical variable here. Treat this practice slot with the same seriousness as a physical workout. If you skip it, you are letting your mental performance degrade. Use multimodal inputs. Incorporate sounds, smells, and tactile feelings into your session. Don't limit yourself to sight alone. If the environment has a specific scent, or if you hear a certain announcement, weave that sensory detail in. This makes the simulation incredibly robust. The cool-down routine. End every session by affirming your commitment and positive mindset. Visualization is not just about performance, it's also about mood regulation. Ending with a mindful affirmation grounds the experience, cementing the feeling of confidence long after the 10 minutes are up. Journal your insights. Keep a journal to record what felt difficult or confusing during visualization. Writing down your visualizations forces you to analyze them, turning feeling into data. Reviewing these notes helps you identify consistent mental block points that need extra rehearsal.